Ennead 6, Book 3, Part 3, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Various derivatives of the category of quality. 19. As has been indicated above, the genus of quality contains the beings which are said to be qualified, qualitative entities, inasmuch as they contain some quality, as, for instance, the handsome man, so far as he is endowed with beauty. These beings, however, do not properly belong to this genus, for otherwise there would here be two categories. It suffices to reduce them to the quality which supplies their name. So, non-whiteness, if it indicate some color other than white, is a quality. If it express merely a negation or an enumeration, it is only a word or a term which recalls the object. If it be a word, it constitutes a movement so far as it is produced by the vocal organ. If it be a name or a term, it constitutes, so far as it is a significative, a relative. If things be classed not only by genera, if it be admitted that each assertion and expression proclaim a genus, our answer must be that some affirm things by their mere announcement, and that others deny them. It may perhaps be best not to include negations in the same genus as things themselves, since, to avoid mingling several genera, we often do not include affirmations. As to privations, it may be remarked that if the things of which there are privations are qualities, then the privations themselves are qualities, as toothless or blind. But naked and its contrary, clothed, are neither of them qualities. They rather constitute habits, and thus belong among relatives. Passion, at the moment it is felt, does not constitute a quality, but a movement. When it has been experienced and has become durable, it forms a quality. Further, if the being which has experienced the passion have kept none of it, it will have to be described as having been moved, which amounts to the same thing as really being moved. However, in this case, the conception of time will have to be abstracted from that of movement, for we must not add the conception of the present to that of movement. Finally, the adverb well and the other analogous terms may be reduced to the simple notion of the genus of quality. It remains to examine if we must refer to the genus of quality being red, without also doing so for reddening. For blushing does not belong to it, because he who blushes suffers, experiences, or is moved. But as soon as he ceases blushing, if he have already blushed, this is a quality, for quality does not depend on time, but consists in being such or such, whence it follows that having blushed is a quality. Therefore, we shall regard as qualities only habits, and not mere dispositions, being warm, for instance, and not warming up, being sick, but not becoming sick, contrariness is not the greatest possible difference. 20. Does every quality have an opposite? As to vice and virtue, there is, between the extremes, an intermediary quality which is the opposite of both. But with colors, the intermediaries are not contraries. This might be explained away on the ground that the intermediary colors are blends of the extreme colors. However, we ought not to have divided colors in extremes and intermediaries, and opposed them to each other, but rather have divided the genus of color into black and white, and then have shown that other colors are composed of these too, or differentiated another color that would be intermediate, even though composite. If it be said that intermediary colors are not opposite to the extremes, because opposition is not composed of a simple difference, but of a maximal difference, it will have to be answered that this maximal difference results from having interposed intermediaries. If these were removed, the maximal difference would have no scale of comparison. To the objection that yellow approximates white more than black, and that the sense of sight supports this contention, that it is the same with liquids where there is no intermediary between cold and hot, it must be answered that white and yellow and other colors compared to each other similarly likewise differ completely, and because of this their difference constitute contrary qualities. They are contrary not because they have intermediaries, but because of their characteristic nature. Thus, health and sickness are contraries, though they have no intermediaries. Could it be said that they are contraries because their effects differ maximally? But how could this difference be recognized as maximal, since there are no intermediaries which show the same characteristics at a less degree? The difference between health and sickness could not therefore be demonstrated to be maximal. Consequently, oppositeness will have to be analyzed as something else than maximal difference. Does this mean only a great difference? Then we must in return ask whether this great mean greater by opposition to something smaller, or great absolutely. In the first case, the things which have no intermediary could not be opposites. In the second, as it is easily granted that there is a great difference between one nature and another, and as we have nothing greater to serve as measure for this distance, we shall have to examine by what characteristics oppositeness might be recognized. Contraries are those things that lack resemblance. To begin with, resemblance does not mean only belonging to the same genus, nor mere confusion from more or less numerous characteristics, as, for instance, by their forms. Things that possess resemblance, therefore, are not opposites. Only things which have nothing identical in respect to species are opposites, though we must add that they must belong to the same genus of quality. Thus, though they have no intermediaries, we can classify as opposites the things which betray no resemblance to each other, in which are found only characteristics which do not approximate each other, and bear no kind of analogy to each other. Consequently, objects which have something in common in the respect of colors could not be contraries. Besides, not everything is the contrary of every other thing, but one thing is only the contrary of some other. And this is the case with tastes as well as with colors. But enough of all this. Qualities admit of degree. Does a quality admit of more or less? Evidently, the objects which participate in qualities participate therein more or less. But the chief question is whether there be degrees in virtue or justice. If these habits possess a certain latitude, they have degrees. If they have no latitude, they are not susceptible of more or less. Reasons why movement is a category. 21. Let us pass to movement. Admittedly, movement is a genus with the following characteristics. First, movement cannot be reduced to any other genus. Then, nothing higher in the scale of being can be predicated of it. Last, it reveals a great number of differences which constitute species. Movement cannot be reduced to any higher genus. To what genus could movement be reduced? It constitutes neither the being nor the quality of the being in which it exists. It is not even reducible to action, for in passion or experience there are several kinds of movements, and it is the actions and passions which are reducible to movement. Further, movement need not necessarily be a relative merely because movement does not exist in itself, that it belongs to some being, and that it exists in a subject. Otherwise, we should have to classify quality also as a relation, for quality belongs to some being and exists in a subject. It is not so, however, with a quantity. It might be objected that though each of them exists in some subject, the one by virtue of its being a quality, and the other of being a quantity, they themselves are not any the less species of essences. The same argument would apply to movement. Though it belong to some subject, it is something before belonging to a subject, and we must consider what it is in itself. Now, what is relative is not at first something by itself, and then the predicate of something else. But what is born of the relation existing between two objects is nothing else outside the relation to which it owes its name. Thus the double, so far as it is called doubleness, is neither begotten nor exists except in the comparison established between it and a half, since, not being conceived of before, it owes its name and its existence to the comparison thus established. Is change anterior to movement? What then is movement? While belonging to a subject, it is something by itself before belonging to a subject, as are quality, quantity, and being. To begin with, nothing is predicated before it, and of it, as a genus. Is change anterior to movement? Here, change is identical with movement. Or if change is to be considered a genus, it will form a genus to be added to those already recognized. Besides, it is evident that on this hypothesis, movement will become a species, and to it will be opposed, as another species, generation. As, for instance, generation is a change, but not a movement. Why then should generation not be a movement? Is it because what is generated does not yet exist, and because movement could not exist in non-being? Consequently, neither will generation be a change. Or is this so because generation is an alteration and increase, and because it presupposes that certain things are altered and increase? To speak thus is to busy ourselves with things that precede generation. Generation presupposes production of some other form, for generation does not consist in an alteration passively undergone, such as being warmed, or being whitened. Such effects could be produced before realization of the generation. What then occurs in generation? There is alteration. Generation consists in the production of an animal or plant, in the reception of a form. Change is much more reasonably to be considered a species than movement, because the word change means that one thing takes the place of another, while movement signifies the actualization by which a being passes from what is proper to it to what is not, as in the translation from one place to another. If that be not admitted to define movement, it will at least have to be acknowledged that the action of studying it, as that of playing the lyre, and in general all the movements that modify a habit, would be subsumed within our definition. Alteration, therefore, could not be anything else but a species of movement, since it is a movement which produces passage from one state to another. Definition of alteration. 22. Granting that alteration is the same thing as movement, so far as the result of movement is to render something other than it was, we still have to ask, what then is movement? To indulge in a figurative expression, it is the passage of potentiality to the actualization of which it is the potentiality. Movement as a form of power. Let us indeed suppose that something which formerly was a potentiality succeeds in assuming a form, as potentiality that becomes a statue, or that passes to actualization, as a man's walk. In the case where the metal becomes a statue, this passage is a movement. In the case of the walk itself is a movement, like the dance, with one who is capable of it. In the movement of the first kind, where the metal passes into the condition of being a statue, there is the production of another form which is realized by the movement. The movement of the second kind, the dance, is a simple form of the potentiality, and when it has ceased, leaves nothing that subsists after it. Movement is active form and cause of other forms. We are therefore justified in calling movement an active form that is aroused, by opposition to the other forms which remain inactive. They may be so named, whether or not they be permanent. We may add that it is the cause of the other forms when it results in producing something else. This sense movement may also be called the life of bodies. I say this movement because it bears the same name as the movements of the intelligence and those of the soul. Questions about movement. What further proves that movement is a genus is that it is very difficult, if not impossible, to grasp it by a definition. But how can it be called a form when its result is deterioration or something passive? It may then be compared to the warming influence of the rays of the sun, which exerts on some things an influence that makes them grow, while other things it shrivels. In both cases, the movement has something in common, and is identical, so far as it is a movement. The difference of its results is due to the difference of the beings in which it operates. Are then growing sick and convalescence identical? Yes, so far as they are movements. Is their difference then due to their subjects or to anything else? This question we will consider further on while studying alteration. Now, let us examine the elements common to all movements. In that way, we shall be able to prove that movement is a genus. Common element in growth, increase, and generation. First, the word movement can be used in different senses, just as essence, when considered a genus. Further, as we have already said, all the movements by which one thing arrives at a natural state, or produces an action suitable to its nature, constitute so many species. Then the movements by which one thing arrives at a state contrary to its nature have to be considered as analogous to that to which they lead. But what common element is there in alteration, growth and generation, and their contraries? What is there in common between these movements and the displacement in space when you consider the four movements as such? The common element is that the moved thing, after the movement, is no longer in the former state, that it no longer remains quiet and does not rest so long as the movement lasts. It ceaselessly passes to another state, alters, and does not remain what it was, for the movement would be vain if it did not make one thing other than it was. Consequently, otherness does not consist in one thing becoming other than it was, and then persisting in this other state, but in ceaseless alteration. Thus time is always different from what it was because it is produced by movement, for it is movement measured in its march, and not in its limit of motion, or stopping point. It follows, carried away in its course. Further, one characteristic common to all kinds of movement is that it is the march or process by which potentiality and possibility pass into actualization. For every object in movement, whatever be the nature of this movement, succeeds in moving only because it formerly possessed the power of producing an action, or of experiencing the passion of some particular nature. Movement for sense objects. 23. For sense objects which receive their impulse from without, movement is a stimulus which agitates them, excites them, presses them, prevents them from slumbering in inertia, from remaining the same, and makes them present an image of life by their agitation and continual mutations. Besides, one must not confuse the things that move with movement. Walking is not the feet, but an actualization of the power connected with the feet. Now, as this power is invisible, we perceive only the agitation of the feet. We see that their present state is quite different from that in which they would have been, had they remained in place, and that they have some addition, which, however, is invisible. Thus, being united to objects other than itself, the power is perceived only accidentally, because one notices that the feet change place and do not rest. Likewise, alteration in the altered object is recognized only by failure to discover in it the same quality as before. Movement as influx. What is the seat of a movement acting on an object by passing from internal power to actualization? Is it in the motor? How will that which is moved and which suffers be able to receive it? Is it in the movable element? Why does it not remain in the mover? Movement must therefore be considered as inseparable from the mover, although not exclusively. It must pass from the mover into the mobile element, without ceasing to be connected with the mover, and it must pass from the mover to the moved, like a breath or influx. When the motive power produces locomotion, it gives us an impulse, and makes us change place ceaselessly. When it is calorific, it heats. When meeting matter, it imparts thereto its natural organization, and produces increase. When it removes something from an object, this object decreases because it is capable thereof. Last, when it is the generative power which enters into action, generation occurs. But if this generative power be weaker than the destructive power, there occurs destruction, not of what is already produced, but of what was in the process of production. Likewise, convalescence takes place as soon as the force capable of producing health acts and dominates, and sickness occurs when the opposite power produces a contrary effect. Consequently, movement must be studied not only in the things in which it is produced, but also in those that produce it or transmit it. The property of movement consists, therefore, in being a movement endowed with some particular quality, or being something definite in a particular thing. Movement of displacement is single. 24. As to movement of displacement, we may ask if ascending be the opposite of descending, in what the circular movement differs from the rectilinear movement, what difference obtains in throwing an object at the head or at the feet. The difference is not very clear, for in these cases the motive power is the same. Shall we say that there is one power which causes raising, and another that lowers, especially if these movements be natural, and if they be the result of lightness or heaviness? In both cases there is something in common, namely direction, towards its natural place, so that the difference is derived from exterior circumstances. Indeed, in circular and rectilinear movement, if someone move the same object in turn circularly and in a straight line, what difference is there in the motive power? The difference could be derived only from the figure or outward appearance of the movement, unless it should be said that the circular movement is composite, that it is not a veritable movement, and that it does not produce any change by itself. In all of these cases, the movement of displacement is identical, and presents only adventitious differences. explanation of composition and decomposition. 25. Of what do composition, blending or mixture, and decomposition consist? Do they constitute other kinds of movement than those already noticed, generation and destruction, growth and decrease, movement of displacement and alteration? Shall composition and decomposition be reduced to some one of these kinds of motion, or shall we look at this process inversely? If composition consist in approximating one thing to another, and in joining them together, and if, on the other hand, decomposition consist in separating the things which were joined, we have here only two movements of displacement, a uniting and a separating one. We should be able to reduce composition and decomposition to one of the above recognized kinds of motion, if we were to acknowledge that this composition was mingling, combination, fusion, and union, a union which consists in two things uniting, and not in being already united. Indeed, composition includes first the movement of displacement, and then an alteration, just as, in increase, there was first the movement of displacement, and then movement in the kind of the quality. Likewise, here there is first the movement of displacement, then the composition or decomposition, according as things approximate or separate. Often also decomposition is accompanied or followed by a movement of displacement, but the things which separate undergo a modification different from the movement of displacement. Similarly, composition is a modification which follows the movement of displacement, but which has a different nature. Composition and decomposition are not alterations. Shall we have to admit that composition and decomposition are movements which exist by themselves, and analyze alteration into them? Condensation is explained as undergoing an alteration, that means as becoming composite. On the other hand, rarefaction is also explained as undergoing an alteration, namely that of decomposition. When, for instance, one mingles water and wine, each of these two things becomes other than it was, and it is the composition which has operated the alteration. We will answer that here composition and decomposition no doubt precede certain alterations, but these alterations are something different than compositions and decompositions. Other alterations certainly are not compositions and decompositions, for neither can condensation nor rarefaction be reduced to these movements, nor are they composed of them. Otherwise, it would be necessary to acknowledge the existence of emptiness. Besides, how could you explain blackness and whiteness as being composed of composition and decomposition? This doctrine would destroy all colors and qualities, or at least the greater part of them. For if all alteration, that means all change of quality, consisted in a composition or decomposition, the result would not be the production of a quality, but an aggregation or disaggregation. How indeed could you explain the movements of teaching and studying by mere composition? Movements divided in natural, artificial, and voluntary. 26. Let us now examine the different kinds of movements. shall we classify movements of displacement in movements upwards and downwards, rectilinear or curvilinear, or in movements of animate and inanimate beings? There is indeed a difference between the movement of inanimate beings and that of animate beings, and these latter have different kinds of motion, such as walking, flying, and swimming. Their movements could also be analyzed in two other ways, according as it was conformable to or against their nature, but this would not explain the outer differences of movements. Perhaps the movements themselves produce these differences, and do not exist without them. Nevertheless, it is nature that seems to be the principle of the movements and of their exterior differences. It would further be possible to classify movements as natural, artificial, and voluntary. Of the natural, there are alteration and destruction. Of the artificial, there are the building of houses and construction of vessels. Of the voluntary, there are meditation, learning, devoting oneself to political occupations, and in general, speaking and acting. Last, we might in growth, alteration, and generation distinguish the natural movement and that contrary to nature, or even establish a classification founded on the nature of the subjects in which these movements occur. Distinction between stability and stillness. 27. Let us now study stability or stillness, which is the contrary of movement. Are we to consider it itself a genus, or to reduce it to some one of the known genera? First, stability rather suits the intelligible world, and stillness the sense world. Let us now examine stillness. If it be identical with stability, it is useless to look for it here below, where nothing is stable, and where apparent stability is in reality only a slower movement. If stillness be different from stability, because the latter refers to what is completely immovable, and stillness to what is actually fixed, but is naturally movable, even when it does not actually move, the following distinction should be established. If stillness here below be considered, this rest is a movement which has not yet ceased, but which is imminent. If by stillness is understood the complete cessation of movement in the moved, it will be necessary to examine whether there be anything here below that is absolutely without movement. As it is impossible for one thing to possess simultaneously all the species of movement, and as there are necessarily movements that are not realized in it, since it is usual to say that some particular movement is in something, when something undergoes no displacement and seems still in respect to this movement, should one not say about it that in this respect it is not moving? Stillness is therefore the negation of movement. Now, no negation constitutes a genus. The thing we are considering is at rest only in respect to local movement. Stillness expresses therefore only the negation of this movement. Movement is more than the negation of rest. It may perhaps be asked, why is movement not rather the negation of rest? We shall then answer that movement is something positive, that it brings something with it, that it has some efficiency, that it communicates an impulsion to the subject, that produces or destroys many things. Stillness on the contrary, is nothing outside of the subject which is still, and means no more than that the latter is still. In the intelligible, stability does not imply stillness. But why should we not regard the stability of intelligible things also as a negation of movement? Because stability is not the privation of movement. It does not begin to exist when movement ceases, and it does not hinder it from simultaneous existence with it. In intelligible being, stability does not imply the cessation of movement of that whose nature it is to move. On the contrary, so far as intelligible being is contained in or expressed by stability, it is stable. So far as it moves, it will ever move. It is therefore stable by stability, and movable by movement. The body, however, is no doubt moved by movement, but it rests only in the absence of movement, when it is deprived of the movement that it ought to have. Besides, what would stability be supposed to imply if it were supposed to exist in sense objects? When somebody passes from sickness to health, he enters on convalescence. What kind of stillness shall we oppose to convalescence? Shall we oppose to it that condition from which that man had just issued? That state was sickness and not stability. Shall we oppose to it the state in which that man has just entered? That state is health, which is not identical with stability. To say that sickness and health are each of them a sort of stability is to consider sickness and health as species of stability, which is absurd. Further, if it were said that stability is an accident of health, it would result that before stability, health would not be health. As to such arguments, let each reason according to his fancy. Conclusion of the study. 28. We have demonstrated that acting and experiencing were movements, that among the movements some are absolute, while others constitute actions or passions. We have also demonstrated that the other things that are called genera must be reduced to the genera we have set forth. We have also studied relation, defining it as a habit, a manner of being, of one thing in respect of another, which results from the cooperation of two things. We have explained that when a habit of being constitutes a reference, this thing is something relative, not so much as it is being, but as far as it is a part of this being, as are the hand, the head, the cause, the principle, or the element. The relatives might be divided according to the scheme of the ancient philosophers, by saying that some of them are efficient causes, while others are measures, that the former distinguish themselves by their resemblances and differences, while the latter consist in excess or in lack. Such are our views about the categories or genera of existence. End of Ennead 6, Book 3. Ennead 6, Book 4, Part 1, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Sixth Ennead, Book 4. The one identical essence is everywhere entirely present. Why the world soul is everywhere entire in the world body. 1. Is it because the body of the universe is so great that the soul is everywhere present in the universe, though being naturally divisible in human bodies? Or it is by herself that she is everywhere present? In the latter case, she has not been drawn away everywhere by the body, but the body found her everywhere in existence before it. Thus, in whatever place it may be, it found the soul present before it itself was part of the universe, and the total body of the universe was located in the soul that existed already. How could the soul have no magnitude if she already filled all space? But if the soul had such an extension before the body approached her, if she already filled all space, how can she have no magnitude? Besides, how could she have been present in the universe when the latter did not yet exist? Last, being considered indivisible and non-extended, is she everywhere present without having any magnitude? If the answer be that she extended herself throughout the body of the universe without herself being corporeal, the question is not yet resolved by thus accidentally attributing magnitude to the soul, for it would then be reasonable to ask how she grew great by accident. The soul could not extend herself in the entire body in the same manner as quality, as for instance sweetness or color, for these are passive modifications of the bodies, so that one must not be astonished to see a modification spread all over the modified body, being nothing by itself, inhering in the body and existing only within it. That is why the soul necessarily has the same magnitude as the body. Besides, the whiteness of one part of the body does not share the experience or passion experienced by the whiteness of another part. The whiteness of one part is identical, in respect to species, to the whiteness of another part, but it is not identical therewith in respect to number. On the contrary, the part of the soul which is present in the foot is identical with the portion of the soul present in the hand, as may be seen in the precepts thereof. Last, what is identical in the qualities is divisible, while that which is identical in the soul is indivisible. If it be said to divide, it is in this sense that it is present everywhere. The soul was capable of extension before the existence of the body. In view of these facts, let us, starting from the very beginning, explain in a clear and plausible manner how the soul, being incorporeal and extended, could nevertheless have assumed such an extension, either before the bodies or in the bodies. If indeed one see that she was capable of assuming extension before the bodies existed, it will be easily understood that she could have done so within the bodies. Description of the universal being. 2. There exists a genuinely universal being. The world that we see is no more than its image. This veritably universal being is in nothing, for nothing has proceeded from its existence. What is posterior to this universal being must, to exist, be in it, since it would depend on it, and without it could neither subsist nor move. Do not therefore place our world in this genuinely universal being as in a place, if by place you understand the limit of the body containing so far as it contains, or a space which before had and which still has emptiness for nature. Conceive of the foundation on which our world rests as existing in the being which exists everywhere and contains it. Conceive their relation exclusively by the mind, setting aside all local nomenclature. Indeed, when one speaks of place, it is only in relation with our visible world, but the universal being, being the first and possessing genuine existence, has no need of being in a place, nor in anything whatever. Being universal, it could not fail to support itself, for it fills itself, equals itself, and is where is the universal, because it is this itself. What has been built on the universal, being other than it, participates in it, and approaches it, receives strength from it, not by dividing it, but because it finds it in itself, because it approaches it, since the universal being is not outside of itself. For it is impossible for the essence to be in non-essence. On the contrary, it is non-essence that must subsist in essence, and consequently unite entirely with the whole essence. We repeat, the universal could not separate itself from itself, and if we say that it is everywhere, it is only in this sense, that it is in essence, that is, in itself. It is not surprising that what is everywhere is in essence and in itself, for that which is everywhere is in the unity. We, however, positing that the being in question is sense existence, believe that it is everywhere here below, and as the sense existence is great, we wonder how nature, that is, the intelligible essence, can extend in that which has so great a magnitude. In reality, the being which is called great is small; the being which is regarded as small is great, since the whole of it penetrates in every part of all, or rather, our world, by its parts, everywhere approaching the universal being, finds it everywhere entire and greater than itself. Consequently, as it would receive nothing more by a greater extension, for if it were possible, it would thereby exclude itself from the universal being, it circles around this being, not being able to embrace it, nor to pierce into its innermost. It contented itself with occupying a place, and with having a place where it might preserve existence while approaching the universal being, which in one sense is present to it, and in another is not present. For the universal being is in itself, even when something else wishes to unite itself to it. Therefore, approaching it, the body of the universe finds the universal being. Having no need of going any farther, it turns around the same thing, because the thing around which it turns is the veritably universal being, so that in all its parts it enjoys the presence of this whole entire being. If the universal being were in a place, our world should, instead of having a circular motion, rush towards it in a straight line, touching different parts of this being by different parts of its own, and find itself on one side distant from it, and on the other side near it. But as the universal being is neither near one place, nor distant from another, it is necessarily entirely present as soon as it is at all present. Consequently, it is entirely present to each of these things from which it is neither near nor far. It is present to the things that are able to receive it. The universal being is indivisible. 3. Is the universal being by itself present everywhere? Or does it remain within itself, while from its innermost its powers descend on all things? And is it in this sense that it is regarded as everywhere present? Yes, doubtless. That is why it is said that souls are the rays of this universal being, that it is built on itself, and that from it souls descend into various animals. The things which participate in its unity, incapable as they are of possessing a complete nature conformed to its nature, enjoy the presence of the universal being in this sense that they enjoy the presence of some of its powers. They are not, however, entirely separated from it, because it is not separated from the power which it communicates to each of them. If they do not have more, it is only because they are not capable of receiving more from the presence of the entire whole being. Evidently, it is always entirely present there where its powers are present. It, however, remains separated, for if it became the form of any one particular being, it would cease to be universal, to subsist everywhere in itself, and it would be the accident of some other being. Therefore, since it belongs to none of these things, even of those that aspire to unite themselves with it, it makes them enjoy its presence when they desire it, and in the measure in which they are capable thereof, but it does not belong to any of them in particular. It is not surprising, therefore, that it should be present in all things, since it is not present in any in a manner such as to belong to it alone. It is also reasonable to assert that if the soul share the passions of the bodies, it is only by accident; that she dwells in herself, and belongs neither to matter nor to body; that the whole of her illuminates the whole world body. It is not a contradiction to say that the being which is not present in any place is present to all things, each of which is in a place. What, indeed, would be surprising and impossible would be that the universal being could, while occupying a determinate place, be present to things which are in a place, and could at all be present in the sense in which we have explained it. Reason forces us, therefore, to admit that the universal being must precisely because it does not occupy any place, be entirely present to the things to which it is present, and since it is present to the universe, be entirely present to each thing. Otherwise, one part of it would be here, and another there. Consequently, it would be divisible; it would be body. How otherwise could one divide the being? Is it its life that shall within it be divided? If it be the totality of the being that is life, no part of it would be that. Or will somebody try to divide the intelligence so that one of its parts be here, and the other there? In this case, neither of the two parts would be intelligence. Or will the being itself be divided? But if the totality be the being, no one part of it would be that. It might be objected that the parts of the bodies are still bodies themselves, but that which is divided is not the body as such, but a certain body of a certain extent. Now, each of its parts possesses the form that causes it to be named body, while the form not only does not have some particular extension, but even any kind of extension at all. The unity of being does not exclude the existence of other beings. For how can there be a plurality of essences, intelligences, and soul, if essence be one? The essence is one everywhere, but its unity does not exclude the existence of other beings, which may be said to conform thereto. It is so also with the unity of the intelligence and of the soul, although the soul of the universe be different from the particular souls. Essence is divisible, if thereby not diminished. It would seem as if there were a contradiction between the present assertions and other statements of ours, and perhaps our demonstration imposes rather than convinces. It is impossible to believe that the essence which is one be also everywhere identical. It would seem preferable to admit that essence, considered in its totality, is susceptible of division, so long as this division does not diminish it; or, to use more careful terms, that it begets all things while remaining with itself, and that the souls that are born of it, and are its parts, fill up everything. But if it be admitted that the one essence remains in himself, because it seems incredible that a principle could everywhere be present entire, the same difficulty would hinder us in regard to souls. For it will result that each of them will no longer be entire in the whole body, but will be divided therein; or, if each individual soul remain entire, that it is by remaining in one part of the body that the soul will communicate her power to it. These same questions about the soul could be raised about the powers of the soul, and we might ask if they be all entire everywhere. Last, one could be led to believe that the soul was in one member, while her power was in another. The soul, as comprising many souls, is infinite. Let us first explain how there can be a plurality of intelligences, souls, and essences. If we consider the things that proceed from the first principles, as they are numbers and not magnitudes, we shall also have to ask ourselves how they fill the universe. This plurality, which thus arises from the first principles, does not in any way help us to solve our question, since we have granted that essence is multiple because of the difference of the beings that proceed from it, and not by place. For though it be multiple, it is simultaneously entire. Essence everywhere touches essence, and it is everywhere entirely present. Intelligence likewise is manifold by the difference of the intelligences that proceed therefrom, and not by space; it is entire everywhere. It is so also with souls. Even their part which is divisible in the bodies is indivisible by its nature; but the bodies possess extension because the soul is present with them, or rather, it is because there are bodies in the sense world. It is because the power of the soul that is universal, which is in them, manifests itself in all their parts, that the soul herself seems to have parts. What proves that she is not divided as they are, and with them that she is entirely present everywhere, is that by nature she is essentially one and indivisible. Thus, the unity of the soul does not exclude the plurality of souls, any more than the unity of essence excludes the plurality of beings, or that the plurality of intelligibles does not disagree with the existence of the one. It is not necessary to admit that the soul imparts life to the bodies by the plurality of souls, nor that plurality derives from the extension of the body of the world. Before there ever were any bodies, there was already one universal soul, and several individual souls. The individual souls existed already in the universal soul, not potentially, but each in actuality. The unity of the universal soul does not hinder the multitude of the individual souls contained within her. The multitude of the individual souls does not hinder the unity of the universal soul. They are distinct without being separated by any interval. They are present to each other instead of being foreign to each other, for they are not separated from each other by any limits, any more than different sciences are within a single soul. The soul is such that in her unity she contains all the souls. Such a nature is therefore infinite. the greatness of the soul has nothing to do with the size of the body. 5. The magnitude of the soul does not consist in being a corporeal mass, for every corporeal mass is small, and reduces to nothing if it be made to undergo a diminution. As to the magnitude of the soul, nothing can be removed from it, and if something were removed, she would not lose anything. Since therefore she cannot lose anything, why fear that she should be far from something? How could she be far from something, since she loses nothing, since she possesses an eternal nature, and is subject to no leakage? If she were subject to some leakage, she would advance till where she could leak. But as she cannot leak at all, for there is no place where or into which she could leak, she has embraced the universe, or rather, she herself is the universe, and she is too great to be judged according to physical magnitude. We may say that she gives little to the universe, but she gives it all it can receive. Do not consider the universal being, essence, as being smaller, or as having a smaller mass than our universe. Otherwise, you would be led to ask yourself how that which is smaller can unite with that which is greater. Besides, one should not predicate comparative smallness of the universal essence, nor compare, in regard to mass, that which has no mass with that which has. That would be as if somebody said that the science called medicine is smaller than the body of the doctor. Neither attribute to the universal essence an extent greater than that of our universe, for it is not in extension that the soul is greater than the body. What shows the veritable magnitude of the soul is that when the body increases, the same soul which formerly existed in a smaller mass is present in this whole mass that has become greater. Now, it would be ridiculous to suppose that the soul increases in the same manner as a corporeal mass. The souls will differ, as will the sensations. 6. Why, if the universal soul possess the magnitude here attributed to her, does she not approach some other body than that which she animates, that is, some individual body? It would be this body's privilege or duty to approach the universal soul, if it be able to do so. On approaching to her, it receives something and appropriates it. But would this body that would approach the universal soul not already possess her simultaneously with the soul proper to itself, since these souls, the universal soul and the individual soul, do not appear to differ from each other? The fact is that as their sensations differ, so must the passions that they experience likewise differ. The things are judged to be different, but the judge is the same principle successively placed in presence of different passions, although it be not he who experiences them, but the body disposed in some particular manner. It is as if when some one of us judges both the pleasure experienced by the finger and the pain felt by the head. But why does not our soul perceive judgments made by the universal soul? Because this is a judgment and not a passion. Besides, the faculty that judged the passion does not say, "I have judged," but it limits itself to judging. Thus, in ourselves, it is not the sight which communicates its judgment to the hearing, although both of these senses made separate judgments. What presides over these two senses is reason, which constitutes a different faculty. Often reason cognizes the judgment made by some other being, while being conscious simultaneously of the passion it experiences. But this question has been treated elsewhere. How can the same principle exist in all things? Let us return to this question. How can the same principle exist in all things? This question amounts to asking how each of the sense objects which form a plurality and which occupy different places can nevertheless participate in the same principle. For it is not allowable to divide unity into a multitude of parts. It would be more fitting to reduce the multitude of parts to unity, which could not approach them. But when these parts occupy different places, they have led us to believe that unity likewise is split up, as if the power which dominates and which contains were divided into as many parts as that which is contained. The hand itself, though corporeal, may hold an entire body, such as a piece of wood several feet in length, and other objects. In this case, the force that holds makes itself felt in the whole object that is felt, and does not distribute itself in as many parts as it may contain, though it be circumscribed by the limit of the reach of the hand. Nevertheless, the hand is limited by its own extension, and not by that of the body which is held or suspended. Add to the suspended body some other length, and admitting that the hand can carry it, its force will hold the entire body without dividing into as many parts as it may contain. Now suppose that the corporeal mass of the hand be annihilated, and nevertheless allow the force which before existed in the hand and held the weight to persist. Will not this same force, indivisible in the totality, be equally indivisible in each of its parts? Light exists simultaneously within and without. 7. Imagine a luminous point which serves as center, and imagine around it a transparent sphere, so that the clearness of the luminous point shines in the whole body that surrounds it, without the exterior receiving any light from elsewhere. You will surely have to acknowledge that this interior light, by remaining impassible, penetrates the whole surrounding mass, and that it embraces the whole sphere from the central point in which it is seen to shine. The truth is that the light did not emanate from the little body placed in the center, for this little body did not glow inasmuch as it was a body, but inasmuch as it was a luminous body. That means by virtue of an incorporeal power. Now, in thought, annihilate the mass of the little luminous body, and preserve its luminous power. Could you still say that light is somewhere? Will it not be equally in the interior and in the whole exterior sphere? You will no longer perceive where it was fixed before, and you will no longer say whence it comes, nor where it is. In this respect, you will remain uncertain and astonished. You will see the light shine simultaneously in the interior and in the exterior sphere. An example of this is the solar light that shines in the air when you look at the body of the sun, at the same time that you perceive everywhere the same light, without any division. That is demonstrated by objects that intercept the light. They reflect it nowhere else than in the direction from which it came. They do not shatter it into fragments. But if the sun were an incorporeal power, you could not, when it would radiate light, tell where the light began, nor from where it was sent. There would be but a single light, the same everywhere, having neither point of beginning nor principle from which it proceeds. Unity is the manifold by a manner of existence. 8. When light emanates from a body, it is easy to tell when it shines, because the location of that body is known. But if a being be immaterial, if it have no need of a body, if it be anterior to all bodies, and be founded on itself, or rather, if it have no need, as has a body, or resting on any foundation, then a being endowed with such a nature has no origin from which it is derived, resides in no place, and depends on no body. How could you then say that one of its parts is here, and another is there? For thus it would have an origin from which it had issued, and it would depend from something. We must therefore say that if some thing participate in this being by the power of the universe, it participates in this being entirely, without thereby being changed or divided. For it is a being united to a body that suffers, although often that happens to it only accidentally. And in this respect it may be said that it is passive and divisible, since it is some part of the body, either its passion or form. As to the being which is united to any body, and to which the body aspires to be united, it must in no manner share the passions of the body as such. For the essential passion of the body as such is to divide itself. If therefore the body be by nature inclined to divide itself, then is the incorporeal by nature indivisible. How, in fact, could one divide that which has no extension? If therefore the extended being participate in the being which has no extension, it participates in this being without dividing it. Otherwise, this being would have extension. Consequently, when you say that the unity of the universal essence is in the manifold, you do not say that unity has become manifoldness, but you refer to this unity the manner of existence of the multitude, seeing it in this whole multitude simultaneously. As to this unity, it will have to be understood that it belongs to no individual, nor to the whole multitude, but that it belongs to itself alone, that it is itself, and that being itself it does not fail to support itself, nor does it possess a magnitude such as of our universe, nor, let alone, such as that of one of the parts of the universe. For it has absolutely no magnitude. How could it have any magnitude? It is the body that should have such magnitude. As to the being whose nature is entirely different from that of the body, no magnitude should be ascribed to it. If it have no magnitude, it is nowhere. It is neither here nor there, for if so, it would be in several places. If then the local division suits only the being of which one part is here and the other there, how could the being that is neither here nor there be divided? Consequently, the incorporeal being must remain indivisible in itself, although the multitude of things aspire to unite itself to it, and succeeds therein. If they aspire to possess it, they aspire to possess it entire, so that if they succeed in participating in that being, they will participate in that entire being so far as their capacity reaches. Nevertheless, the things that participate in this being must participate in it as if they did not participate in this sense, that it does not belong exclusively to any of them. It is thus that this being dwells entirely in itself, and in the things in which it manifests. If it did not remain entire, it would no more be itself, and the things would no longer participate in the being to which they aspire, but in some other being to which they did not aspire. Potentialities are inseparable from their beings. 9. If this unity of the universal soul divided itself in a multitude of parts, such that each would resemble the total unity, there would be a multitude of primary beings, for each one of these beings would be primary. How then could one distinguish from each other all these primary beings, so that they might not all in confusion blend into a single one? They would not be separated by their bodies, for primary beings could not be forms of bodies, as they would be similar to the primary being which is their principle. On the other hand, if the things named parts were potentialities of the universal being, there would be two results. First, each thing would no longer be the total unity. Then, one might wonder how these potentialities separated from the universal being and abandoned it, for if they abandoned it, it could evidently only be to go somewhere else. There might also be reason to ask oneself if the potentialities which are in the sense world are still, or no longer in the universal being. If they be no longer in it, it is absurd to suppose it diminished or became impotent by being deprived of the powers it possessed before. It is equally absurd to suppose that the potentialities would be separated from the beings to which they belong. On the contrary, if the potentialities exist simultaneously in the universal being and elsewhere, they will, here below, be either wholes or parts. If they be parts, that part of them that will remain on high will also form parts. If they be wholes, they are here below the same as above. They are not divided here below in any way, and thus the universal being is still the same without any division. Or again, the potentialities are the particularized universal being, which has become the multitude of the things of which each is the total unity, and these potentialities are mutually similar. In this way, with each being there will be but a single potentiality united to being, and the other things will be no more than mere potentialities. But it is not easier to conceive of a being without potentiality than a potentiality without a being. For above, among the ideas, the potentiality consists of hypostatic existence and being, or rather, it is something greater than being. Here below, there are other potentialities, less energetic or lively. They emanate from the universal being, as from a brilliant light would emanate another less brilliant light. But the beings inhere in these potentialities, as there could be no potentiality without being. The universal soul is everywhere entire, including souls split infinitely. Among such potentialities, which are necessarily conformable to each other, the universal soul must be the same everywhere. Or if she be not absolutely everywhere, she must at least in every place be entire without division, as in one and the same body. In this case, why could she not also be thus in the whole universe? If we were to suppose that each particular soul were divided into infinity, the universal soul will no longer be entire, and as a result of this division, she will become completely impotent. Then, as there will be entirely different powers in different parts of the world, there will be no more sympathy among souls. Last, the image separated from the essence it represents, and the light separated from the source of which it is only a weakened emanation, could no longer subsist. For in general, everything that derives its existence from anything else and its image could no longer subsist without its model. Likewise, these powers, which radiate from the universal soul, would cease to be if they found themselves separated from their principle. If so, the principle which begets these powers will exist everywhere they are. Consequently, from this standpoint also, the universal being must be everywhere present as a whole, without undergoing any divisions. End of Ennead 6, Book 4, Part 1. Ennead 6, Book 4, Part 2, by Plotinus, translated by Kenneth Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. The image is bound to its model by radiation. 10. It may be objected that the image need not necessarily be attached to its model, for there are images that subsist in the absence of their model from which they are derived. For instance, when the fire ceases, the heat that proceeds from it does not any the less remain in the warmed object. The relation between this image and its model should be understood as follows. Let us consider an image made by a painter. In this case, it is not the model who made the image, but the painter. And even so, it is not even the real image of the model, even if the painter had painted his own portrait. For this image did not arise from the body of the painter, nor from the represented form, nor from the painter himself, but it is the product of a complex of colors arranged in a certain manner. We therefore do not really here have the production of an image, such as is furnished by mirrors, waters, and shadows. Here the image really emanates from the pre-existing model, and is formed by it, and could not exist without it. It is in this manner that the inferior potentialities proceed from the superior ones. Souls are as immortal as the one from whom they proceed. Let us proceed to the objection drawn from the heat that remains after the withdrawal of the fire. The heat is not the image of the fire, or at least we may deny that there is always fire in heat. But even so, heat would not be independent of fire. Besides, when you withdraw from a body the fire that heats it, this body grows cold, if not instantaneously, at least gradually. It would, however, be wrong to say that the powers that descend here below also gradually grow extinct, for this would amount to stating that only the One is immortal, while the souls and intelligences are mortal. Besides, it is not reasonable to admit that even the things that derive from a being that wastes away also gradually exhaust themselves. For even if you should immobilize the sun, it would still shed the same light in the same places. If it were objected that it would not be the same light, the conclusion would be the absurdity that the body of the sun is in a perpetual wastage. Last, we have elsewhere demonstrated at length that what proceeds from the One does not perish, but that all souls and intelligences are immortal. Beings partake of the One differently according to their capacities. 11. But if the intelligible being be present everywhere, why do not all beings participate in the intelligible being entire? Why are there several degrees amidst these beings, one being the first, the other the second, and so on? Because the beings which are capable of absorbing intelligible being are counted as present there too. essence exists everywhere in that which is essence, thus never failing itself. Everything that can be present to it is present in reality, in the measure of its capacity, not in a local manner, as light is modified by transparence, for participation takes place differently in an opaque body. If we distinguish several degrees among beings, we shall surely have to conceive that the first is separated from the second, and the second from the third, only by its order, its power, its individual differences, but not by its location. In the intelligible world, nothing hinders different things from subsisting together, such as soul and intelligence, and all the sciences, superior or inferior. Thus also in a single apple, the eye sees color, the nostril smells perfume, and each other sense organ perceives its individual quality. All these things subsist together and are not separated from each other. The different kinds of presences. Is the intelligible being, then, so varied and manifold? It is indeed varied, but it is simultaneously simple. It is both one and manifold, for reason, which is the essence of the universal soul, is both one and manifold. The universal being is also one, though any difference in it, in this sense that it contains different essences, results from its own constitution. The difference inheres in its nature, for it could not belong to non-being. The constitution of essence is such as to be inseparable from unity. Unity is present wherever essence is, and the one essence subsists in itself. It is indeed possible that an essence which in a certain respect is separated from another essence is, however, entirely present with it. But there are different kinds of presence. First, when sense things are present with intelligible things, at least to those to which they can be present. Second, when intelligible entities are present to each other. Likewise, when the body is present to the soul. Another, when a science is present to the soul. Further, when a science is present to another science, and both coexist in the same intelligence. Last, when a body is present to another body. How various things can participate in the same principle. 12. When a sound resounds in the air, and when it constitutes a word, the ear that is present hears and perceives this sound and this word, especially if the place be quiet. If another ear should come to be in this place, the sound and the word approach it likewise, or rather, this ear will approach the word. Suppose also that several eyes consider the same object. All are filled with its sight, although this object occupy a determinate place. Thus, the same object will impress different organs with different perceptions, because the one is an eye and the other is an ear. Likewise, all the things that can participate in the soul do participate therein, but each receives a different power from one and the same principle. The sound is everywhere present in the air. It is not a divided unity, but a unity present everywhere entirely. Likewise, if the air receive the form of the visible object, it possesses it without division. For in whatever place the eye should place itself, it perceives the form of the visible object, at least according to our opinion, for not all philosophers agree herewith. We give these examples to explain how several things may participate in one and the same principle. Besides, the example of the sound suffices to demonstrate what we here wish to explain, namely, that the entire form is present in the entire air. For all men would not hear the same thing, if the word uttered by the sound were everywhere entire, and if each ear did not likewise hear it entire. Now, if in this case the entire word spread in the entire air, without some definite part of the word being united to a certain part of the air, and some other part of the word being united with another part of the air, how could we refuse to admit that a single soul penetrates everywhere without dividing herself with the things, that she is entirely present everywhere where she is, that she is everywhere in the world without dividing into parts that correspond to those of the world? When she has united with the bodies, in whatever kind of union, she bears an analogy to the word which has been pronounced in the air, while before uniting with the bodies, she resembles him who pronounces or is about to pronounce some word. Nevertheless, even when she has united to the bodies, she does not really in certain respects cease resembling him who pronounces a word, and who, while pronouncing it, possesses it, and gives it at the same time. Doubtless the word does not have a nature identical with those things that we proposed to illustrate by this example. Nevertheless, there is much analogy between them. The body's relation to the soul is a passage into the world of life. Let us study the relation of the world soul to bodies. As this relation is of a different kind, it must be understood that the soul is not partly in herself and partly in the bodies. Simultaneously, she dwells entirely within herself, and also projects her image into the multiplicity of the bodies, which reflect her like mirrors. Suppose that some definite body approach the soul to receive life from her. It obtains life silently, and thus possesses what already was in other bodies. Indeed, conditions had not been arranged so that a part of the soul located in a certain place should await a body so as to enter into it. But this part of the soul which enters into a body, so to speak, existed already in the universe, that is to say, in herself, and she continued to exist in herself, although she seemed to have descended here below. How indeed should the soul descend here below? Therefore, if she did not descend here below, if she only manifested her actual presence without awaiting the body which was to participate in her, evidently the soul dwells in herself simultaneously with becoming present to this body. Now, if the soul dwell in herself at the same time as she becomes present to this body, for it is not the soul that came into this body, it is the body which entered into her. It is the body which, being till then outside of veritable essence, entered into it, and passed into the world of life. Now, the world of life was all in itself, without extension, and therefore without division. The body has therefore not entered into it as in something that possesses extension. It commenced by participating, not in one of the parts of the world of life, but in this whole world entirely. If an additional body should also enter it, it will participate in it in the same way entirely. Consequently, if we said that the world of life is entire in these bodies, it is similarly entire in each of them. It is therefore everywhere the same and numerically one, without dividing, but always present entire. Extension is merely a sign of participation in the world of life. 13. Whence originates extension in our universe and in the animals? The world of life contains no extension. Sensation, whose testimony hinders us from believing what we are told in this respect, reveals to us here and there the world of life. But reason tells us that, if we see it thus, it is not that it is really extended here and there, but that all that possesses extension has participated in the world of life, which, however, has no extension. Participation can be only in the intelligible. When a being participates in something, evidently it does not participate in itself, for thus it would really participate in nothing, and would remain what it was. The body that participates in something must, therefore, not participate in corporeal nature, for it possesses it already. Consequently, the body will not participate in the corporeal nature any more than a magnitude would participate in a magnitude which it possesses already. Let us even admit that a magnitude be increased, yet on that account alone it would not participate in magnitude, for a 2-foot object does not become a 3-foot object, but the object which first had a certain quantity merely changes to some other quantity, otherwise 2 would become 3. Thus, since that which has extension and is divided participates in genus that is different and even very different, the thing in which it participates must neither be divided nor have extension, but have absolutely no kind of quantity. Consequently, the being, which everywhere is present entire, must be present, though remaining indivisible. It is not indivisible merely because it is small, which would not make it any less divisible, only it would no more be proportioned to the universe. It would not spread in the corporeal mass in the degree that it increases. Neither does it resemble a point, but it includes an infinity of points. Consequently, what you might suppose was a point would include an infinity of separate points, and could not be continuous, nor consequently proportion itself to the universe. If then every corporeal mass possess the being which is present everywhere, it must possess it entire in all the parts that compose it. Nothing in the universal Soul is begotten; it only seems so. 14. But if one and the single soul be in each person, how does each have his own soul? How then can one soul be good, while the other is evil? The universal Soul communicates her life to each, for she contains all the souls and all the intelligences. She possesses simultaneously unity and infinity. In her breast she contains all the souls, each distinct from her, but not separated. Otherwise, how could the soul possess the infinite? It might still be objected that the universal Soul simultaneously contains all things, all lives, all souls, all the intelligences, that these are not each circumscribed by limits, and that is the reason they form a unity. Indeed, there had to be in the universal Soul a life, not only one, but infinite, and yet single. This one life had to be one so far as it was all lives, as these did not get confused in this unity, but that they should originate there, while at the same time they should remain located in the place from where they had started, or rather, they never left the womb of the universal Soul, for they have always subsisted in the same state. Indeed, nothing was begotten in the universal Soul. She did not really divide herself; she only seems divided in respect to what receives her. Everything within her remains what it has always been, but that which was begotten, namely the body, approaches the Soul, and seems to unite with her, and depends on her. Relation of man to the intelligible world. And what are we? Are we the universal Soul, or are we what approaches her and what is begotten in time, that is, the body? No, we are not bodies. Before the generation of the bodies had been accomplished, we existed already on high. Some of us were men, others of us were even divinities, that is, we were pure souls, intelligences connected with universal being. We formed parts of the intelligible world, parts that were neither circumscribed nor separated, but which belonged to the entire intelligible world. Even now, indeed, we are not separated from the intelligible world, but the intelligible man in us has received, and is joined by a man who desired to be different from the former, that is, the sense-man desired to be independent, and finding us, for we were not outside of the universe, he surrounded us, and added himself to the intelligible man, who then was each one of us. We are not always both men, as we should be. Now, suppose a single sound or word. Those who listen to it hear it and receive it, each in his own way. Hearing passes into each of them in the condition of an actualization, and perceives what is acting on it. We thus became two men at once, the intelligible man and the sense-man who added himself to the former. We are no longer, as before, only one of the two, or rather, we are sometimes still only one of them, the man who added himself to the first. This occurs every time that the first man slumbers in us, and is not present, in a certain sense, when we fail to reflect about the conceptions of intelligence. How the body approached the soul. 15. But how did the body approach the universal Soul? As this body had an aptitude for participation in the soul, it received that for which it was fit. Now it was disposed to receive a particular soul. That is why it did not receive the universal Soul. Although the latter be present with this body, she does not become entirely suitable to it. That is why plants and the non-human souls likewise possess only so much of the universal Soul as they were able to receive from her. Likewise, when a voice challenges notice, so some persons grasp only the sound, others grasp also the signification. As soon as the animal has been begotten, it possesses within itself the presence of a soul derived from the universal being, and by which it remains united with this being, because then it possesses a body that is neither empty nor inanimate. This body was not before in an inanimate place, and when it was begotten, it only further reapproximated itself to the soul by its aptitude to receive life. It became not only a body, but also a living body, thanks to the neighborhood to the soul. It received a trace of the soul, and by that I do not mean a part of the soul, but a kind of heat or light which emanated from the soul, and which in the body begat desires, pleasures, and pains. The body of the thus begotten animal was therefore not a body foreign to life. The soul that had issued from the divine principle remained tranquil according to her own nature, and was subsisting in herself, when that part which was troubled by her own weakness, and was spontaneously fluctuating around when assailed by impulsions from without, first complained audibly by herself, and then in that part of the animal which is common to the soul and body, and communicated her disturbance to the entire living being. Thus, when a deliberative assembly calmly examines some question, a confused mob, driven by hunger or excited by some passion, may come to spread trouble and disorder in the whole assembly. As long as such people keep quiet, the voice of the wise man may be heard by them, and as a result, the crowd retains orderliness, its worst part remaining subordinate. Otherwise, the worst part dominates, while the better part remains silent, because the trouble hinders the crowd from listening to reason. Thus does evil come to reign in a city and in an assembly. Likewise, evil reigns in him who allows himself to be dominated by this disorderly crowd of fears, desires, and passions that he bears within his breast, and that will last until he reduce that crowd to obedience, until he become again the man he formerly was before descending here below, and until he regulate his life according to the better man. What he then will grant to the body will be granted as to something foreign. As to him who lives now in one manner and now in another, he is a man of mingled good and evil. This doctrine explains the myths of ancient philosophers. 16. If the soul could not become evil, and if there be but a single way for the soul to enter the body and to remain present within it, there would be no meaning in the periodical descents and ascents of the soul, the chastisements she undergoes, and the migration into the bodies other than human bodies, that is, animal ones. Such mythological teachings have indeed been handed down from the ancient philosophers who best expounded the soul. Now, it will be well to show that our doctrine harmonizes with that which they have taught, or that at least there is no contradiction between them. The soul's descent into the body. We have just explained that when the body participates in the soul does not somehow go beyond herself to enter into the body; that it is, on the contrary, the body which enters into the soul on participating in life, or evidently, when the ancient philosophers say that the soul comes into the body, this means that the body enters into essence and participates in the life and the soul. In one word, to come does not here signify passing from one place into another, but indicates in what way the soul enters into dealings with the body. Therefore, to descend means for the soul to grow into a body, in the sense in which we have explained it. That means to give the body something of the soul, and not for the soul to become the property of the body. Consequently, the soul's issuing from the body must again mean that the body ceases to participate in life. Procedure of the descent of the soul. This is how this participation takes place for the parts of this universe, that is, the bodies. Being situated, as it were, on the confines of the intelligible world, the soul often gives the body something of herself, for by her power or potentiality she is the neighbor of the body, and finding herself close to it, she enters into dealings therewith by virtue of a law of her nature. But this intercourse is of evil, and to enfranchise herself from the body is good. Why? Because if the soul be not the property or slave of the body in this intercourse, she nevertheless unites herself to it, and though she were universal, she becomes individual, for her activity no longer is exclusively confined to the intelligible world, although she still by nature belong thereto. It is as if someone who was an expert in a whole science confined himself to a single proposition thereof, whereas a person who possesses a whole science should naturally consider its entirety, and not a mere part of it. Likewise, the soul, which belonged entirely to the intelligible world, and which partially blended her particular essence with the total essence, withdrew out of the universal essence, and became individual essence, because the body to which she confines her activities is only a part of this universe. It is as if the fire, endowed with the ability of burning everything, was reduced to burn out some small object, although it possessed power of universal scope. Indeed, when the particular soul is separated from the body, she is no longer particular in actualization. On the contrary, when she has separated herself from the universal soul, not by passing from one locality to another, but by applying her activity to a part of this universe, to a body, she becomes particular in actualization, though she remain universal in another manner, in potentiality. For when the soul presides over no body, she is truly universal, and is particular only in potentiality. What hell means for the career of the soul. Consequently, when we say that the soul is in hell, Hades, if we mean by Hades an invisible place, that means that the soul is separated from the body. If, on the contrary, we understand hell to mean a lower locality, we may also offer a reasonable interpretation, for now our soul is with our body and is located with it. But what is meant by saying that the soul is in hell after the body no longer exists? If the soul be not separated from her image, why should she not be where her image is? If the soul were separated from her image by philosophy, this image will alone go to the lower locality, while the soul lives purely in the intelligible world without any emanation. This is what we had to teach about the image born of some particular individual. As to the soul, if she concentrate in her breast the light that radiates around her, then turned towards the intelligible world, she entirely re-enters into this world. She is no longer in actualization. But this does not cause her to perish, for when she is incarnated in a body and is particular, she exists only potentially, while she attains to actualization when she becomes universal. So much for this point. Now, let us return to our subject. End of Ennead 6, Book 4. Ennead 6, Book 5, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. 6th Ennead, Book 5. The one identical essence is everywhere entirely present. Unity must be sought for in essence. 1. It is a common conception of human thought that a principle, single in number and identical, is everywhere present in its entirety. For it is an instinctive and universal truism that the divinity which dwells within each of us is single and identical in all. It cannot be expected that the men who will use this expression should be able to explain how God is present in us, and without subjecting their opinion to the scrutiny of reason, they will only affirm that such is the state of the case, and, resting in this conception, which is the spontaneous result of their understanding, they will all hold to this something that is single and only, and will refuse to give up this unity. That is the most solid principle of all, a principle that our souls whisper instinctively, and which is not deduced from the observation of particular things, but which claims our attention far before them, even before the maxim that everything aspires to the good. Now, this principle is true if all the beings aspire to unity, form an unity, and tend towards unity. This unity, advancing towards all other things, so far as it can advance, seems to be manifold, and indeed becomes so in certain respects. But the ancient nature, which is the desire of the good, that belongs to itself, really leads to unity, and every nature aspires to possess this unity by turning towards itself. For the good of the nature which is one is to belong to oneself, to be oneself, that is, to unify oneself. That is why it is reasonably said that the good peculiarly belongs to this nature, and must not be sought outside of it. How indeed could the good have fallen outside of the essence, or be found in non-essence? It must evidently be sought in essence, since itself is not non-essence. If then the good be essence, and may be found in essence, it must be within itself in each of us. We cannot, therefore, be far from essence, but we are in it. Neither is it far from us. All beings, therefore, constitute but a unity. Being is the basis of judgment in things participating in being. 2. As the human reason which undertakes to examine the question here raised is not one, but divided, It makes use of corporeal nature in its researches by borrowing its principles. That is why reason, thinking it intelligible being, similar to bodies, divides it, doubting its unity. It could not be otherwise because its investigation was not founded on the proper immanent principles. We must, therefore, in our discussion about the one universal essence, choose principles capable of enlisting support, principles that would be intellectual, that is, would connect with intelligible entities and veritable being. For, since our sense nature is agitated by continual flux, being subject to all kinds of changes, trending towards all directions of space, it should consequently be called not being, but generation, or becoming. The eternal essence, on the contrary, is not divided. It subsists ever in the same manner and in the same state, neither is born nor perishes, occupies neither place nor space, does not reside in any determinate location, neither enters nor issues, but remains in itself. A discussion about the nature of bodies begins with this physical nature, and the things that are related to it, which deductively give rise to probable proofs by the aid of syllogisms equally probable. But when we deal with intelligible entities, our starting point must be the nature of the being considered. Principles have to be legitimately derived therefrom, and then, without surreptitiously substituting any other nature inductively, borrow from the intelligible being itself the conception formed about it. For being, or whatness, is everywhere taken as principle, and it is said that the definition of an object, when well made, sets forth many of its accidents. Therefore, when we are dealing with things where being is everything, we must so much the more apply our whole attention to this being, base all our arguments thereon, and refer everything to it. Intelligible essence is both in and out of itself. 3. If intelligible essence be essential essence, if it be immutable, if it never evade itself, if it admit of no generation, and be not in any place, the result is that, by virtue of its nature, it ever remains within itself, has no parts distant from each other, located in different places, that it does not issue from itself, which would lead it to inhere in different subjects, or at least to inhere in one subject, and consequently no longer to dwell in itself, and no longer to remain impassible. For if it inhered in something different from itself, it would be exposed to suffering, passion, or experience. As, however, this is impossible, it cannot inhere in anything other than itself. Therefore, since it never departs from itself, as it is never divided, as it exists within several things simultaneously without undergoing any change, as it exists within itself one and simultaneously entire, it must, while existing in several things, remain everywhere identical, that is, be everywhere entire both in itself and out of itself. Consequently, it does not exist within any determinate thing, but the other things participate in it, so far as they are capable of approaching it, and so far as they do approach it in the measure in which they are capable. That entire being is present everywhere is the only solution of the puzzle. Consequently, it will be necessary either to reject the propositions set forth above, that is, the principles which have been established, and deny the existence of the intelligible entities, or, as this is impossible, to recognize the truth of what has been advanced from the very beginning of this discussion. The essence which is one and identical is indivisible, and exists as single everywhere. It is not distant from any of the other things, and nevertheless, to be near them, it has no need of spreading, of letting certain portions of its essence flow. It remains entire in itself, and though it produce something inferior, it does not, on that account, abandon itself, and does not extend itself hither and yon in other things. Otherwise, it would be on one side, while the things it produces would be on the other, and it would occupy a place finding itself separated therefrom. As to these produced things, each of them is either a whole or a part. If it be a part, it will not preserve the nature of the all, as we have already said. If, however, it be all, we shall have to divide it in as many parts as that in which it subsists, or it will have to be granted that the identical essence can simultaneously be everywhere entire. This is a demonstration drawn from the matter itself, which contains nothing external to the being that we are examining, and which does not borrow anything from any other nature. God's presence everywhere entire, described as infinite. 4. Let us therefore contemplate this divinity, who is not present here and absent there, but who is everywhere. All those who have any idea of the divinities admit that they, as well as that supreme divinity, are present everywhere. Reason compels this admission. Now, since the divinity is everywhere, he is not divided; otherwise, he would not be present everywhere. He would have his parts, one here and another there. He would no longer be a unity; he would resemble an expanse divided into a number of parts. He would be annihilated in this division, and all his parts would no longer form the whole. In short, he would have become body. If that be impossible, we shall have to admit that to which before we refused assent, to which all human nature testifies, namely, that the divinity is everywhere simultaneously present, entire and identical. If we acknowledge such a nature as infinite, since it has no limits, this will be granting that it lacks nothing. Now, if it lacks nothing, it must be present to every essence. If it could not be essence, there would be places where it did not exist, and it would lack something. The essences which exist beneath the One exist simultaneously with Him, are posterior to Him, refer to Him, and reattach themselves to Him as His creatures, so that to participate in what is posterior to Him is to participate in Himself. As in the intelligible world there is a multitude of beings which there occupy the first, second, or third ranks, in that they depend from that only center of a single sphere, and as they coexist there without any separating distance between them, The result is that the essences which occupy the first or second ranks are present there, even where are the beings that occupy the third rank. Example of the sun and the rays. 5. In order to clear up this point, the following illustration has been much used. Let us imagine a multitude of rays which start from a single center, and you will succeed in conceiving the multitude begotten in the intelligible world. But admitting this proposition, that things begotten in the intelligible, and which are called multitude, exist simultaneously, one observation must be added. In the circle, the rays, which are not distinct, may be supposed to be distinct, because the circle is a plane. But there, where there is not even the extension proper to a plane, where there are only potentialities and beings without extension, all things must be conceived as centers united together in a single center, as might be the rays considered before their development in space, and considered in their origin, where with the center they form but a single and same point. If now you imagine developed rays, they will depend from the points from where they started, and every point will not be any the less a center, as nothing will separate it from the first center. Thus these centers, though united to the first center, will not any the less have their individual existence, and will form a number equal to the rays of which they are the origins. As many rays as will come to shine in the first center, so many centers will there seem to be, and nevertheless all together will form but a single one. Now, if we compare all intelligible entities to centers, and I mean centers that coincide in a single center, and unite therein, but which seem multiple because of the different rays which manifest, without begetting them, such rays could give us some idea of the things by the contact of which intelligible being seems to be manifold and present everywhere. The unity of manifoldness. 6. Intelligible entities indeed, though they form a manifold, nevertheless form an unity. On the other hand, though they form an unity, yet by virtue of their infinite nature they also form a manifold. They are the multitude in unity, and unity in multitude. They all subsist together. They direct their actualization towards the whole, with the whole, and it is still with the whole that they apply themselves to the part. The part receives within itself the first action, as if it were that of only a part, but nevertheless it is the whole that acts. It is as if a man in himself, on descending into a certain man, became this man without, however, ceasing being the man in himself. The material man, proceeding from the ideal man, who is single, has produced a multitude of men, who are the same because one and the same thing has impressed its seal on a multitude. Thus the man in himself, and every intelligible entity in itself, and then the whole entire universal essence, is not in the multitude, but the multitude is in the universal essence, or rather refers to it. For if whiteness be everywhere present in the body, it is not in the same manner as the soul of an individual is present and identical in all the organs. It is in this latter manner that the essence is present everywhere. Parable of the head with faces all around. 7. Our nature and we ourselves all depend on cosmic being. We aspire to it, we use it as principle from the very beginning. We think the intelligible entities contained in essence, without having either images or impressions thereof. Consequently, when we think the intelligible entities, the truth is that we are these very intelligible entities themselves. Since we thus participate in the genuine knowledge, we are the intelligible entities, not because we receive them in us, but because we are in them. However, as beings other than we constitute intelligible entities, as well as we are all the intelligibles. We are intelligible entities so far as they subsist simultaneously with all essences. Consequently, all of us together form but a single unity. When we turn our gaze outside of Him from whom we depend, we no longer recognize that we are an unity. We then resemble a multitude of faces, which, being disposed in a circle, would, as seen from the exterior, form a plurality, but which in the interior would form but a single head. If one of these faces could turn around, either spontaneously or by the aid of Minerva, it would see that itself is the divinity, that it is the universal essence. No doubt, it would not at first see itself as universal, but later, not being able to find any landmarks by which to determine its own limits, and to determine the distance to which it extends, it would have to give up the attempt to distinguish itself from the universal essence, and it would become the universal essence, without ever changing location, and by remaining in the very foundation of the universal essence. This is proved by the participation of matter in ideas. 8. Whoever will consider the participation of matter in ideas will be impressed with the above theory, will declare it is not impossible, and express no further doubts. It is necessary to admit the impossibility of a conception such as the following. On one hand, the ideas separate from matter; on the other hand, matter at a distance from them, and then an irradiation from on high descending on matter. Such a conception would be senseless. What meaning would lie in the separation of the ideas, and this distance of matter? Would it not then be very difficult to explain and to understand what is called the participation of matter in ideas? Only by examples can we make our meaning clear. Doubtless, when we speak of an irradiation, we do not, however, mean anything similar to the irradiation of some visible object. But as the material forms are images, and as they have ideas as archetypes, we say that they are illuminated by the ideas, so as to convey the idea that that which is illuminated is different from that which illumines. Now, however, to express ourselves more exactly, we shall have to enforce that the idea is not locally separated from matter, and does not reflect itself therein as some object does in water. On the contrary, matter surrounds the idea on all sides, touches it somehow without touching it. Then, in its entirety, it receives what it is capable of receiving from its vicinity to the idea, without any intermediary, without the idea penetrating through the whole of matter, or hovering above it, without ceasing to remain within itself. The soul, as entire, fashioned the whole and the individuals. Since the idea of fire, for instance, is not in matter, let us imagine matter serving as subject for the elements. The idea of fire, without itself descending into matter, will give the form of the fire to the whole fiery matter, while the fire, first mingled with matter, will constitute a multiple mass. The same conception may be applied to the other elements. If, then, the intelligible fire appear in everything as producing therein an image of itself, it does not produce this image in matter as if it had separated itself therefrom locally, as would have occurred in the irradiation of a visible object. Otherwise, it would be somewhere, and it would fall under the senses. Since the universal fire is multiple, we must conclude that while its idea remains in itself, outside of all place, it itself has begotten the localities. Otherwise, we would have to think that, having become multiple by its parts, it would extend, by withdrawing from itself, to become multiple in this manner, and to participate several times in the same principle. Now, being indivisible, the idea has not given a part of its being to matter. Nevertheless, in spite of its unity, it has communicated a form to what was not contained in its unity. It granted its presence to the universe without fashioning this by one of its parts, and that by some other part. It was as an entire whole that it fashioned the whole and the individuals. It would indeed be ridiculous to suppose that there was a multitude of the ideas of fire, so that each fire might be formed by its own particular idea. If that were the case, the ideas would be innumerable. Further, how would we divide the things that have been generated by the fire, since it is single and continuous? If we augment the material fire by adding to it another fire, it is evidently the same idea which will produce in this portion of matter the same things as in the remainder, for it could not be another idea. The unity of the soul proves that of the Supreme. 9. If all the elements, when begotten, were to be gathered into one sphere, there would be an opportunity of observing and comparing them. The result would be a conclusion that this sphere does not have a plurality or a diversity of authors, one of whom would have created one part, and another author another. The production of this sphere will imply a single author, who created it by acting as a whole, not producing one part of creation by one part of himself, and another part of creation by another part of himself. In the latter case, the sphere might still have several authors, if the production of the totality were not traced to a single, indivisible principle. Though this single and indivisible principle be the author of the entire sphere, it does not interpenetrate the sphere, for it is the entire sphere which depends on its author. One only and single life contains the entire sphere, because this is located in a single life. All the things that are in the sphere may therefore be reduced to a single life, and all the souls form a soul which is single, but which is simultaneously infinite. That is why certain philosophers have said that the soul is a number, others that the number produces increase in the soul. no doubt meaning by that that nothing is deficient in soul, that she is everywhere without ceasing to be herself. As to the expression, to produce increase to the soul, this must not be taken literally, but so as to mean that the soul, in spite of her unity, is absent nowhere. For the unity of the soul is not a unity that can be measured. That is the peculiarity of another being which falsely claims unity for itself, and which succeeds in gaining the appearance of unity only by participating therein. The essence, which really is one, is not a unity composed of several things, for the withdrawal of one of them would destroy the total unity. Nor is it separated from the other things by limits, for if the other things were assimilated thereto, it would become smaller in the case where these would be greater. Either it would split itself up into fragments by seeking to penetrate all, and instead of being present to all as an entirety, it would be reduced to touching their parts by its own parts. If then this essence may justly be called one, if unity may be predicated of its being, it must in a certain manner seem to contain the nature opposed to its own, that is, the manifold. It must not attract this manifoldness from without, but it must from and by itself possess this manifold. It must veritably be one, and by its own unity be infinite and manifold. Being such, it seems as if it were everywhere a reason, a being, which is single, and which contains itself. It is itself that which contains, and thus containing itself, it is nowhere distant from itself. It is everywhere in itself. It is not separated from any other being by a local distance, for it existed before all the things which are in a locality. It had no need of them. It is they, on the contrary, which need to be founded on it. Even though they should come to be founded on it, it would not on that account cease resting on itself as a foundation. If this foundation were to be shaken, immediately all other things would perish, since they would have lost the base on which they rested. Now this essence could not lose reason to the point of dissolving itself by withdrawing from itself, and to be about to trust itself to the deceptive nature of space, which needs it for preservation. The being loves essence as entire. 10. Animated by wisdom, this essence dwells in itself, and it could never inhere in other things. It is these, on the contrary, that come to depend from it, as if with passion seeking where it may be. That is the love that watches at the door of the beloved, which remains ever near the beautiful, agitated with the desire of possessing it, and esteeming itself happy to share in its gifts. Indeed, the lover of the celestial beauty does not receive beauty itself, but as he stands near it, he shares in its favors, while the latter remains immovable in itself. There are therefore many beings which love one only and the same thing, who love it entire, and who, when they possess it entire, in the measure in which they are capable of doing so, for they desire to possess it entire. Why then should not this essence suffice to all by remaining within itself? It suffices precisely because it remains within itself. It is beautiful because it is present to all as an entire whole. Reason also is a whole. For us, wisdom also is a whole. It is common to all of us because it is not different in different places. It would indeed be ridiculous for it to need existence in some locality. Besides, wisdom does not resemble whiteness, for whiteness is the quality of a body, while wisdom does not at all belong to the body. If we really participate in wisdom, we necessarily aspire to some thing single and identical, which exists in itself as a whole simultaneously. When we participate in this wisdom, we do not receive it in fragments, but entire. And the wisdom which you possess entire is not different from that which I myself possess. We find an image of this unity of wisdom in the assemblies and meetings of men, where all those present seem to help in making up a single wisdom. It seems that each one, isolated from the others, would be powerless to find wisdom. But when the same person is in a meeting, where all the minds agree together, in applying themselves to a single object, he would produce, or rather discover, wisdom. What indeed hinders different minds from being united within one same and single intelligence? Although intelligence be common to us and to other men, we do not notice this community. It is as if, touching a single object with several fingers, one should later imagine having touched several objects, or as if one had struck a single chord of the lyre without seeing it, and thinking that one had struck different chords. By the intelligible parts of their being, all men share the same intelligible. Let us return to our subject. We were seeking how we might attain the good with our souls. The good that you attain is not different from the one that I myself attain. It is the same. And when I say that it is the same, I do not mean that from the good descended upon us both different things, so that the good would remain somewhere on high, while his gifts descended down here. On the contrary, I mean that he who gives is present to those who receive, so that these may veritably receive. I mean besides that he gives his gifts to beings who are intimately united with him, and not to beings who might be foreign to him. For intellectual gifts cannot be communicated in a local manner. One even sees different bodies, in spite of the distance that separates them, receiving the same gifts, because the gift granted and the effect produced tend to the same result. Much more, all the actions and passions which produce themselves in the body of the universe are contained within it, and nothing comes to it from without. Now, if a body which by its nature, as it were, scatters itself, because it is in a perpetual flowing wastage, nevertheless receives nothing from without, how would a being that has no extension retain nothing from without? How would a being that has no extension retain something from without? Consequently, as all are contained in one and the same principle, we see the good, and we altogether touch it by the intelligible part of our nature. The intelligible world has much more unity than the sense world. Besides, the intelligible world has much more unity than the sense world. Otherwise, there would be two sense worlds, since the intelligible sphere would not differ from the sense sphere if the former did not have more unity than the latter. In respect to unity, therefore, the intelligible world would surpass the sense sphere. It would indeed be ridiculous to admit that one of the two spheres would have an extension suitable to its nature, while the other, without any necessity, would extend, and would withdraw from its center. Why would not all things conspire together to unity in the intelligible world? There, indeed, no one thing hinders another by impenetrability, any more than the conception that you have of a notion or of a proposition in no wise hinders the one that I have in myself, any more than different notions mutually hinder each other in the same soul. To the objection that such a union could not take place for separate beings, an affirmative answer may be given, but only if one dare to suppose that veritable beings are corporeal masses. How the intelligible may remain unmoved and yet penetrate in the world. 11. How can the intelligible, which has no extension, penetrate into the whole body of the universe, which has no such extension? How does it remain single and identical, and how does it not split up? This question has been raised several times, and we sought to answer it so as to leave no uncertainty. We have often demonstrated that the things are thus. Nevertheless, it will be well to give some further convincing proofs, although we have already given the strongest demonstration and the most evident one by teaching the quality of the nature of the intelligible, explaining that it is not a vast mass, some enormous stone which, located in space, might be said to occupy an extension determined by its own magnitude, and would be incapable of going beyond its limits. For its mass and its power would be measured by its own nature, which is that of a stone. The intelligible essence, on the contrary, being the primary nature, has no extension that is limited or measured, because it itself is the measure of the sense nature, and because it is the universal power without any determinate magnitude. Nor is it within time, because the time is continually divided into intervals, while eternity dwells in its own identity, dominating and surpassing time by its perpetual power, though this seemed to have an unlimited course. Time may be compared to a line which, while extending indefinitely, ever depends from a point, and turns around it, so that into whatever place it advances, it always reveals the immovable point around which it moves in a circle. If by nature time be in the same relation as is this line with its center, and if the identical essence be infinite by its power as well as by its eternity, by virtue of its infinite power, it will have to produce a nature which would in some way be parallel to this infinite power, which rises with it and depends from it, and which finally, by the movable course of time, tries to equal this power which remains movable in itself. But then, even this power of the intelligible essence remains superior to the universe, because the former determines the extension of the latter. How the inferior nature can participate in the intelligible. How could, then, the inferior nature participate in the intelligible, at least to the extent of its capacity? Because the intelligible is everywhere present in its entirety, although by the impotence of the things that receive it, it be not perceived in its entirety in each of these things. The identical essence is present everywhere, not indeed as the material triangle, which is multiple in respect to number in several subjects, although it be identical therein in respect to being, but as the immaterial triangle from which depend material triangles. Why then is the material triangle not everywhere like the immaterial triangle? Because matter does not entirely participate in the immaterial triangle, as it also receives other forms, and since it does not apply itself entirely to every intelligible entity. Indeed, the primary nature does not give itself as an entirety to everything, but it communicates itself first to the primary genera of essences, then through these it communicates itself to the other essences. Besides, it is not any the less from the very beginning present to the entire universe. Life interpenetrates all and knows no limits. 12. But how does this primary nature make itself present to the whole universe? It is present to the universe because it is the one life. Indeed, in the world considered as a living being, the life does not extend to certain limits beyond which it cannot spread, for it is present everywhere. But how can it be everywhere? Remember, the power of life is not a determinate quantity, if, by thought, it be infinitely divided. Still, it never alters its fundamental characteristic of infinity. This life does not contain any matter. Consequently, it cannot be split up like a mass and end in being reduced to nothing. When you have succeeded in gaining a conception of the inexhaustible and infinite power of the intelligible essence, of its nature that is unceasing, indefatigable, that suffices itself completely to the point that its life, so to speak, overflows, whatever be the place on which you fix your gaze or direct your attention, where will you find absence of that intelligible essence? On the contrary, you can neither surpass its greatness, nor arrive at anything infinitely small, as if the intelligible essence had nothing further to give, and as if it were gradually becoming exhausted. If you see anything beyond it, you depart from it. When, therefore, you will have embraced the universal essence and will be resting within it, you must not seek anything beyond it. Otherwise, you will be withdrawing from it and directing your glance on something foreign. You will fail to see what is near you. If, on the contrary, you seek nothing beyond it, you will be similar to a universal essence. How? You will be entirely united to it. You will not be held back by any of its parts, and you will not even be saying, "This is what I am." By forgetting the particular being that you are, you will be becoming the universal being. You had indeed already been the universal essence, but you were something besides. You were inferior by that very circumstance, because that which you possessed beyond the universal essence did not proceed from the universal essence, for nothing can be added thereto, but rather had come from that which is not universal. When you become a determined being, because you borrow something from non-essence, you cease being universal. But if you abandon non-essence, you will be increasing yourself. It is by setting aside all the rest that the universal essence may be discovered, for essence does not reveal itself so long as one remains with the rest. It does not approach you to make you enjoy its presence. It is you who are straying from it when it ceases to be present. Besides, when you stray away, you are not actually straying away from it, as it continues to be present. You are not distant from it, but though being near essence, you have turned away from it. Thus, even the other divinities, though they be present to many human beings, often reveal themselves only to some one person, because he alone is able or knows how to contemplate them. These divinities, according to Homer, assume many different forms, and haunt the cities. But it is to the supreme divinity that all the cities, all the earth, and all the heavens turn, for the universe subsists by Him, and in Him. From Him also do all real essences derive their existence. It is from Him that all depend, even the universal Soul, and the universal life. It is to His infinite unity that they all turn as to their goal, a unity which is infinite precisely because it has no extension. End of Ennead 6, Book 5. Ennead 6, Book 6, Part 1, by Plotinus, translated by Kenneth Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. 6th Ennead, Book 6, of Numbers. Manifoldness is distance from unity and evil. 1. Does manifoldness consist in distance from unity? Is infinity this distance carried to the extreme because it is an innumerable manifoldness? Is then infinity an evil, and are we ourselves evil when we are manifold? That is probable. Or every being becomes manifold when, not being able to remain turned towards itself, it blossoms out, it extends while dividing, and thus losing all unity in its expansion, it becomes manifoldness because there is nothing that holds its parts mutually united. If, nevertheless, there still remain something that holds its parts mutually united, then, though blossoming out, the essence remains and becomes manifoldness. How manifoldness is an evil. But what is there to be feared in magnitude? If the essence that has increased could feel, it would feel that which in itself has become evil, for it would feel that it had issued from itself, and had even gone to a great distance from itself. No essence, indeed, seeks that which is other than itself. Every essence seeks itself. The movement by which an essence issues from itself is caused either by audacity or necessity. Every being exists in the highest degree, not when it becomes manifold or great, but when it belongs to itself. Now, this occurs when it concentrates upon itself. That which desires to become great in some other manner is ignorant of that in which true greatness consists. instead of proceeding towards its legitimate goal, it turns towards the outside. Now, on the contrary, to turn towards oneself is to remain in oneself. The demonstration of this may be seen in that which participates in greatness. If the being develop itself so that each of its parts exist apart, each part will indeed exist, but the being will no longer be what it originally was. To remain what it is, all its parts must converge towards unity, so that to be what it was in its being, it should not be large but single. When it possesses magnitude, and quantity inheres in it, it is destroyed, while when it possesses unity, it possesses itself. Doubtless, the universe is both great and beautiful, but it is beautiful only so far as the unity holds it in from dissipating into infinity. Besides, if it be beautiful, it is not because it is great, but because it participates in beauty. Now, if it need participation in beauty, it is only because it has become so large. Indeed, isolated from beauty, and considered in itself as great, it is ugly. From this point of view, what is great is with beauty in the relation obtaining between matter and form, because what needs adornment is manifold. Consequently, what is great has so much more need of being adorned, and is so much more ugly as it is great. What is the number of the infinite? 2. What opinion should we hold of that which is called the number of infinity? We must begin by examining how it can be a number, if it be infinite. Indeed, sense objects are not infinite. Consequently, the number which inheres in them could not be infinite, and he who numbers them does not number infinity. Even if they were multiplied by 2 or by more, they still could always be determined. If they were multiplied in respect of the past or the future, they would still be determined. It might be objected that number is not infinite in an absolute manner, but only in a relative manner, in this sense, that it is always possible to add thereto. But he who numbers does not create numbers. They were already determined, and they existed before being conceived by him who was numbering them. As beings in the intelligible world are determined, their number is also determined by the quantity of beings. Just as we make man manifold by adding to him the beautiful, and other things of the kind, we can make an image of number correspond to the image of every intelligible being. Just as, in thought, we can multiply a town that does not exist, so can we multiply numbers. When we number the parts of time, we limit ourselves to applying to them the numbers that we have in ourselves, and which merely on that account do not cease remaining in us. How the infinite reached existence. 3. How did the infinite, in spite of its infiniteness, reach existence? For the things which have arrived at existence, and which subsist, have been preparatorily contained in a number. Before answering this question, we must examine whether, when it forms part of veritable essences, multitude can be evil. On high, the manifoldness remains united, and is hindered from completely being manifoldness, because it is the one essence. But this is inferior to unity by this very condition, that it is manifoldness, and thus is imperfect in respect to unity. Therefore, though not having the same nature as the one, but a nature somewhat degraded in comparison with unity, manifoldness is inferior to unity. But by the effect of the unity which it derives from the One, since it is the one essence, it still possesses a venerable character, reduces to unity the manifold it contains, and makes it subsist in an immutable manner. How infinity can subsist in the intelligible world? How can infinity subsist in the intelligible world? Either it exists among the genuine essences, and then is determined, or it is not determined, and then it does not exist among the veritable essences. But it must be classified among the things which exist in perpetual becoming, such as time. The infinite is determinate, but it is not any the less infinite, for it is not the limit which receives the determination, but the infinite, and between the boundary and the infinite there is no intermediary that could receive the determination. This infinite acts as if it were the idea of the boundary, but it is contained by what embraces it exteriorly. When I say that it flees, I do not mean that it passes from one locality to another, for it has no locality, but I mean that space has existed from the very moment that this infinite was embraced. We must not imagine that what is called the movement of the infinite consists in a displacement, nor admit that the infinite by itself possesses any other of the things that could be named. Thus the infinite could neither move nor remain still. Where indeed would it halt, since the place indicated by the word "where" is posterior to infinity? Movement is attributed to infinity only to explain that the infinite has no permanency. Should we believe that the infinite exists on high in one only and single place, or that it arises there and descends here below? No, for it is in respect to one only and single place that we are unable to conceive both what has risen and does not descend, as well as that which descends. Infinity is conceived by the thoughts making abstraction of the form. How then can we conceive the infinite? By making abstraction of form by thought. How will it be conceived? We may conceive of the infinite as simultaneously being the contraries and not being them. It will have to be conceived as being simultaneously great and small, for the infinite becomes both of these. It may also be conceived as both being moved and being stable, for the infinite becomes these two things also. But before the infinite becomes these two contraries, it is neither of them in any determinate manner. Otherwise, you would have determined it. By virtue of its nature, the infinite is these things therefore in an indeterminate and infinite manner. Only on this condition will it appear to be these contrary things. If, by applying your thought to the infinite, you do not entice it into a determination, as into a net, you will see the infinite escaping you, and you will not find anything in it that would be a unity. Otherwise, you would have determined it. If you represented to yourself the infinite as a unity, it would seem to you manifold. If you say that it is manifold, it will again make game of you, for all things do not form a manifold where no one thing is one. From still another standpoint, the nature of the infinite is movement, and according to another nature, stability. For its property of being invisible by itself constitutes a movement which distinguishes it from intelligence. Its property of not being able to escape, of being exteriorly embraced, of being circumscribed within an unescapable circle, constitutes a sort of stability. Movement, therefore, cannot be predicated of infinity without also attributing stability to it. How other numbers form part of the intelligible world. 4. Let us now examine how the numbers form part of the intelligible world. Are they inherent in the other forms? Or are they, since all eternity, the consequences of the existence of these forms? In the latter case, as the very essence possessed primary existence, we would first conceive the monad; then, as movement and stability emanated from it, we would have the triad, and each one of the remaining intelligible entities would lead to the conception of some of the other numbers. If it were not so, if a unity were inherent in each intelligible entity, the unity inherent in the first essence would be the monad; the unity inherent in what followed it, if there be an order in the intelligible entities, would be the pair; last, the unity inhering in some other intelligible entity, such as, for instance, in 10, would be the decad. Nevertheless, this could not yet be so, each number being conceived as existing in itself. In this case, will we be compelled to admit that number is anterior to the other intelligible entities, or posterior thereto? On this subject, Plato says that men have arrived to the notion of number by the succession of days and nights, and he thus refers the conception of number to the diversity of objective things. He therefore seems to teach that it is first the numbered objects that by their diversity produce numbers, that number results from movement of the soul, which passes from one object to another, and that it is thus begotten when the soul enumerates, that is, when she says to herself, "Here is one object, and there is another," while so long as she thinks of one and the same object, she affirms nothing but unity. But when Plato says that being is in the veritable number, and that the number is in the being, he intends to teach that by itself number possesses a hypostatic substantial existence, that it is not begotten in the soul which enumerates, but that the variety of sense objects merely recalls to the soul the notion of number. Pythagorean intelligible numbers discussed. 5. What then is the nature of number? Is it a consequence, and partially an aspect of each being, like man and one man, essence and one essence? Can the same be said for all the intelligibles? And is that the origin of all numbers? If so, how is it that on high, in the intelligible world, the pair and triad exist? How are all things considered within unity, and how will it be possible to reduce number to unity, since it has a similar nature? There would thus be a multitude of unities, but no other number would be reduced to unity except the absolute One. It might be objected that a pair is the thing, or rather the aspect of the thing which possesses two powers joined together, such as is a composite reduced to unity, or such as the Pythagoreans conceived the numbers, which they seem to have predicated of other objects by analogy. For instance, they referred to justice as the tetrad or group of four, and likewise for everything else. Thus a number, as for instance a group of 10, would be considered as a single group of unity, and would be connected with the manifold contained in the single object. This, however, is an inadequate account of our conception of 10. We speak of the objects after gathering 10 separate objects. Later, indeed, if these 10 objects constitute a new unity, we call the group a decad. The same state of affairs must obtain with intelligible numbers. If such were the state of affairs, answers Plotinus, if number were considered only within objects, would it possess hypostatic existence? It might be objected, what then would hinder that, though we consider white within things, that nevertheless the white should besides have a hypostatic substantial existence? For movement is indeed considered within essence, and yet it is agreed that movement possesses a hypostatic substantial existence within essence. The case of number, however, is not similar to that of movement, for we have demonstrated that movement, thus considered in itself, is something unitary. Moreover, if no more than such a hypostatic substantial existence be predicated of number, it ceases to be a being and becomes an accident, though it would not even then be a pure accident. For what is an accident must be something before becoming the accident of some substance. Though being inseparable therefrom, it must possess its own individual nature in itself, like whiteness, and before being predicated of something else, it already is what it is posited. Consequently, if one be in every being, one man is not identical with man. If one be something different from man, and from every other being, if it be something common to all beings, one must be anterior to all men and to all other beings, so that man and all other beings may be one. The one is therefore anterior to movement, since movement is one, and likewise anterior to essence, to allow for essence also being one. This, of course, does not refer to the absolute unity that is recognized as superior to essence, but of the unity which is predicated of every intelligible form. Likewise, above that of which the decad is predicated subsists the decad in itself, for that in which the decad is recognized could not be the decad in itself. The intelligible unity and decad exist before all numbers 1 or 10. Does unity therefore inhere in essences, and does it subsist with them? If it inhere in essences, or if it be an accident, as health is an accident of man, it must be something individual, like health. If unity be an element of the composite, it will first have to exist individually, and be an unity in itself, so as to be able to unify itself to something else. Then, being blended with this other thing that it has unified, it will not longer remain really one, and will thereby even become double. Besides, how would that apply to the decad? What need of the intelligible decad has that which is already a decad, by virtue of the power it possesses? Will it receive its form from that decad? If it be its matter, if it be 10 and decad only because of the presence of the decad will have first to exist in itself, in the pure and simple state of being a decad. What is the nature of these intelligible numbers? 6. But if, independently of the things themselves, there be an one in itself, and a decad in itself, and if the intelligible entities be unities, pairs, or triads, independently of what they are by their being, what then is the nature of these numbers? What is their constitution? It must be admitted that a certain reason presides over the generation of these numbers. It is therefore necessary clearly to understand that in general, if intelligible forms at all exist, it is not because the thinking principle first thought each of them, and thereby gave them hypostatic existence. Justice, for instance, was not born because the thinking principle thought what justice was, nor movement because it thought what movement was. Thus thought had to be posterior to the thing thought, and the thought of justice to justice itself. On the other hand, thought is anterior to the thing that owes its existence to thought, since this thing exists only because it is thought. If then justice were identical with such a thought, it would be absurd that justice should be nothing else than its definition. For in this case, the thinking of justice or movement would amount to a conception of these objects by a definition. Now, this would be tantamount to conceiving the definition of a thing that did not exist, which is impossible. Justice, like an intellectual statue, was born of itself. The statement that in what is immaterial, knowledge and the known thing coincide, must not be understood to mean that it is the knowledge of the thing which is the thing itself, nor that the reason which contemplates an object is this object itself, but rather, conversely, that it is the thing which, existing without matter, is purely intelligible and intellection. I do not here mean the intellection, which is neither a definition nor an intuition of a thing, but I say that the thing itself, such as it exists in the intelligible world, is exclusively intelligence and knowledge. It is not the kind of knowledge that applies itself to the intelligible. It is the actual thing itself which keeps that knowledge thereof possessed by reason from remaining different from it, just as the knowledge of a material object remains different from that object. But it is a veritable kind of knowledge, that is, a knowledge which is not merely a simple image of the known thing, but really is the thing itself. It is not therefore the thought of the movement which produced movement in itself, but the movement in itself which produced the thought, so that the thought thinks itself as movement and as thought. On the one hand, intelligible movement is thought by the intelligible essence. On the other hand, it is movement in itself because it is first, for there is no movement anterior thereto. It is real movement because it is not the accident of a subject, but because it is the actualization of the essence which moves, and possesses actualized existence. It is therefore being, though it be conceived as different from essence. Justice, for instance, is not the simple thought of justice. It is a certain disposition of intelligence, or rather, it is an actualization of a determinate nature. The face of justice is more beautiful than the evening or morning stars, and than all visible beauty. Justice may be imagined as an intellectual statue which has issued from itself, and which has manifested itself, such as it is in itself, or rather which subsists essentially in itself. Intelligence thinks things not because they exist, but because it possesses them. 7. We must, in fact, conceive intelligible essences as subsisting in one nature, and one single nature as possessing and embracing all things. There, no one thing is separated from the others, as in the sense world, where the sun, moon, and other objects each occupy a different locality, but all things exist together in one unity. Such is the nature of intelligence. The universal soul imitates it in this respect, as does also the power called nature, conformably to which, and by virtue of which, individuals are begotten, each in a different place, while she remains in herself. But although all things exist together in the unity of intelligence, each of them is none the less different from the others. Now, these things which subsist in intelligence and being are seen by the intelligence that possesses them. not because it observes them, but because it possesses them, without feeling the need of distinguishing them from each other, because from all eternity they have dwelt within it distinct from each other. We believe in the existence of these things on the faith of those who admire them, because they have participated therein. As to the magnitude and beauty of the intelligible world, we can judge of it by the love which the soul feels for it, and if other things feel love for the soul, it is because she herself possesses an intellectual nature, and that by her the other things can, to some extent, become assimilated to intelligence. How indeed could we admit that here below was some organism gifted with beauty, without recognizing that the organism itself, the intelligible world, possesses an admirable and really unspeakable beauty? Further, the perfect organism is composed of all the organisms, or rather, it embraces all the organisms, just as our universe is one, yet simultaneously is visible, because it contains all the things which are in the visible universe. What and how is every intelligible entity? 8. Since then, the universal organism possesses primary existence, since it is simultaneously organism, intelligence, and veritable being, and as we state that it contains all organisms, numbers, justice, beauty, and the other similar beings, for we mean something different by the man himself, and number itself, and justice itself, we have to determine, so far as it is possible in such things, what is the condition and nature of each intelligible entity. Number must exist in the primary essence. To solve this problem, let us begin by setting aside sensation, and let us contemplate intelligence by our intelligence exclusively. Above all, let us clearly understand that, as in us, life and intelligence do not consist of a corporeal mass, but in a power without mass, likewise veritable being is deprived of all corporeal extension, and constitutes a power founded on itself. It does not indeed consist in something without force, but in a power sovereignly vital and intellectual, which possesses life in the highest degree, intelligence and being. Consequently, whatever touches this power participates in the same characteristics according to the manner of its touch, in a higher degree if the touch be close, in a lower degree if the touch be distant. If existence be desirable, the completest existence or essence is more desirable still. Likewise, if intelligence deserve to be desired, perfect intelligence deserves to be desired above everything, and the same state of affairs prevails in respect to life. If then we must grant that the essence is the first, and if we must assign the first rank to essence, the second to intelligence, and the third to the organism, as the latter seems already to contain all things, and intelligence justly occupies the second rank, because it is the actualization of being, then number could not enter into the organism, for before the organism already existed one and two, being and intelligence. Nor could number exist in intelligence, for before intelligence was being, which is both one and manifold. Number therefore must exist or originate in the primary being. Number follows and proceeds from essence. 9. It remains for us to discover whether it were being in the process of division that begat number, or whether it be the number that divided being. This is the alternative: either being, movement, stability, difference, and identity produced number, or it is number that produced all these categories or genera. Our discussion must start thus. Is it possible that number should exist in itself? Or must we contemplate 2 in 2 objects, 3 in 3 objects, and so forth? The same question arises about unity as considered within numbers. For if number can exist in itself independently of numbered things, it can also exist previously to the essences. Can number therefore exist before the essences? It might be well, preliminarily, to assert that number is posterior to the essence and proceeds therefrom. But then, if essence be one essence, and if 2 essences be 2 essences, one will precede essence, and the other numbers will precede the essences. Would number then precede the essences only in thought and conception, or also in the hypostatic existence? We should think as follows. When you think of a man as being one, or the beautiful as being one, the one that is thus conceived in both beings is something that is thought only afterward. Likewise, when you simultaneously consider a dog and a horse, here also, too, is evidently something posterior. But if you beget the man, if you beget the horse or the dog, or if you produce them outside when they already exist in you, without begetting them, nor producing them by mere chance of seeing them, you will say, we should go towards one being, then pass to another, and thus get 2, then make one more being by adding my person. Likewise, beings were not numbered after they were created, but before they were created, when the Creator decided how many should be created. Number split the unity into plurality. Pythagorean identification of ideas and numbers. The universal number therefore existed before the essences were created. Consequently, number was not the essences. Doubtless, number was in essence, but it was not yet the number of essence, for essence still was one. But the power of number, hypostatically existing within it, divided it and made it beget the manifold. Number is either the being or actualization of essence. The very organism and intelligence are number. Essence is therefore the unified number, while the essences are developed number. Intelligence is the number which moves itself, and the organism is the number that contains. Since therefore essence was born from unity, essence, as it existed within unity, must be number. That is why the Pythagoreans called the ideas unities and numbers. 2 kinds of number, essential and unitary. Such then is essential number, number that is being. The other kind of number, which is called a number composed of digits or unities, is only an image of the former. The essential number is contemplated in the intelligible forms, and assists in producing them. On the other hand, it exists primitively in essence, with essence, and before the essences. The latter find therein their foundation, source, root, and principle. Indeed, number is the principle of essence, and rests in it, otherwise it would split up. On the contrary, the one does not rest upon essence, otherwise essence would be one before participating in the one. Likewise, what participates in the decad would be the decad already before participating in the decad. essence is a location for the things yet to be produced. 10. Subsisting therefore in the manifold, essence therefore became number when it was aroused to multiplicity, because it already contained within itself a sort of preformation or representation of the essences, which it was ready to produce, offering the essences, as it were, a locality for the things whose foundation they were to be. When we say so much gold, or so many other objects, gold is one, and one does not thereby intend to make gold out of the number, but to make a number out of the gold. It is because one already possesses the number that one seeks to apply it to gold, so as to determine its quality. If essences were anterior to number, and if number were contemplated in them, when the enumerating power enumerates the objects, the number of the beings, whatever it is, would be accidental, instead of being determined in advance. If this be not the case, then must number, preceding the beings, determine how many of them must exist, which means that, by the mere fact of the primitive existence of the number, the beings, which are produced, undergo the condition of being so many, and each of them participates in unity whenever they are one. Now, every essence comes from essence, because essence by itself is essence. Likewise, the one is one by itself. If every being be one, and if the multitude of beings taken together form the unity that is in them, they are one, as the triad is one, and all beings also are one, not as is the monad or unity, but as is 1,000 or any other number. He who, while enumerating produced things, proclaims that there are 1,000 of them, claims to do no more than to tell out what he learns from the things, as if he was indicating their colors, while really he is only expressing a condition of his reason, without which he would not know how much of a multitude was present there. Why then does he speak so? Because he knows how to enumerate, which indeed he knows if he know the number, and this he can know only if the number exist. But not to know what is the number, at least under the respect of quantity, would be ridiculous and even impossible. An object's existence implies a previous model in itself. When one speaks of good things, one either designates objects which are such by themselves, or asserts that the good is their attribute. If one designate the goods of the first order, one is speaking of the first hypostasis or rank of existence. If one designate the things of which the good is the attribute, this implies the existence of a nature of the good which has been attributed to them, or which produces this characteristic within them, or which is the good in itself, or which, producing the good, nevertheless dwells in its own nature. Likewise, when in connection with beings we speak of a decad or group of 10, one is either referring to the decad in itself, or referring to the things of which the decad is an attribute. One is forced to recognize the existence of a decad in itself, whose being is that of a decad. Consequently, the conferring of the name decad implies either that these beings are the decad in itself, or above them in another decad, whose being is that of being a decad in itself. Unity and number precede the one and the many beings. In general, everything which is predicated of an object either comes to it from without, or is its actualization. unless by nature it be inconstant, being present now and absent then. If it be always present, it is a being when the object is a being. If it be denied that its nature were that of a being, it will surely be granted that it is a part of the essences, and that it is an essence. Now, if the object can be conceived without the thing which is its actualization, this thing nevertheless exists contemporaneously with it, even though in thought it be conceived posteriorly. If the object cannot be conceived without this thing, as man cannot be conceived of without one, in this case one is not posterior to man, but is simultaneous or even anterior, since the man's subsistence is entirely dependent thereon. As to us, we recognize that unity and number precede essence and the essences. Unity must exist in the intelligible before being applied to multiple beings. 11. It may be objected that the decad is nothing else than 10 unities. If the existence of the One be granted, why should we not also grant the existence of 10 unities? Since the supreme unity, the unity of the first essence, possesses hypostatic existence, why should the case not be the same with the other unities, the complex unities contained within each of the essences? It must not be supposed that the supreme unity is bound up with a single essence, for in this case each of the other beings would no longer be one. If each of the other beings must be one, then unity is common to all the beings, that is, that single nature which may be predicated of the multiple beings, and which must, as we have explained it, subsist in itself in the primary essence before the unity which resides in the multiple beings. The supreme unity adjusts all lower group unities. As unity is seen in some one being, and then in some other, if the second unity possess hypostatic existence also, then the supreme unity of the first essence will not alone possess hypostatic existence, and there will be thus a multitude of unities, as there is a multitude of beings. If the hypostatic existence of the first unity be alone acknowledged, this will exist either in the essence in itself, or in the One in itself. If it exist in the essence in itself, the other unities which exist in the other beings will then be such merely by figure of speech, and will no longer be subordinated to the primary unity, or number will be composed of dissimilar unities, and the unities will differ from each other in so far as they are unities. If the primary unity exist already in the unity in itself, what need would that unity in itself have of that unity to be one? If all that be impossible, we shall have to recognize the existence of the One which is purely and simply one, which by its being is entirely independent of all the other beings, which is named the chief unity, and is conceived of as such. If unity exist on high, in the intelligible world without any object that may be called one, why might not another one, the one of the first being, subsist on high also? Why would not all the beings, each being a separate unity, not constitute a multitude of unities, which might be the multiple unity? As the nature of the first being begets, or rather as it has begotten from all eternity, or at least as it has not limited itself to one of the things it has begotten, thus rendering the unity of the first being somewhat continuous, if it circumscribe what it produces, and promptly ceases in its procession, it begets small numbers. If it advance further, moving alone, not in foreign matters, but in itself, it begets large numbers. It thus harmonizes every plurality and every being with every number, knowing well that if each of the beings were not in harmony with some number, either they would not exist, or they would bear neither proportion, measure, nor reason. End of Ennead 6, Book 6, Part 1. Ennead 6, Book 6, Part 2, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. One and unity are within us, independently of the one outside. 12. Aristotle objects that one and unity have no hypostatic or genuine existence. Everywhere the one is something that is one. That is nothing but a simple modification experienced in our soul in presence of each essence. We might as easily affirm that when we assert essence, this is but a simple modification of our soul, essence in itself being absolutely nothing. If it be insisted that essence exists because it excites and strikes our soul, which then represents it to herself, we see that the soul is equally impressed by the One and represents him to herself. Besides, we should ask Aristotle if this modification or conception of our soul do not bear to us the aspect of unity or the manifold. So much the more, we often say that an object is not one. Evidently, we then are not deriving the notion of unity from the object, because we are affirming that there is no unity in it. Unity therefore dwells within us, and it is in us without the object, of which we predicate that it is some one thing. There is indeed a unitary mode of existence in outside objects. It may be objected that having this unity in our soul depends on receiving from the exterior object a notion and an image, which is a conception furnished by this object. As the philosophers who profess this opinion do not differentiate the species of one and of number, and as they allow them no other hypostatic existence than to be conceived by our soul, if they practically do allow them any sort of hypostatic existence, it will be very interesting to scrutinize the opinions of these. They then say that the notion or conception that we have of the one, or of the number derives from the objects themselves, is a notion as much a posteriori as those of that, something, crowd, festival, army, or of multitude. For just as the manifold is nothing without the multiple objects, nor a festival without the men gathered to celebrate the religious ceremony, thus the one is nothing without the one object, when we posit the one, conceiving it alone, having made an abstraction of everything else. The partisans of this opinion will cite many examples of the same kind, as the right-hand side, the upper part, and their contraries. What reality indeed, to speak as they do, can the right-hand side possess outside of a person who stands or sits here or there? The case is similar with the upper side, which refers to a certain part of the universe, and the lower side to another. Our first answer to this argument is that we will allow that there is a certain kind of existence in the things themselves, of which we have just spoken, but that this mode of existence is not identical in all things, considered either in respect to each other, or each in respect to the one which is in all. Further, we intend to refute one by one these arguments that have been opposed to us. The notion of the subject one does not come from the subject itself. 13. To begin with, it is unreasonable to insist that the notion of the subject one comes to us from the subject itself, which is one, from the visible man, for instance, or from some other animal, or even some stone. Evidently, the visible man and the one are things entirely different, which could not be identified. Otherwise, our judgment would not be able, as it is, to predicate unity of the non-man. Besides, as the judgment does not operate on emptiness for the right side, and other such things, seeing a difference of position when it tells us that an object is here or there, likewise, it also sees something when it says that an object is one, for it does not experience there an affection that is vain, and it does not affirm unity without some foundation. It cannot be believed that the judgment says that an object is one because it sees that it is alone, and that there is no other. For, while saying that there is no other, the judgment implicitly asserts that the other is one. Further, the notions of other and different are notions posterior to that of unity. If the judgment did not rise to unity, it would not assert either the other nor the different. When it affirms that an object is alone, it says, "There is one only object," and therefore predicates unity before only. Besides, the judgment which affirms is itself a substantial being before affirming unity of some other being, and the being of which it speaks is one likewise before the judgment either asserts or conceives anything about it. Thus being must be one or many. If it be many, the one is necessarily anterior, since when the judgment asserts that plurality is present, it evidently asserts that there is more than one. Likewise, when it says that an army is a multitude, it conceives of the soldiers as arranged in one single corps. By this last example, it is plain that the judgment, in saying one body, does not let the multitude remain multitude, and that it thus reveals the existence of unity. For, whether by giving to the multitude a unity which it does not possess, or by rapidly revealing unity in the arrangement which makes the body of the multitude, the judgment reduces multitude to unity. It does not err here about unity, any more than when it says of a building formed by a multitude of stones that it is a unity, for besides, a building is more unified than an army. If further, unity inhere in a still higher degree in that which is continuous, and in a degree still higher in what is not divisible, evidently that occurs only because the unity has a real nature, and possesses existence, for there is no greater or less in that which does not exist. Unity, though by participation existing in sense objects, is intelligible. Just as we predicate being of every sense thing, as well as of every intelligible thing, we predicate it in a higher degree of intelligible things, attributing a higher degree of substantiality to the beings that are veritable than to sense objects, and to sense objects than to other genera of physical objects. Likewise, clearly seeing unity in sense objects in a degree higher than in the intelligible essences, we recognize the existence of unity in all its modes, and we refer them all to unity in itself. Besides, just as being and essence are nothing sensual, though sense objects participate therein, so unity, though by participation it inhere in sense objects, is not any the less an intelligible unity. Judgment grasps it by an intellectual conception. By seeing one thing which is sensual, it also conceives another which it does not see, because it is intelligible. It therefore knew this thing in advance, and if judgment knew it in advance, judgment was this thing, and was identical with that whose existence it asserted. When it says a certain object, it asserts the unity, as when it speaks of certain objects, it says that they are two or more. If then one cannot conceive of any object whatever without one, two, or some other number, it becomes possible to insist that the thing without which nothing can be asserted or conceived does not at all exist. We cannot, indeed, deny existence to the thing without whose existence we could not assert or conceive anything. Now, that which is everywhere necessary to speak and to conceive must be anterior to speech and conception, so as to contribute to their production. If besides this thing be necessary to the hypostatic existence of every essence, for there is no essence that lacks unity, it must be anterior to being, and being must be begotten by it. That is why we say an essence, instead of first positing essence, and a only thereafter, for there must be one in essence to make several possible. But the converse is not true, for unity does not contain essence, unless unity itself produce it by applying itself to the begetting of it. Likewise, the word that, when employed to designate an object, is not meaningless, for instead of naming the object, it proclaims its existence, its presence, its being, or some other of its kinds of essence. The word that does not therefore express something without reality. It does not proclaim an empty conception, but it designates an object as definitely as some proper name. Unity only an accident in sense things, but something in itself in the intelligible. 14. As to those who consider unity as relative, they might be told that unity could not lose its proper nature merely as a result of the affection experienced by some other being, without itself being affected. It cannot cease being one without experiencing the privation of unity by division into two or three. If on being divided a mass become double without being destroyed in respect to its being a mass, evidently, besides the subject, there existed unity, and the mass lost it because the unity was destroyed by the division. So, this same thing, which now is present and now disappears, should be classified among essences, wherever it be found, and we must recognize that though it may be an accident of other objects, it nevertheless exists by itself, whether it manifest in sense objects, or whether it be present in intelligent entities. It is only an accident in posterior beings, namely the sense objects, but it exists in itself in the intelligible entities, especially in the first essence, which is one primarily and only secondarily essence. 2 is not an addition to one, but a change. Refutation of Aristotle. The objection that unity, without itself experiencing anything, by the mere addition of something else, is no longer one, but becomes double, is a mistake. The one has not become two, and is not that which has been added to it, nor that to which something has been added. Each of them remains one, such as it was, but two can be asserted of their totality, and one of each of them separately. Two, therefore, not any more than pair, is by nature a relation. If the pair consisted in the union of two objects, and if, being united, were identical with to duplicate, in this case the union as well as the pair would constitute two. Now a pair appears likewise in a state contrary to that of the reunion of two objects. For two may be produced by the division of a single object. Two, therefore, is neither reunion nor division, as it would have to be in order to constitute a relation. Objects participate in numbers just as they participate in all intelligible entities. What then is the principal cause by virtue of which objects participate in numbers? A being is one by the presence of one, double because of the presence of the pair, just as it is white because of the presence of whiteness, beautiful because of the presence of beauty, and just by that of justice. If that be not admitted, we shall be reduced to asserting that whiteness, beauty, and justice are nothing real, and that their only causes are simple relations, that justice consists in some particular relation with some particular being, that beauty has no foundation other than the affection that we feel, that the object which seems beautiful possesses nothing capable of exciting this affection, either by nature or by acquirement. When you see an object that is one, and that you call single, it is simultaneously great, beautiful, and susceptible of receiving a number of other qualifications. Now, why should unity not inhere in the object as well as greatness and magnitude, sweetness and bitterness, and other qualities? We have no right to admit that quality, whatever it be, forms part of the number of beings, whilst quantity is excluded, nor to limit quantity to continuous quantity, while discrete quantity is excluded from the conception of quantity, and that so much the less as continuous quantity is measured by discrete quantity. Thus, just as an object is great because of the presence of magnitude, as it is one by the presence of unity, so it is double because of the presence of being a pair, and so forth. The veritable numbers are intelligible entities. Should we be asked to describe the operation of the participation of objects in unity and in numbers, we shall answer that this question connects with the more general problem of the participation of objects in intelligible forms. Besides, we shall have to admit that the decad presents itself under different aspects, according as it is considered to exist either in discrete quantities, or in continuous quantities, or in the reduction of many great forces to unity, or, last, into the intelligible entities to which we are later raised. It is among them, indeed, that are found the veritable numbers spoken of by Plato, which, instead of being considered as discovered in other beings, exist within themselves. Such is the decad in itself, which exists by itself, instead of simply being a decad composed of some intelligible entities. Number exists before every animal, and the universal animal. 15. From the above discussion about the intelligibility of numbers, let us now return to what we said in the beginning. The universal being is veritable essence, intelligence, and perfect living organism, and at the same time contains also all the living organisms. Our universe, which also is an organism, by its unity, imitates so far as it can the unity of the perfect living organism. I say, to the extent of its capacity, because by its nature the sense world has departed from the unity of the intelligible world. Otherwise it would not be the sense world. Moreover, the universal living organism must be the universal number. For if it were not a perfect number, it would lack some number. And if it did not contain the total number of living organisms, it would not be the perfect living organism. Number therefore exists before every living organism, and before the universal living organism. Man and the other living organisms are in the intelligible world, so far as they are living organisms, and so far as the intelligible world is the universal living organism. For man, even here below, is a part of the living organism, so far as itself is a living organism. And as the living organism is universal, the other living organisms are also in the living organism, so far as each of them is a living organism. The intelligible as potential and actualized in the soul. Likewise, intelligence as such contains all the individual intelligences as its parts. These, however, form a number. Consequently, the number which is in the intelligence does not occupy the first degree. So far as the number is in intelligence, it is equal to the quantity of the actualizations of intelligence. Now, these actualizations are wisdom, justice, and the other virtues, science, and all the ideas whose possession characterizes it as veritable intelligence. If then science exists in the intelligence, how does it happen that it is not there in some principle other than itself? In intelligence, the knower, the known, and science are one and the same thing, and with everything else within it. That is why every entity exists in the intelligible world in its highest degree. For instance, within it, justice is no accident, though it be one in the soul, as such. For intelligible entities are in the soul only in potential condition, so long as she remains no more than soul, and they are actualized when the soul rises to intelligence and dwells with it. Number as the universal bond of the universe. Besides intelligence, and anterior thereto, exists essence. It contains number with which it begets beings, for it begets them by moving according to number, determining upon the numbers before giving hypostatic existence to the beings, just as the unity of essence precedes its existence, and interrelates it with the first or absolute unity. Numbers interrelate nothing else to the first. It suffices for essence to be interrelated with him, because essence, on becoming number, attaches all beings to itself. Essence is divided not so far as it is a unity, for its unity is permanent, but having divided itself conformably to its nature in as many things as it decided on, it saw into how many things it had divided itself, and through this process it begat the number that exists within itself, for it divided itself by virtue of the potentialities of number, and it begat as many beings as number comported. The generation of everything regulated by number. The first and veritable number is therefore the source and principle of hypostatic existence for beings. That is the reason that even here below, the classified, both discrete and continuous quantity, and, with a different number, it is some other thing that is begotten, or nothing more can be begotten. Such are the primary numbers, so far as they can be numbered. The numbers that subsist in other things play two parts. So far as they proceed from the first, they can be numbered. So far as they are below them, they measure other things. They serve to enumerate both numbers and things which can be enumerated. How indeed could you even say 10 without the aid of numbers within yourself? Difficulties connected with these intelligible numbers. 16. The first objection might be: where do you locate, or how do you classify these primary and veritable numbers? All the philosophers who follow Aristotle classify numbers in the genus of quantity. It seems that we have above treated of quantity, and classified both discrete and continuous quantity among other beings. Here, however, we seem to say that these numbers form part of the primary essences, and add that there are in addition numbers that serve for enumerations. We are now asked how we make these statements agree, for they seem to give rise to several questions. Is the unity which is found among sense beings a quantity? Or is unity a quantity when repeated, while when considered alone and in itself, it is the principle of quantity, but not a quantity itself? Besides, if unity be the principle of quantity, does it share the nature of quantity, or has it a different nature? Here are a number of points we ought to expound. We shall answer these questions, and here is what we consider our starting point. Unity contained in sense objects is not unity in itself. When considering visible objects, by which we ought to begin, we combine one being with another, as for instance a horse and a dog, or two men, and say that they form two. Or when considering a greater number of men, we say they are 10, and form a group of 10. This number does not constitute being, nor an accident among sense objects. It is purely and simply a quantity. Dividing this group of 10 by unity, and making unity of its parts, you obtain and constitute the principle of quantity, unity, for a unity thus derived from a group of 10. Numerals, predicated of the man in himself, are essential. But when you say that the man considered in himself is a number, as for instance a pair, because he is both animal and reasonable, we have here no more than a simple modality. For while reasoning and enumerating, we produce a quantity; but so far as there are here two things, animal and reasonable, and as each of them is one, as each completes the being of the man and possesses unity, we are here using and proclaiming another kind of number, the essential number. Here the pair is not posterior to things; it does not limit itself to expressing a quantity which is exterior to essence; it expresses what is in the very being of this essence, and contains its nature. Collective nouns used as proof of independent existence. Indeed, it is not you who here below produce number when you by discursive reason range through things that exist by themselves, and which do not depend for their existence on your enumeration. For you add nothing to the being of a man by enumerating him with another, that is, no unity, as in a choric ballet. When you say 10 men, 10 exists only in you who are enumerating. We could not assert that 10 exists in the 10 men you are enumerating, because these men are not coordinated so as to form a unity. It is you yourself who produce 10 by enumerating this group of 10, and by making up a quantity. But when you say a choric ballet, an army, there is something which exists outside of these objects and within yourself. How are we to understand that the number exists in you? The number which existed in you before you made the enumeration has another mode of existence than the number that you produce by enumeration. As to the number which manifests itself in exterior objects, and refers to the number within yourself, it constitutes an actualization of the essential numbers, or is conformable to the essential numbers. For while enumerating, you produce a number, and by this actualization you give hypostatic existence to quantity, as in walking you did to movement. The number within is the number constitutive of our being. In what sense does the number which is within us, before we enumerate, have a mode of existence other than the one we produce in enumeration? Because it is the number constitutive of our being, which, as Plato says, participates in number and harmony, and is a number and harmony. For the soul is said to be neither a body nor an extension; she therefore is a number, since she is a being. The number of the body is a being of the same nature as the body. The number of the soul consists in the beings which are incorporeal like souls. Then, for the intelligible entities, if the animal itself be plurality, if it be a triad, the triad that exists in the animal is essential. As to the triad which subsists, not in the animal, but in essence, it is the principle of being. If you enumerate the animal and the beautiful, each of these two in itself is a unity; but in enumerating them, you beget number in yourself, and you conceive a certain quantity, the pair. If, like the Pythagoreans, you say that virtue is a group of 4, or tetrad, it is one so far as its parts, justice, prudence, courage and temperance contribute to the formation of a unity. You may add that this group of four or tetrad is a unity, so far as it is a kind of substrate. As to you, you connect this tetrad with the one that is inside of you. How a number may be called infinite. 17. As the reasons here advanced would seem to imply that every number is limited, we may ask in which sense may a number be said to be infinite? This conclusion is right, for it is against the nature of number to be infinite. Why do people, then, often speak of a number as infinite? Is it in the same sense that one calls a line infinite? A line is said to be infinite, not that there really exists an infinite line of this kind, but to imply the conception of a line as great as possible, greater than any given line. Similarly with number. When we know which is the number of certain objects, we can double it by thought, without, on that account, adding any other number to the first. How indeed would it be possible to add to exterior objects the conception of our imagination, a conception that exists in ourselves exclusively? We shall therefore say that among intelligible entities a line is infinite. Otherwise, the intelligible line would be a simple, quantitative expression. If, however, the intelligible line be not this, it must be infinite in number. But we then understand the word infinite in a sense other than that of having no limits that could not be transcended. In what sense, then, is the word infinite here used? In the sense that the conception of a limit is not implied in the being of a line in itself. Intelligible line posterior to number, and exists in the intelligible. What then is the intelligible line, and where does it exist? It is posterior to number, for unity appears in the line, since this starts from the unity of the point, and because it has but one dimension, length. Now, the measure of dimension is not a quantitative entity. Where then does the intelligible line exist? It exists only in the intelligible that defines it, or, if it be a thing, it is but something intellectual. In the intelligible world, in fact, everything is intellectual, and such as the thing itself is. It is in this same world likewise where is made the decision where and how the plane, the solid, and all other figures are to be disposed. For it is not we who create the figures by conceiving them. This is so because the figure of the world is anterior to us, and because the natural figures which are suitable to the productions of nature are necessarily anterior to the bodies, and in the intelligible world exist in the state of primary figures without determining limits. For these forms exist in no other subjects. They subsist by themselves, and have no need of extension, because the extension is the attribute of a subject. The intelligible spherical figure, the primitive one. Everywhere, therefore, in essence, is a single spherical figure, and each of these figures, which this single figure implicitly contained, has become distinct, either in or before the animal. When I say that each figure has become distinct, I do not mean that it has become an extension, but that it has been assigned to some particular animal. Thus, in the intelligible world, each body has been assigned its own characteristic figure, as for instance, the pyramid to the fire. Our world seeks to imitate this figure, although it cannot accomplish this because of matter. There are other figures here below that are analogous to the intelligible figures. Figures pre-exist in the intelligible. But are the figures in the living organism as such, or, if it cannot be doubted that they are in the living organism, do they anteriorly exist in the intelligence? If the organism contained intelligence, the figures would be in the first degree in the organism. But as it is the intelligence that contains the organism, they are in the first degree in intelligence. Besides, as the souls are contained in the perfect living organism, it is one reason more for the priority of the intelligence. But Plato says, intelligence sees the ideas comprised within the perfect living organism. Now, if it see the ideas contained in the perfect living organism, intelligence must be posterior to the latter. By the words "it sees," it should be understood that the existence of the living organism itself is realized in this vision. Indeed, the intelligence which sees is not something different from the organism which is seen. But in intelligence, all things form but one. Only thought has a pure and simple sphere, while the organism has an animated sphere. Infinity in number arises from possibility of increasing greatest imaginable physical number. 18. Thus, in the intelligible world, every number is finite, but we can conceive of a number greater than any assigned number, and thus it is that our mind, while considering the numbers, produces the notion of the infinite. On the contrary, in the intelligible world, it is impossible to conceive a number greater than the number conceived by divine intelligence. For on high, number exists eternally. No number is lacking, or could ever lack, so that one could never add anything thereto. As unmeasured, the intelligible number might be called infinite. Nevertheless, the intelligible number might be called infinite in the sense that it is unmeasured. By what indeed could it be measured? The number that exists on high is universal, simultaneous, one, and manifold, constituting a whole circumscribed by no limit, a whole that is infinite. It is what it is by itself. None of the intelligible beings, indeed, is circumscribed by any limit. What is really limited and measured is what is hindered from losing itself in the infinite, and demands measure. But all of the intelligible beings are measures, whence it results that they are all beautiful. So far as it is a living organism, the living organism in itself is beautiful, possessing an excellent life, and lacking no kind of life. It does not have a life mingled with death. It contains nothing mortal, nor perishable. The life of the living organism in itself has no fault. It is the first life, full of vigor and energy, a primary light whose rays vivify both the souls that dwell on high and those that descend here below. This life knows why it lives. It knows its principle and its goal, for its principle is simultaneously its goal. Besides, universal wisdom, the universal intelligence which is intimately united to the living organism, which subsists in it and with it, still improves it, heightening its hues, as it were, by the splendor of its wisdom, and rendering its beauty more venerable. Even here below, a life full of wisdom is that which is most venerable and beautiful, though we can hardly catch a glimpse of such a life. On high, however, the vision of life is perfectly clear. The favored initiate receives from life both capacity to behold and increased vitality, so that, thanks to a more energetic life, the beholder receives a clearer vision, and he becomes what he sees. Here below, our glance often rests on inanimate things, and even when it turns towards living beings, it first notices in them that which lacks life. Besides, the life which is hidden in them is already mingled with other things. On high, on the contrary, all the beings are alive, entirely alive, and their life is pure. If at the first aspect you should look on something as deprived of life, soon the life within it would burst out before your eyes. Essence alone possesses self-existence. Contemplate, therefore, the being that penetrates the intelligibles, and which communicates to them an immutable life. Contemplate the wisdom and knowledge that resides within them, and you will not be able to keep from deriding this inferior nature to which the vulgar human beings attribute genuine being. It is in this supreme being that dwell life and intelligence, and that the essences subsist in eternity. There, nothing issues from essence, nothing changes or agitates it, for there is nothing outside of it that could reach it. If a single thing existed outside of being, being would be dependent on it. If anything opposed to essence existed, this thing would escape the action of being. It would no longer owe its existence to being, but would constitute a common principle anterior to it, and would be essence. Parmenides, therefore, was right in saying that the essence was one, that it was immutable, not because there was nothing else that could modify it, but because it was essence. Alone, therefore, does essence possess self-existence. How then could essence possess self-existence? How then could one, to essence, refuse to attribute existence, or any of the things of which it is an actualization, and which it constitutes? So long as it exists, it gives them to itself, and since it exists always, these things therefore eternally subsist within it. The power and beauty of essence is to attract all things. Such are the power and beauty of essence that it charms and attracts all things, holding them as it were suspended, so that these are delighted to possess even a trace of its perfection, and seek nothing beyond except the good. For essence is anterior to the good in respect to us, when we climb up from here below to the intelligible world. The entire intelligible world aspires to the life and wisdom so as to possess existence. All the souls, all the intelligences likewise aspire to possess it. Essence alone is fully self-sufficient. End of Ennead 6, Book 6. Ennead 6, Book 7, Part 1, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. 6th Ennead, Book 7, how ideas multiplied, and the good. A. How ideas multiply. The eyes were implanted in man by divine foresight. 1. When the higher divinity, or some lower divinity, sent souls down into generation, he gave to the face of man eyes suitable to enlighten him, and placed in the body the other organs suited to the senses, foreseeing that a living organism would be able to preserve itself only on condition of seeing, hearing, and touching contiguous objects, to enable it to select some and to avoid others. Senses not given to man because of experience of misfortunes. But can you explain this divine foresight? You must not believe that he would have begun by making animals who perished for lack of senses, and that later the divinity gave senses to man and other animals so that they could preserve themselves from death. Nor because of God's foresight of these misfortunes. It might indeed be objected that the divinity knew that the living organism would be exposed to heat, cold, and other physical conditions, and that, as a result of this knowledge, to keep them from perishing, he granted them, as tools, senses and organs. In our turn, we shall ask whether the divinity gave the organs to the living organisms that already possessed the senses, or whether he endowed souls with senses and organs simultaneously. In the latter case, though they were souls, they did not previously possess the sensitive faculties. But if the souls possessed the sensitive faculties since the time they were produced, and if they were produced with these faculties in order to descend into generation, then it was natural for them to do so. In this case, it seems that it must be contrary to their nature to avoid generation and to dwell in the intelligible world. They would seem made to belong to the body and to live in evil. Thus, divine providence would retain them in evil, and the divinity would arrive at this result by reasoning. In any case, he would have reasoned. Foresight of creation is not the result of reasoning. If the divinity reason, we are forced to wonder what are the principles of this reasoning. For if it were objected that these principles are derived from some other reasoning, we shall, nevertheless, in the process of ascending, have to find something anterior to all reasoning, namely a point of departure. Now, from whence are the principles of reasoning derived? Either from the senses or the intelligence. Could the divinity have made use of principles derived from the senses? When God created, there were no senses in existence yet. Therefore, the divinity must have reasoned from principles derived from intelligence. But if the premises were conceptions of intelligence, then it was impossible for knowledge and reasoning to have some sense thing as object, as reasoning that has intelligible principles and conclusion could not result in producing a conception of the sense world. Therefore, the foresight which presided over the creation of a living being, or of a whole world, could not have been the result of reasoning. Both reasoning and foresight are only figurative expressions. There is indeed no reasoning in the divinity. When we speak of it in connection with the divinity, it is only to explain that he has regulated everything, as might have been done by some wise man, who would have reasoned about results. attributing foresight to the divinity indicates merely that he has disposed everything as might have been done by some wise man who had foreseen results. Indeed, the only use of reasoning is to put in order things whose existence is not anterior to that of reasoning, every time that intelligence, the power superior to reasoning, is not strong enough. Likewise, prevision is necessary in this case, because he who makes use of it does not possess a power that would enable him to forego or do without it. Prevision proposes to effect some one thing instead of another, and seems to fear that that which it desires might not occur. But for a being which can do but one thing, both foresight and the reasoning that decides between contraries are useless. For there is no need of reasoning when, of two contrary courses of action, one only is possible. How would the principle which is single, unitary, and simple have need to reflect that he must do one thing, so that some other might not take place, or to judge that the second would occur as alternative to the first? How could he say that experience has already demonstrated the utility of some one thing, and that it is well to make use of it? If the divinity acted thus, then indeed would he have had recourse to prevision, and consequently to reasoning. It is on this hypothesis that we said above that the divinity gave animal senses and faculties, but it is quite a problem to know what and how he really gave them. In God, all things were simultaneous, though when realized they developed. Indeed, if it be admitted that in the divinity no actualization is imperfect, if it be impossible to conceive in him anything that is not total or universal, each one of the things that he contains comprises within himself all things. Thus, as to the divinity, the future is already present. There could not be anything posterior to him, but what is already present in him becomes posterior in some other being. Now, if the future be already present in the divinity, it must be present in him, as if what will happen were already known. That is, it must be so disposed as to find itself sufficiently provided for, so as not to stand in need of anything. Therefore, as all things existed already within the divinity when living beings were created, they had been there from all eternity, and that in a manner such that it would later be possible to say, "This occurred after that." Indeed, when the things that are in the divinity later develop and reveal themselves, then one sees that the one is after the other. But so far as they exist altogether, they constitute the universal being, that is, the principle which includes its own cause. In the intelligible, everything possesses its reason as well as its form. 2. By this process we also know the nature of intelligence, which we see still better than the other things, though we cannot grasp its magnitude. We admit, in fact, that it possesses the whatness, essence of everything, but not its whyness, its cause. Or if we grant that this cause be in intelligence, we do not think that it is separated from its whatness or essence. Let us suppose that, for instance, the man, or if possible, the eye, should offer itself to our contemplation in the intelligible world, as a statue, or as a part of it would do. The man that we see on high is both essence and cause, as well as the I, he must be intellectual and contain his cause; otherwise, he could not exist in the intelligible world. Here below, just as each part is separated from the others, so is the cause separated from the essence. On high, on the contrary, all things exist in unity, and each thing is identical with its cause. This identity may often be noticed even here below, as for instance in eclipses. It would therefore seem probable that in the intelligible world everything would, besides the rest, possess its cause, and that its cause constitutes its essence. This must be admitted, and that is the reason why those who apply themselves to grasp the characteristic of each being succeed in also grasping its cause. Indeed, that which each being is depends on the cause of such a form. To repeat, not only is a being's form its cause, which is incontestable, but yet if one analyzes each form considered in itself, its cause will be found. The only things which do not contain their causes are those whose life is without reality, and whose existence is shadowy. Intelligence contains the cause of all its forms. What is the origin of the cause of what is a form, which is characteristic of intelligence? It is not from intelligence, because the form is not separable from intelligence, combining with it to form one single and same thing. If then intelligence possess the forms in their fullness, this fullness of forms implies that they contain their cause. Intelligence contains the cause of each of the forms it contains. It consists of all these forms taken together or separately. None of them needs discovery of the cause of its production, for simultaneously with its production it has contained the cause of its hypostatic existence. As it was not produced by chance, it contains all that belongs to its cause; consequently, it also possesses the whole perfection of its cause. Sense things which participate in form do not only receive their nature from it, but also the cause of this nature. If all the things of which this universe is composed be intimately concatenated, and if the universe, containing all things, also contain the cause of each of them, if its relation with them be the same as that of the body with its organs, which do not mature successively, but which towards each other are mutually related as cause and effect, so much the more in the intelligible world must things have their causes, all of them in general in respect to the totality, and each independently in respect to itself. In the intelligible world, each being is accompanied by its whyness. Since all intelligible entities have a hypostatic consubstantial existence affording no room for chance, and as they are not separated from each other, things that are caused must bear these their causes within themselves, and each of them has some sort of a cause, though without really possessing one. If there be no cause for the existence of the intelligibles, and if though isolated from all causes they be self-sufficient, it can only be because they carry their cause along with them when they are considered in themselves. As they contain nothing fortuitous, and as each of them is manifold, and as its cause is all that they contain, we might assign this cause to themselves. Thus, in the intelligible world, being is preceded, or rather accompanied by its cause, which is still more being then cause, or rather, which becomes identified with it. What superfluousness, indeed, could there be in intelligence unless its conceptions resemble imperfect productions? If its conceptions be perfect, one could neither discover what they lack nor define their cause, and, since they possess everything, they also possess their cause. There, being and cause are united. The presence of both is recognized in each conception, in each actualization of intelligence. Let us, for instance, consider the intelligible man. He seems complete in his totality. All his attributes were his simultaneously from the beginning. He was always entirely complete. It is the characteristic of that which is generated not always to be what it ought to be, and to need to acquire something. The intelligible man is eternal; he is therefore always complete, but that which becomes man must be generated being. Intelligence did not deliberate before making sense man. 3. But why could intelligence not have deliberated before producing the sense man? The man we know by our senses was created by similitude to the intelligible man. Nothing can be added to him, nothing subtracted. It is a mere supposition to say that intelligence deliberates and reasons. The theory that things were created implies preliminary deliberation and reasoning, but the latter becomes impossible in the case of eternal generation, for that which originates eternally cannot be the object of a deliberation. Intelligence could not deliberate without having forgotten the course it had followed before. It cannot improve later on without implying that its beginnings were not perfectly beautiful. Had they been this, they would have remained so. If things be beautiful, it is that they represent their cause well. For even here below, an object is beautiful only if it possess all its legitimate possessions, that is, if it possess its proper form. It is the form that contains everything. The form contains the matter, in the sense that it fashions matter and leaves nothing formless therein. But it would contain something formless if a man lacked some part, as for instance an organ, such as the eye. Being contains its cause. Thus a thing is fully explained by the clearing up of its cause. Why should there be eyebrows above the eye? That it may possess all that is implied in its being. Were these parts of the body given to man to protect him from dangers? That would be to establish within being a principle charged to watch over being. The things of which we speak are implied in the being that existed before them. Consequently, being contains within itself the cause which, if distinct from being, is nevertheless inseparable therefrom. All things are implied in each other. Taken together, they form the total, perfect, and universal being. Their perfection is bound up with, and is inherent in their cause. Thus, a creature's being, its characteristic, to tien enai, and its cause, whyness, fall together. Before asking an important question, we must premise that in the intelligible world, the cause that is complementary to a being is ultimately united to it. We must also premise that, by virtue of its perfection, divine intelligence contains the causes as well as the beings, so that it is only a posteriori that we observe that things are well regulated. If then the possession of senses, and indeed of particular ones, be implied in the form of man by the eternal necessity and perfection of divine intelligence, then the intelligible man was by no means mere intelligence, receiving the senses when descending into generation. If then having senses be implied in the form of man, does not intelligence incline towards the things here below? In what do these senses, which are attributed to the intelligible man, consist? Are these senses the potentiality of perceiving sense objects? But it would be absurd that on high man should from all eternity possess the potentiality of feeling, yet feel only here below, and that this potentiality should pass to actualization only when the soul became less good by its union to the body. Such questions demand scrutiny of the intelligible man. For to answer these questions, we would have to go back to the nature of the intelligible man. Before defining the latter, however, it would indeed be far better to begin by determining the nature of the sense man, on the supposition that we know the latter very well, while perhaps of the former we have only a very inexact notion. Difference between the man known by the senses and the intelligible man. But there are some Aristotelians or Peripatetics who might think that the intelligible man and the sense man form but one. Let us first discuss this point. Does the sense man have a being different from the soul which produces him and makes him live and reason? Is he the soul that is disposed in some special manner? Is he the soul that uses the body in some particular way? If man be a reasonable living organism, and if the latter be composed of soul and body, this definition of man will not be identical with that of the soul. If the man be defined as being the composite of the reasonable soul and the body, how can he be an immortal hypostatic existence? This definition suits the sense man only from the moment that the union of the soul and the body has occurred. It expresses what will be, instead of setting forth what we call the man in himself. Rather than being a real determination of his characteristics, it would be only a description which would not reveal the original being. Instead of defining form engaged in matter, it indicates what is the composite of soul and body after the union has occurred. In this case, we do not yet know what is man considered in his being, which is intelligible. To the claim that the definition of sense things should express something composite, it might be answered that we do acknowledge that we must not determine the consistence of each thing. Now, if it be absolutely necessary to define the forms engaged in matter, we must also define the being that constitutes the man. That is necessary, especially for those peripateticians who, by a definition, mean a statement of a being's original characteristics. Man defined as a reasonable soul. What then is the being of man? This really is asking for the manness of a man, something characteristic of him and inseparable from him. Is the genuine definition of a man that he is a reasonable animal? Would not this rather be the definition of the composite man? What is the being that produces the reasonable animal? In the above definition of man, reasonable animal means reasonable life. Consequently, man may be called the reasonable life. But can life exist without a soul? No, For the soul will give the man reasonable life, and in this case, instead of being a substance, man will be only an actualization of the soul, or even the man will be the soul herself. But if man be the reasonable soul, what objection will there be to his remaining man, even when his soul should happen to pass into a different body, as that of a brute animal? Man as a soul subsisting in a special reason. 5. Man must therefore have as reason, or as essence, something else than the soul. Still, in this case, man might be something composite, that is, the soul would subsist in a particular reason, admitting that this reason was a certain actualization of the soul, though this actualization could not exist without its producing principle. Now, such is the nature of the seminal reasons. They do not exist without the soul, for the generating reasons are not inanimate, and nevertheless they are not the soul purely and simply. There is therefore nothing surprising in the statement that these human beings are seminal reasons. These reasons are the actualizations of the soul which begets the animal. Of which soul are these reasons, which do not beget the man, though they do beget the animal, then the actualization? Not of the vegetative soul. They are the actualizations of the reasonable soul, which begets the animal, which is a more powerful and therefore a more living soul. Man is constituted by the soul disposed in some manner, when present to matter disposed in some particular fashion. Since the soul is some particular thing, according as she is in some particular disposition, even in the body. In the bodies she fashions a resembling form. So far as the nature of the body allows it, she thus produces an image of the man, as the painter himself makes an image of the body. She produces, I repeat, an inferior man, the sense man, the animal, which possesses the form of man, his reasons, morals, dispositions, faculties, although in an imperfect manner, because he is not the first man, the intellectual man. He has sensations of another kind, sensations which, though they seem clear, are obscure, if they be compared to the superior sensations of which they are the images. The superior man, the reasonable man, is better, has a diviner soul and clearer sensations. It is he, doubtless, to whom Plato refers when he says, "Man is the soul." In his definition he adds, "which makes use of the body, because the diviner man dominates the soul which uses the body, and thus uses the body only in an indirect manner." Nature of the combination begotten by the soul. In fact, the soul attaches herself to the thing begotten by the soul because she was capable of feeling. The soul does this by vivifying it more, or rather, the soul does not attach herself thereto, but draws it to herself. She does not depart from the intelligible world, but even while remaining in contact with it, she holds the inferior soul, which constitutes the sense man suspended to herself, and by her reason she blends herself with this reason, or she unites herself to this being by her being. That is why this man, known by the senses, who by himself is obscure, is enlightened by this illumination. The three men in each of us. 6. What is the relation of the sense power within the superior soul, or in the rational soul? intelligible sensation perceives intelligible objects that, speaking strictly, are not sensible, and corresponds to the intelligible manner in which they are perceivable. Thus, by this intelligible sense power, the soul perceives the supersensual harmony, and also the sensual, but in a manner such as the sense-man perceives it, relating it so far as possible to the superior harmony, just as he relates the earthly fire to the intelligible fire which is above, and which the superior soul felt in a manner suitable to the nature of this fire. If the bodies which are here below were up there also, the superior soul would feel them and perceive them. The man who exists on high is a soul disposed in some particular manner, capable of perceiving these objects. Hence the man of the last degree, the sense-man, being the image of the intelligible man, has reasons, faculties, which are also images, faculties possessed by the superior man. The man who exists in the divine intelligence constitutes the man superior to all men. He illuminates the second, the reasonable man, who in his turn illuminates the third, the sense-man. The man of this last degree somewhat possesses the two others. He is not produced by them, he is rather united to them. The man who constitutes us actualizes himself as the man of the last degree. The third receives something of the second, and the second is the actualization of the first. Each man's nature depends on the man according to whom he acts. The man is intellectual, reasonable, or sensual according as he exercises intelligence, discursive reason, or sensibility. Each one of us possesses the three men in one sense, potentially, and does not possess them in another, in actualization. That is, he does not simultaneously exercise intellect, reason, or sense. Fate of these three men in brutalization and in divinization. When the third life, the sense power which constitutes the third man, is separated from the body, if the life that precedes it, the discursive reason, accompany it without nevertheless being separated from the intelligible world, then one may say that the second is everywhere the third is. It might seem surprising that the latter, when passing into the body of a brute, should drag along that part which is the being of man. This being was all beings potentially, only at different times it acts through different faculties. So far as it is pure, and is not yet depraved, it wishes to constitute a man, and it is indeed a man that it constitutes, for to form a man is better than to form a brute, and it does what is best. It also forms guardians of the superior order, but such as are still conformable to the being constituent of manhood. The intellectual man, who is anterior to this being, is of a nature still more like that of the guardians, or rather, he is already a divinity. The guardian attached to a divinity is an image of him, as the sense-man is the image of the intellectual man from whom he depends, for the principle to which man directly attaches himself must not be considered as his divinity. There is a difference here, similar to that existing between the souls, though they all belong to the same order. Besides, those guardians whom Plato simply calls guardians, demons, should be called guardian-like or demonic beings. Last, when the superior soul accompanies the inferior soul, which has chosen the condition of a brute, the inferior soul, which was bound to the superior soul, even when she constituted a man, develops the seminal reason of the animal whose condition she has chosen, for she possesses that reason in herself. It is her inferior actualization. Animal seminal reasons may be contrary to soul's nature, though not to the soul herself. 7. It may, however, be objected that if the soul produce the nature of a brute only when she is depraved and degraded, she was not originally destined to produce an ox or a horse. Then the seminal reason of the horse, as well as the horse itself, will be contrary to the nature of the soul. No, they are inferior to her nature, but they are not contrary to her. From her very origin, the soul was potentially the seminal reason of a horse or a dog. When permitted, the soul, which was to beget an animal, produces something better. When hindered, she only produces what accords with the circumstances. She resembles the artists who, knowing how to produce several figures, create either the one they have received the order to create, or the one that is most suited to the material at hand. What hinders the natural and generative power of the universal soul, in her quality of universal seminal reason, from sketching out the outlines of the body before the soul powers or individual souls should descend from her into matter? What hinders this sketch from being a kind of preliminary illumination of matter? What would hinder the individual soul from finishing, fashioning the body sketched by the universal soul, following the lines already traced, and organizing the members pictured by them, and becoming that which she approached by giving herself some particular figure, just as in a choric ballet the dancer confines himself to the part assigned to him? The sense world and the intelligible world are connected by the manifold, triple nature of man. Such considerations have been arrived at merely as result of scrutiny of the consequences of the principles laid down. Our purpose was to discover how sensibility occurs in the man himself, without intelligible things falling into generation. We recognized and demonstrated that intelligible things do not incline towards sense things, but that, on the contrary, it is the latter that aspire and rise to the former, and imitate them; that the sense man derives from the intellectual man the power of contemplating intelligible entities, though the sense man remain united to sense things, as the intellectual man remains united to the intelligible entities. Indeed, intelligible things are in some respects sensual, and we may call them such because ideally they are bodies, but they are perceived in a manner different from bodies. Likewise, our sensations are less clear than the perception which occurs in the intelligible world, and that we also call sensation, because it refers to bodies, which exist on high only in an ideal manner. Consequently, we call the man here below sensual, because he perceives less well things which themselves are less good, that is, which are only images of intelligible things. We might therefore say that sensations here below are obscure thoughts, and that the thoughts on high are distinct sensations. Such are our views about sensibility. End of Ennead 6, Book 7, Part 1. Ennead 6, Book 7, Part 2, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Intelligible animals do not incline towards the sense world, for they are pre-existing and are distinct from their creating image. 8. Now, let us pass to the other question we asked. How does it happen that all the animals who, like the horse itself, are contained in divine intelligence, do not incline towards the things here below by generating them? Doubtless, to beget a horse or any other animal here below, divine intelligence must hold its conception. Nevertheless, it must not be believed that it first had the volition of producing the horse, and only later its conception. Evidently, it could not have wished to produce the horse, but because it already had the conception thereof. And it could not have had the conception thereof, but because it had to produce the horse. Consequently, the horse, who was not begotten, preceded the horse who later was to be begotten, since the first horse has been anterior to all generation, and was not conceived to be begotten. It is not because the divine intelligence inclines towards the things here below, nor because it produces them, that it contains the intelligible horse and the other beings. The intelligible entities existed already in intelligence before it begat, and the sense things were later begotten by necessary consequence, for it was impossible that the procession should cease with the intelligibles. Who, indeed, could have stopped this power of the intelligence, which is capable of simultaneous procession and of remaining within itself? Irrational animals must exist within intelligence, unless man alone was to exist. But why should these animals, devoid of reason, exist in the divine intelligence? We might understand that animals endowed with reason might be found within it. But does this multitude of irrational animals seem at all admirable? Does it not rather seem something unworthy of the divine intelligence? Evidently, the essence which is one must be also manifold, since it is posterior to the unity which is absolutely simple. Otherwise, instead of being inferior to it, it would fuse with it. Being posterior to that unity, it could not be more simple, and must therefore be less so. Now, as the unity was the one who is excellent, essence had to be less unitary, since multiplicity is the characteristic of inferiority. But why should essence not be merely the pair instead of the manifold? Neither of the elements of the pair could any longer be absolutely one, and each would itself become a further pair, and we might point out the same thing of each of the new elements, in which each element of the primary pair would have split up. Besides, the first pair contains both movement and stability. It is also intelligence and perfect life. The character of intelligence is not to be one, but to be universal. It therefore contains all the particular intelligences. It is all the intelligences, and at the same time it is something greater than all. It possesses life not as a single soul, but as a universal soul, having the superior power of producing individual souls. It is besides the universal living organism, or animal. Consequently, it should not contain man alone, but also all the other kinds of animals. Otherwise, man alone would exist upon the earth. Many animals are not so irrational as different. 9. It may be objected that intelligence might well contain the ideas of animals of a higher order. But how can it contain the ideas of animals that are vile or entirely without reason? For we should consider vile every animal devoid of reason and intelligence, since it is to these faculties that those who possess them owe their nobility. It is doubtless difficult to understand how things devoid of reason and intelligence can exist in the divine intelligence, in which are all beings, and from which they all proceed. But before beginning the discussion of this question, let us assume the following verities as granted. Man here below is not what is man in the divine intelligence, any more than the other animals. Like them in a higher form, he dwells within the divine intelligence. Besides, no being called reasonable may be found within it, for it is only here below that reason is employed. On high, the only acts are those superior to discursive reason. Why then is man here below the only animal who makes use of reason? Because the intelligence of man in the intelligible world is different from that of other animals, and so his reason here below must differ from their reason. For it can be seen that many actions of other animals imply the use of judgment. In reply, it might be asked, why are not all animals equally rational? And why are not all men also equally rational? Let us reflect. All these lives, which represent as many movements, all these intelligences, which form a plurality, could not be identical. Therefore, they had to differ among each other, and their difference had to consist in manifesting more or less clearly life and intelligence. Those that occupy the first rank are distinguished by primary differences, those that occupy the second rank by secondary differences, and so forth. Thus, amidst intelligences, some constitute the divinities, others the beings placed in the second rank, and gifted with reason. Further, other beings that we here call deprived of reason and intelligence really were reason and intelligence in the intelligible world. Indeed, he who thinks the intelligible horse, for instance, is intelligence, just as is the very thought of the horse. If nothing but thought existed, there would be nothing absurd in that this thought, while being intellectual, might, as object, have a being devoid of intelligence. But since thought and the object thought fuse, how could thought be intellectual unless the object thought were so likewise? To effect this, intelligence would, so to speak, have to render itself unintelligent. But it is not so. The thing thought is a determinate intelligence, just as it is a determinate life. Now, just as no life, whatever it be, can be deprived of vitality, so no determinate intelligence can be deprived of intellectuality. The very intelligence which is proper to an animal, such as, for instance, man, does not cease being intelligence of all things. Whichever of its parts you choose to consider, it is all things, only in a different manner. While it is a single thing in actualization, it is all things in potentiality. However, in any one particular thing, we grasp only what it is in actualization. Now, what is in actualization, that is, a particular thing, occupies the last rank. Such, in intelligence, for instance, is the idea of the horse. In its procession, intelligence continues towards a less perfect life, and at a certain degree constitutes a horse, and at some inferior degree constitutes some animal still inferior. For the greater the development of the powers of intelligence, the more imperfect these become. At each degree in their procession they lose something, and as it is a lower degree of essence that constitutes some particular animal, its inferiority is redeemed by something new. Thus, in the measure that life is less complete in the animal, appear nails, claws, or horns, or teeth. Everywhere that intelligence diminishes on one side, it rises on another side by the fullness of its nature, and it finds in itself the resources by which to compensate for whatever it may lack. Apparent imperfections are only lower forms of perfection. 10. But how can there be anything imperfect in the intelligible world? Why does the intelligible animal have horns? Is it for its defense? To be perfect and complete. It is to be perfect as an animal, perfect as intelligence, and perfect as life, so that if it lack one quality, it may have a substitute. The cause of the differences is that what belongs to one being finds itself replaced in another being by something else, so that the totality of the beings may result in the most perfect life and intelligence, while all the particular beings which are thus found in the intelligible essence are perfect, so far as they are particular. Coexistence of unity and multiplicity demands organization in system. The essence must be simultaneously one and manifold. Now, it cannot be manifold if all the things that exist within it be equal. It would then be an absolute unity. Since, therefore, essence forms a composite unity, it must be constituted by things which bear to each other specific differences, such that its unity shall allow the existence of particular things, such as forms and reasons, beings. The forms, such as those of man, must contain all the differences that are essential to them. Though there be a unity in all these forms, there are also things more or less delicate or highly organized, such as the eye or the finger. All these organs, however, are implied in the unity of the animal, and they are inferior only relatively to the totality. It was better that things should be such. Reason, the essence of the animal, is animal, and besides is something different from the animal. Virtue also bears a general character and an individual one. The totality of the intelligible world is beautiful, because what is common to all beings does not offer any differences. But how could the intelligible world contain vegetables or metals? 11. The Timaeus of Plato states that heaven has not scorned to receive any of the forms of the animals, of which we see so great a number. The cause must be that this universe was to contain the universality of things. Whence does it derive all the things it contains? From on high? Yes, it received from above all the things that were produced by reason according to an intelligible form. But just as it contains fire and water, it must also contain plant life. Now, how could there be plant life in the intelligible world? Are earth and fire living entities within it? For they must be either living or dead entities. In the latter case, not everything would be alive in the intelligible world. In what state, then, do the above-mentioned objects find themselves on high in the intelligible world? First, it can be demonstrated that plants contain nothing opposed to reason, since even here below, a plant contains a reason which constitutes its life. But if the essential reason of the plant which constitutes it is a life of a particular kind, and a kind of soul, and if this reason itself be a unity, is it the primary plant? No. The primary plant from which the particular plant is derived is above that reason. The primary plant is unity, the other is multiple, and necessarily derives from this unity. If so, the primary plant must possess life in a still higher degree, and be the plant itself from which the plants here below proceed, which occupy the second or third rank, and which derive from the primary plant the traces of the life they reveal. How the earth exists in the intelligible. But how does the earth exist in the intelligible world? What is its essence? How can the earth in the intelligible world be alive there? Let us first examine our earth, that is, inquire what is its essence. It must be some sort of a shape and a reason, for the reason of the plant is alive even here below. Is there then a living, seminal reason in the earth also? To discover the nature of the earth, let us take essentially terrestrial objects which are begotten or fashioned by it. The birth of the stones and their increase, the interior formation of mountains, could not exist unless an animated reason produced them by an intimate and secret work. This reason is the form of the earth, a form that is analogous to what is called nature in trees. The earth might be compared to the trunk of a tree, and the stone that can be detached therefrom to the branch that can be separated from the trunk. Consideration of the stone, which is not yet dug out of the earth, and which is united to it, as the uncut branch is united to the tree, shows that the earth's nature, which is a productive force, constitutes a life endowed with reason, and it must be evident that the intelligible earth must possess life at a still higher degree, that the rational life of the earth is the earth in itself, the primary earth, from which proceeds the earth here below. The fire, as it is in the intelligible world. If fire also be a reason engaged in matter, and in this respect resemble the earth, it was not born by chance. Whence would it come? Lucretius thought it came from rubbing sticks or stones. But fire existed in the universe before one body rubbed another. Bodies already possess fire when they rub up against one another, for it must not be believed that matter possesses fire potentially, so that it is capable of producing it spontaneously. But what is fire, since the principle which produces the fire, giving it a form, must be a reason? It is a soul capable of producing the fire, that is, a reason and a life which fuse into one thing. That is why Plato says that in every object there is a soul, that is, a power capable of producing the sense fire. Thus the principle which produces the fire in our world is a fiery life, a fire that is more real than ours. Since then the intelligible fire is a fire more real than ours, it also possesses a moral life. The Fire in itself, therefore, possesses life. There is a similar reason in the other elements, air and water. Why should not these things be as animated as earth is? They are evidently contained in the universal living organism, and they constitute parts thereof. Doubtless, life is not manifest in them any more than in the earth, but it can be recognized in them, as it is recognized in the earth by its productions. For living beings are born in the fire, and still more in the water, as is better known. Others also are formed in the air. The flames that we daily see lit and extinguished do not manifest in the universal Soul, because of the shortness of their duration. Her presence is not revealed in the fire, because she does not here below succeed in reaching a mass of sufficient permanency. Water and air as intelligible entities. It is not otherwise with water and air. If by their nature these elements were more consistent, they would reveal the universal Soul. But as their essence is dispersed, they do not reveal the power that animates them. In a similar case are the fluids occurring in our body, as for instance the blood. The flesh, which seems animated, is formed at the expense of the blood. The latter must therefore enjoy the presence of the soul, though it seem deprived of the soul, because the blood manifests no sensibility, opposes no resistance, and by its fluidity easily separates itself from the soul that vivifies it, as happens to the three elements already mentioned. Likewise, the animals, which nature forms out of condensed air, feel without suffering. As fixed and permanent light penetrates the air so long as the air itself is permanent, the soul also penetrates the atmosphere surrounding her without being absorbed by it. Other elements are in the same case. The intelligible world is a complete model of this our universe. 12. We therefore repeat that, since we admit that our universe is modeled on the intelligible world, we should so much the more recognize that the latter is the universal living organism, which constitutes all things, because it consists of perfect essence. Consequently, in the intelligible world, the heavens also are an animated being, not even lacking what here below are called the stars. Indeed, the latter are what constitutes the heaven's essence. Neither is the earth on high something dead, for it is alive, containing all the animals that walk on the ground, and that are named terrestrial, as well as vegetation, whose foundation is life. On high exist also the sea and the water in universal condition, in permanent fluidity and animation, containing all the animals that dwell in the water. Air also forms part of the intelligible world, with the animals that inhabit the air, and which on high possess a nature in harmony with it. How indeed could the things contained in a living being not also themselves be living beings? Consequently, they are also such here below. Why indeed should not all the animals necessarily exist in the intelligible world? The nature of the great parts of this world indeed necessarily determines the nature of the animals that these parts contain. Thus, from the having and being, existence and nature, of the intelligible world is derived that of all the beings contained therein. These things imply each other. To ask the reason for the existence of the animals contained in the intelligible world is to ask why exists this very world itself, or the universal living organism, or, what amounts to the same thing, why exist the universal life, the universal soul, in which are found no fault, no imperfection, and from which everywhere overflows the fullness of life. All things united by a common source. All these things derive from one and the same source. It is neither a breath nor a single heat, but rather a single quality which contains and preserves within itself all the qualities: the sweetness of the most fragrant perfumes, the flavor of the wine and of the finest tasty juices, the gleam of the most flashing colors, the softness of the objects which flatter touch with the greatest delicacy, the rhythm and harmony of all the kinds of sounds which can charm the hearing. Simplicity of the intelligible does not deny compositeness, but infers height of source. 13. Neither intelligence nor the soul that proceeds therefrom are simple. Both contain the universality of things, with their infinite variety, so far as these are simple, meaning that they are not composite, but that they are principles and actualizations. For in the intelligible world, the actualization of what occupies the last rank is simple; the actualization of what occupies the first rank is universal. Intelligence, in its uniform movement, always trends towards similar and identical things. Nevertheless, each of them is identical and single, without being a part. It is, on the contrary, universal, because what in the intelligible world is a part is not a simple unit, but a unity that is infinitely divisible. In this movement, intelligence starts from one object and goes to another object, which is its goal. But does all that is intermediary resemble a straight line, or to a uniform and homogeneous body? There would be nothing remarkable about that, for if intelligence did not contain differences, if no diversity awoke it to life, it would not be an actualization; its state would not differ from inactivity. If its movement were determined in a single manner, it would possess but a single kind of restricted life, instead of possessing the universal life. Now it should contain an universal and omnipresent life. Consequently, it must move, or rather have been moved, towards all beings. If it were to move in a simple and uniform manner, it would possess but a single thing, would be identical with it, and no longer proceed towards anything different. If, however, it should move towards something different, it would have to become something different and be two things. If these two things were then to be identical, intelligence would still remain one, and there would be no progress left. If, on the contrary, these two things were to be different, it would be proceeding with this difference, and it would, by virtue of this difference joined to its divinity, beget some third thing. By its origin, the latter is simultaneously identical and different, not of some particular difference, but of all kinds of difference, because the identity it contains is itself universal. Thus, being universal difference as well as universal identity, this thing possesses all that is said to be different, for its nature is to be universal differentiation, to spread over everything, to become everything else. If all these differences preceded this intelligence, the latter would be modified by them. If this be not the case, intelligence must have begotten all the differences, or rather be their universality. Intelligence evolves over the field of truth. Essences, beings, therefore, cannot exist without an actualization of intelligence. By this actualization, after having produced some being, intelligence always produces some other one, somehow carrying out the career which it is natural for veritable intelligence to carry out within itself. This career is that of the beings, of which each corresponds to one of its evolutions, or it roams around among beings, so that through its roaming around, these beings unite and form. Since intelligence is everywhere identical, its evolutions imply permanence, and they make it move around the field of truth without ever issuing therefrom. It occupies this whole field because intelligence has made itself the locality where its evolutions operate, a locality which is identical with what it contains. This field is varied enough to offer a career to be fulfilled. If it were not universally and eternally varied, there would be a stopping place where variety would cease, and were intelligence to stop, it would not think, and if it had never stopped, it would have existed without thought, or it would not exist. This, however, is not the case. Therefore, thought exists, and its universal movement produces the fullness of universal being. Universal being, however, is the thought that embraces universal life, and which, after each thing, ever conceives some other, because, since that which within it is identical is also different, it continually divides and ever finds something different from the others. In its march, intelligence ever progresses from life to life, from animated beings to animated beings, just as some traveler advancing on the earth finds all that he travels through to be earth, whatever variations thereof there may have been. In the intelligible world, the life whose field one traverses is always self-identical, but it is also always different. The result is that this sphere of operations does not seem the same to us, because in its evolution, which is identical, life experiences or traverses things which are not the same. That, however, does not change this life, for it passes through different things in a uniform and identical manner. If this uniformity and identity of intelligence were not applied to different things, intelligence would remain idle. It would no longer exist in actualization, and no more be actualization. Now, these different things constitute intelligence itself. Intelligence is therefore universal, because this universality forms its very nature. Being thus universal, intelligence is all things. There is nothing in it which does not contribute to its universality, and everything is different so as to be able still to contribute to totality by its very difference. If there were no difference, if everything in it were identical, the being of intelligence would be diminished, inasmuch as its nature would no more cooperate towards its harmonic consummation. Intelligence contains the infinite as simultaneousness of one and many, and as friendship. 14. By intellectual examples, we can understand the nature of intelligence, and see that it could not be a unity which does not admit any kind of difference. As example, consider the seminal reason of a plant, and that of an animal. If it be only a unity without any kind of variety, it is not even a reason, and what is born will be no more than matter. This reason must therefore contain all the organs, and while embracing all matter, it must not leave any part of it to remain identical with any other. For instance, the face does not form a single mass; it contains the nose and the eyes. Nor is even the nose something simple. It contains different parts, whose variety make of it an organ. If it were reduced to a state of absolute simplicity, it would be no more than a mass. Thus intelligence contains the infinite, because it is simultaneously one and manifold; not indeed like a house, but as is a seminal reason, which is manifold interiorly. It contains within, therefore, a sort of figure or scheme, or even a picture, on which are interiorly drawn or inscribed its powers and thoughts. Their division does not take place exteriorly, for it is entirely interior. Thus the universal living organism embraces other living beings, within which may be discovered still smaller living beings, and still smaller powers, and so on till we arrive at the atomic form. All these forms are distinguished from each other by their division, without ever having been confounded together, though they all occur in the constitution of a single unity. Thus exists in the intelligible world that union by Empedocles called friendship; but such union is very different from that which exists in the sense world. In fact, the latter is only the image of the first, because it is formed of completely disparate elements. Veritable union, however, consists in forming but a single thing, without admitting of any separation between elements. Here below, however, objects are separated from each other. End of Ennead 6, Book 7, Part 2. Ennead 6, Book 7, Part 3, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. B. A study of the good. All souls are united by their highest, with intelligence shining down from the peak they form. 15. Who then will be able to contemplate this multiple and universal life, primary and one, without being charmed therewith, and without scorning every other kind of life? For our lives here below, that are so weak, impotent, incomplete, whose impurity soils other lives, can be considered as nothing but tenebrous. As soon as you consider these lives, you no longer see the others; you no longer live with these other lives, in which everything is living, which are relieved of all impurity and of all contact with evil. Indeed, evil reigns here below only, here where we have but a trace of intelligence and of the intelligible life. On the contrary, in the intelligible world exists that archetype which is beneficent, which possesses the form of good, as says Plato, because it possesses good by the forms, that is, by the ideas. Indeed, the absolute good is something different from the intelligence which is good only because its life is passed in contemplating the good. The objects contemplated by intelligence are the essences which have the form of good, and which it possesses from the moment it contemplates the good. Intelligence receives the good, not such as the good is in itself, but such as intelligence is capable of receiving it. The good is indeed the supreme principle. From the good, therefore, intelligence derives its perfection. To the good, intelligence owes its begetting of all the intelligible entities. On the one hand, intelligence could not consider the good without thinking it. On the other, it must not have seen in the good the intelligible entities, otherwise intelligence itself could not have begotten them. Thus intelligence has, from the good, received the power to beget, and to fill itself with that which it has begotten. The good does not himself possess the things which he thus donates, for he is absolutely one, and that which has been given to intelligence is manifold. Incapable in its plenitude to embrace, and in its unity to possess the power it was receiving, intelligence split it up, thus rendering it manifold, so as to possess it at least in fragments. Thus everything begotten by intelligence proceeds from the power derived from the good, and bears its form. As intelligence itself is good, and as it is composed of things that bear the form of good, it is a varied good. The reader may be assisted in forming a conception of it by imagining a variegated living sphere, or a composite of animated and brilliant faces. Or again, imagine pure souls, pure and complete in their essence, all united by their highest faculties, and then universal intelligence seated on this summit, and illuminating the whole intelligible region. In this simile, the reader who imagines it considers it as something outside of himself. But to contemplate intelligence, one has to become intelligence, and then give oneself a panorama of oneself. Intelligence contains all things that are conformed to the good. 16. Instead of stopping at this multiple beauty, it must be abandoned to rise to the good, the supreme principle, by reasoning not according to the nature of our world, but according to that of the universal intelligence. We should with astonishment ask ourselves which is the principle that has begotten it, and how it did so. Each one of the essences contained in the intelligence is a particular form, and somehow has its own type. As their common characteristic is to be assimilated to the good, the consequence is that intelligence contains all the things conformable to the good. It possesses therefore the essence which is in all things. It contains all the animals, as well as the universal life within them, and all the rest. The good is not only the cause of being, but its intuition as well. Why must these things be considered as goods, when considered from this point of view? The solution of this problem may be arrived at from the following consideration. When for the first time intelligence contemplated the good, this its contemplation split the good's unity into multiplicity. Though itself were a single being, this its thought divided the unity because of its inability to grasp it in its entirety. To this it may be answered that intelligence was not yet such the first time it contemplated the good. Did it then contemplate the good without intelligence? Intelligence did not yet see the good, but intelligence dwelt near it, was dependent on it, and was turned towards it. Having arrived at its fullness, because it was operating on high and was trending towards the good, the movement of intelligence itself led it to its fullness. Since then it was no longer a single movement, but a movement perfect and complete. Id est became all things, and possessing self-consciousness, it recognized that itself was all things. It thus became intelligence, which possesses its fullness so as to contain what it should see, and which sees by the light that it receives from him from whom it derives what it sees. That is why the good is said to be not only the cause of being, but rather the cause of the vision of being. As for sense objects, the sun is the cause that makes them exist, and renders them visible, as it is also the cause of vision, and as, however, the sun is neither the vision nor the visible objects. Likewise, the good is the cause of being and of intelligence. It is a light in respect of the beings that are seen, and the intelligence that sees them, but it is neither the beings nor the intelligence. It is only their cause. It produces thought by shedding its light on the beings and on intelligence. It is thus that intelligence has arrived to fullness, and that on arriving at fullness it has become perfect and has seen. That which preceded its fullness is its principle, but it has another principle, which is the good, which is somewhat exterior to it, and which gave it its fullness, and while giving it this fullness, impressed on it the form of itself, the good. All is intelligence, but this is differentiated into universal and individual. 17. How can these beings exist within intelligence and constitute it, if they were neither in that which has given, nor in that which has received this fullness? Since before receiving its fullness from the good, intelligence had not yet received these beings. It is not necessary that a principle should itself possess what it gives. In intelligible things, it suffices to consider the giver superior and the receiver inferior. That giving and receiving is the content of generation in the order of veritable beings. What occupies the front rank must be in actualization. Posterior things must be in potentiality of what precedes them. What occupies the front rank is superior to what occupies the second rank. The giver, likewise, is superior to the gift, because it is better. If then there be a principle anterior to actualization, it must be superior both to actualization and to life, and because it gave life to intelligence, it is more beautiful, still more venerable than life. Thus intelligence received life without necessity for the principle from which it received life, having had to contain any variety. Life is the impress of him who gave it, but it is not his life. When intelligence glanced towards him, it was indeterminate. As soon as it fixed its glance on him, it was determined by him, although he himself had no determination. As soon indeed as intelligence contemplated the One, intelligence was determined by him, and from him it received its determination, limit, and form. The form exists in the receiver; the giver has none of it. This determination has not been imposed from without on intelligence, as is the case for the limit imposed on some magnitude. It is the determination characteristic of that life which is universal, multiple, and infinite, because it has radiated from the Supreme Nature. that life was not yet the life of any particular principle, otherwise it would have been determined as an individual life. Nevertheless, it has been determined, and by virtue of that determination, it is the life of a multiple unity. Each one of the things that constitute its multiplicity has likewise been determined. Indeed, life has been determined as multiplicity of beings, because of its own multiplicity; as unity, because of the very determination it has received. What has been determined as unity? Intelligence, because it is the determined life. What was determined as multiplicity? The multiplicity of intelligences. Everything, therefore, is intelligence; only the intelligence that is one is universal, while the intelligences which form multiplicity are individual. Multiplicity of intelligences implies their mutual differences. If universal intelligence comprises all the individual intelligences, might not the latter all be identical? No, for then there would be but one of them. The multiplicity of the intelligences implies therefore a difference between them. But how does each differ from the others? Its difference resides in its being one, for there is no identity between the universal intelligence and any particular intelligence. Thus, in intelligence, life is universal power; the vision which emanates from it is the power of all things; and then intelligence itself, when it is formed, manifests all these things to us. He who is seated above all of them is their principle, though they do not serve him as foundation; for, on the contrary, he is the foundation of the form of the first forms, without himself having any forms. In respect to the soul, intelligence plays the part that the first plays in respect to intelligence. Intelligence sheds its light on the soul, and, to determine her, rationalizes her by communicating that of which itself is the trace. The intellect, therefore, is the trace of the first, and, while it is a form which develops in plurality, the first has no shape nor form, so as to give form to all the rest. If itself were a form, intelligence would be nothing more than the reason, the soul. That is why the first could not have contained any multiplicity; otherwise its multiplicity itself would have had to be traced to some superior principle. Life, intelligence, and idea bear the form of the good. 18. In what respects do the entities which are contained by intelligence seem to bear the form of the good? Is it because each of them is a form, or because each is beautiful, or perhaps for some other reason? All that proceeds from the good bears its characteristics or impressions, or at least bears something derived from it, just as that which is derived from the fire bears a trace of the fire, and as that which is derived from sweetness somehow betrays it. Now, that which in intelligence is derived from the good is life, for life is born from the actualization of the good, and from him again is derived the beauty of forms. Therefore, all these things, life, intelligence, and idea, will bear the form of good. This form of the good may, however, exist at varying degrees. But what element is common to them? It does not suffice for them to proceed from the good to have something identical; they must also have some common characteristic. For a same principle may give rise to different things. Or again, one and the same thing may become different while passing from the giving principle into the receivers. For there is a difference between that which constitutes the first actualization and that which is given thereby. Thus, that which is in the things of which we speak is already different. Nothing hinders the characteristic of all these things in life, intelligence, and idea from being the form of good. But this form exists at different degrees in each of them. Intelligence and life are only different degrees of the same reality. In which of these things does the form of the good inhere in the highest degree? The solution of this problem depends on the following one. Is life a good merely as such, even if it were life pure and simple? Should we not rather limit that word life to the life which derives from the good, so that mere proceeding from the good be a sufficient characterization of life? What is the nature of this life? Is it the life of the good? No. Life does not belong to the good, it only proceeds therefrom. If the characteristic of life be proceeding from the good, and if it be real life, evidently the result would be that nothing that proceeds from the good would deserve scorn, that life as life should be considered good, that the same condition of affairs obtains with the primary and veritable intelligence, and that finally each form is good and bears the form of good. In this case, each of these, life, intelligence, and idea, possess a good which is either common or different, or which is of a different degree. Since we have admitted that each of the above mentioned things contains a good in its being, then it is good chiefly because of this good. Thus life is a good, not in so far as it is merely life, but in so far as it is real life and proceeds from the good. Intelligence likewise is a good, so far as it essentially is intelligence. There is therefore some common element in life and intelligence. Indeed, when one and the same attribute is predicated of different beings, although it form an integral part of their being, it may be abstracted therefrom by thought. Thus, from man and horse may be abstracted animal, from water and fire heat. But what is common in these beings is a genus, while what is common in intelligence and life is one and the same thing which inheres in one in the first degree, and in the other in the second. Is the word good a common label or a common quality? Is it by a mere play on words that life, intelligence, and ideas are called good? Does the good constitute their being, or is each good taken in its totality? Good could not constitute the being of each of them. Are they then parts of the good? The good, however, is indivisible. The things that are beneath it are good for different reasons. The primary actualization that proceeds from the good is good. Likewise, the determination it receives is good, and the totality of both things is good. The actualization is good because it proceeds from the good, the determination because it is a perfection that has emanated from the good, and the combination of actualization and determination because it is their totality. All these things thus are derived from one and the same principle, but nevertheless they are different. Thus, in a choric ballet, the voice and the step proceed from one and the same person, in that they are all perfectly regulated. Now, they are well regulated because they contain order and rhythm. What then is the content in the above mentioned things that would make them good? But perhaps it may be objected that if the voice and step are well regulated, each one of them entirely owes it to some external principle, since the order is here applied to the things that differ from each other. On the contrary, the things of which we speak are each of them good in itself. And why are they good? It does not suffice to say that they are good because they proceed from the good. Doubtless, we shall have to grant that they are precious from the moment that they proceed from the good. But reason demands that we shall determine that of which their goodness consists. Good cannot be a desire of the soul. 19. Shall the decision of what is good be entrusted to the desire of the soul? If we are to trust this affection of the soul, we shall be declaring that whatever is desirable for her is good. But we would not be seeking why the good is desired. Thus, while we use demonstrations to explain the nature of every entity, we would be trusting to desire for the determination of the good. Such a proceeding would land us in several absurdities. First, the good would only be an attribute. Then, since our soul has several desires, and each of the latter has different objects, we would not be able to decide which of these objects would be the best, according to desire. It would be impossible to decide what would be better before we know what is good. No need to seek the cause of good, as in the intelligible, the cause coincides with the nature. Shall we then define the good as the virtue characteristic of each being, as say the Stoics? In this case, by strictly following the course of dialectics, we would reduce the good to being a form and a reason. But, having arrived there, what should we answer if we were asked on what grounds these things themselves are good? In imperfect things it seems easy to distinguish the good, even though it be not pure. But in intelligible things, we may not immediately succeed in discovering the good by comparison with the inferior things. As there is no evil on high in the intelligible world, and as excellent things exist in themselves, we find ourselves embarrassed. Perhaps we are embarrassed only because we seek the cause, whyness, of the good, whereas the cause, whyness, is here identical with the nature, whatness, as intelligible entities are good in themselves. Nor would we have solved the problem if we were to assign some other cause of the good, such as the divinity, to which our reason has not yet forced us to repair. However, we cannot retire, and we must seek to arrive by some other road to something satisfactory. Pythagorean oppositions are also worthless as explanations of good. 20. Since therefore we have given up desires as forms in the determination of the nature and quality of the good, shall we have recourse to other rules, such as, for instance, the Pythagorean oppositions, such as order and disorder, proportion and disproportion, health and sickness, form and formlessness, being and destruction, consistence and its lack? Who indeed would hesitate to attribute to the form of good those characteristics which constitute the first member of each of these opposition pairs? If so, the efficient causes of these characteristics will also have to be traced to the good. For virtue, life, intelligence, and wisdom are comprised within the form of good, as being things desired by the soul that is wise. Good, not defined by intelligence, as the soul has other aspirations. It will further be suggested by followers of Aristotle that we stop at intelligence, predicating goodness of it, for life and soul are images of intelligence. It is to intelligence that the soul aspires. It is according to intelligence that the soul judges. It is on intelligence that the soul regulates herself, when she pronounces that justice is better than injustice, in preferring every kind of virtue to every kind of vice, and in holding in high estimation what she considers preferable. Unfortunately, the soul does not aspire to intelligence exclusively. As might be demonstrated in a long discussion, intelligence is not the supreme goal to which we aspire, and not everything aspires to intelligence, whilst everything aspires to the good. The beings which do not possess intelligence do not all seek to possess it, while those who do possess it do not limit themselves to it. Intelligence is sought only as the result of a train of reasoning, whilst good is desired even before reason comes into play. If the object of desire be to live, to exist always, and to be active, this object is not desired because of intelligence, but because of its being good, inasmuch as the good is its principle and its goal. It is only in this respect that life is desirable. The good is intelligence and primary life. 21. What then is the one and only cause to whose presence is due the goodness of life, intelligence, and idea? Let us not hesitate to say, intelligence and primary life bear the form of good. It is on this account alone that they are desirable. They bear the form of good in this respect, that the primary life is the actualization of the good, or rather, the actualization that proceeds from the good, and that intelligence is determination of this actualization. Intelligence and primary life are fascinating, and the soul seeks them because they proceed from the good. Nevertheless, the soul aspires to them only because they fit her, and not because they are good in themselves. On the other hand, the soul could not disdain them because they bear the form of good, though we can disdain something even though it be suitable to us, if it be not a good besides. It is true that we permit ourselves to be allured by distant and inferior objects, and may even feel for them a passionate love, but that occurs only when they have something more than their natural condition, and when some perfection descends on them from on high, just as the bodies, while containing a light mingled with their substance, nevertheless need illumination by some other light to bring out their colors, so the intelligible entities, in spite of the light that they contain, need to receive some other more powerful light, so as to become visible both for themselves and for others. Good consists in illumination by the extreme. 22. When the soul perceives the light thus shed by the good on the intelligible entities, she flies towards them, tasting an indescribable bliss in the contemplation of the light that illuminates them. Likewise, here below, we do not like the bodies for themselves, but for the beauty that shimmers in them. Each intelligible entity owes its nature to none but to itself, but it only becomes desirable when the good, so to speak, illuminates and colors it, breathing grace into the desired object and inspiring love into the desiring heart. As soon as the soul reacts to the influence of the good, she feels emotion, swells with fancy, is stung by desire, and love is born within her. Before reacting to the influence of good, she feels no transports when facing the beauty of intelligence, for this beauty is dead so long as it is not irradiated by the good. Consequently, the soul still remains depressed and bowed down, cold and torpid in front of intelligence. But as soon as she feels the gentle warmth of the good, she is refreshed, she awakes and spreads her wings, and instead of stopping to admire the intelligence in front of her, she rises by the aid of reminiscence to a still higher principle, the first. So long as there is anything superior to what she possesses, she rises allured by her natural leaning for the inspirer of love. So she passes through the region of intelligence and stops at the good because there is nothing beyond. So long as she contemplates intelligence, she surely enjoys a noble and magnificent spectacle, but she does not yet fully possess the object of her search. Such would be a human countenance which, in spite of its beauty, is not attractive for lack of the charm of grace. Beauty is indeed rather the splendor that enhalos proportion than proportion itself, and it is properly this splendor which challenges love. Why indeed does beauty shine radiantly on the face of a living person, and yet leave hardly a trace after death, even when the complexion and features are not yet marred? Why, among different statues, do the most lifelike ones seem more beautiful than others that may be better proportioned? Why is a living being, though ugly, more beautiful than a pictured one, even though the latter were the most handsome imaginable? The secret is that the living form seems to us most desirable because it possesses a living soul, because it is most assimilated to the good, because the soul is colored by the light of the good, and because, enlightened by the good, she is more wakeful and lighter, and because, in her turn, she lightens the burdens, awakes, and causes participation of the good, so far as she may be able, in the body within which she resides. The Supreme is the good because of his supremacy. 23. Since it is this principle which the soul pursues, which illuminates intelligence, and whose least trace arouses in us so great an emotion, there is no ground for astonishment if it possess the power of exerting its fascination on all beings, and if all rest in him without seeking anything beyond. If indeed everything proceeds from this principle, then there is nothing better, and everything else is below him. Now, how could the best of beings fail to be the good? If the good be entirely self-sufficient and have need of nothing else, what could it be except the One who was what He is before all other things, when evil did not yet exist? If all evils be posterior to Him, if they exist only in the objects that in no way participate in the good, and which occupy the last rank, if no evil exist among the intelligibles, and if there be nothing worse than evil, just as there is nothing better than the good, then evils are in complete opposition to this principle, and it could be nothing else. To deny the existence of the good, we would also have to deny the existence of evil, and the result would be a complete indifference of choice between any two particular things, which is absurd. All other things called good refer to him, while he refers to nothing else. The good as creator and preserver. But if this be the nature of the good, what does he do? He made intelligence and life. By the intermediation of intelligence, he made the souls and all the other beings that participate in intelligence, in reason, or in life. Moreover, who could express the goodness of him who is their source and principle? But what is he doing at the present time? He preserves what he has begotten. He inspires the thought in those who think. He vivifies the living by his spirit. He imparts to all beings intelligence and life, and to those who are unable to receive life, at least existence. Many further questions about the good. For the individual, it is illumination. 24. And what is he doing for us? To answer this question, we would still have to explain the light by which intelligence is illuminated, and in which the soul participates. But we shall have to postpone this discussion, and mention various other questions which may be asked. Is the good goodness, and does it receive this name because it is desirable for some being? Is that which is desirable for some being the good of this being? And do we call the good that which is desirable for all beings? Is being desirable not rather a simple characteristic of the good? And must not that which is desirable have a nature such that it would deserve the name of good? Besides, do the beings that desire the good desire it because they receive from it something, or merely because possession thereof causes bliss? If they do receive something from it, what does it consist of? If the possession of the good give them joy, why should their joy come from possession of the good rather than from possession of anything else? Is the good such by what is characteristic of it, or by something else? Is the good an attribute of some other being, or is the good good for itself? Must not the good rather be good for others without being good for itself? For whom, anyway, is the good good? For there is a certain nature, matter, for which nothing is good. Attributing good to life is only the result of fear of death. Nor can we ignore an objection raised by an opponent who is difficult to convince. Plato's Philebus. Quote, "Well, my friends, what then is this entity that you celebrate in such pompous terms, ceaselessly repeating that life and intelligence are goods, although you said that the good is above them? What sort of a good might the intellect be? What sort of a good should a man have who thinks the ideas themselves, contemplating everything in itself? Perhaps indeed a man, when he enjoys these ideas and contemplations, might be deceived into calling them a good merely because he happened to be in pleasant circumstances. But should these circumstances become unpleasant, on what grounds would he call them a good? Merely because they possess existence? But what pleasure or benefit could this afford him? If he did not consider self-love as the foundation thereof, what difference could there be for him between existence and non-existence? It is therefore to this natural physical error of self-love and to the fear of death that we must trace the cause of the ascription of good to intelligence and life." Close quote. Plato's answer to Philebus: there are two goods, the human and the universal. 25. Plato therefore mingled the good with pleasure, and did not posit the good exclusively in intelligence, as he wrote in the Philebus. Appreciating this difficulty, he very rightly decided, on one hand, that good did not consist in pleasure alone, and on the other, that it did not consist in intelligence alone, inasmuch as he failed to discover in it anything to arouse our desire. Perhaps Plato had still another motive in calling the good a mixture, because he thought that with such a nature the good is necessarily full of charm, desirable both for the seeker and the finder, whence it would result that he who is not charmed has not found the good, and that if he who desires be not happy, he evidently does not yet possess the good. It is not without a reason that Plato formed this conception of the good, for he was not seeking to determine the universal good, but the good of man, and as such human good refers to man, who is a being different from the absolute good. Then it becomes for him something different from the good in itself, and would therefore be defective and composite. That is why, according to Plato, that which is alone and single has no good, but is good in another and a higher sense. The Aristotelian supreme good. The good must then be desirable, but it is good not because it is desirable, but it is desirable because it is good. Thus, in the order of beings, rising from the last to the first, it will be found that the good of each of them is in the one immediately preceding, so long as this ascending scale remain proportionate and increasing. Then we will stop at him who occupies the supreme rank, beyond which there is nothing more to seek. That is the first, the veritable, the sovereign good, the author of all goodness in other beings. The good of matter is form, for if matter became capable of sensation, it would receive it with pleasure. The good of the body is the soul, for without her it could neither exist nor last. The good of the soul is virtue, and then higher waits intelligence. Last, the good of intelligence is the principle called the primary nature. Each of these goods produces something within the object whose good it is. It confers order and beauty, as form does on matter, or life, as the soul does on the body, or wisdom and happiness, as intelligence does on soul. Last, the good communicates to intelligence its influx and actualization, emanating from the good, and shedding on intelligence what has been called the light of the good. The nature of this we shall study later. The true good implies a counterfeit good. 26. Recognition of goodness and so-called possession thereof consists of enjoyment of the presence of good by the being who has received from nature the faculty of sensation. How could it make a mistake about the matter? The possibility of its being deceived implies the existence of some counterfeit. In this case, the error of this being was caused by that which resembled its good. For this being withdraws from what had deceived it as soon as the good presents itself. the existence of a particular good for each being is demonstrated by its desire and inclination. Doubtless, the inanimate being receives its good from without, but in the animated being, the desire spontaneously starts to pursue the good. That is why lifeless bodies are the objects of solicitude and care of living beings, while the living beings watch over themselves. The good cannot be pleasure which is changeable and restless. Now, when a being has attained the good it was pursuing, it is sure of possessing it as soon as it feels that it is better, feels no regret, is satisfied, takes pleasure therein, and seeks nothing beyond. What shows the insufficiency of pleasure is that one does not always like the same thing. Doubtless, pleasure ever charms, but the object which produces it is not the same. It is always the newest object that pleases most. Now, the good to which we aspire must not be a simple affection existing only in him who feels it, for he who mistakes this affection for the good remains unsatisfied. He has nothing but an affection that somebody else might equally feel in presence of the good. Consequently, no one will succeed in making himself enjoy a pleasure he has not achieved, such as, for instance, rejoicing in the presence of an absent son, or for a glutton to relish imaginary food, or for a lover to tremble at the touch of his absent mistress, or to thrill in a theoretic orgasm. A thing's good is its form, or its intimacy with itself. 27. What is the essential of a being's nature? Form. Matter achieves recognition through its form, and a soul's destiny is realized by the virtue which is its form. Next, we may ask whether this form be a good for a being merely because it suits its nature. Does desire pursue that which is suitable to it or not? No, a being is suited by its like. Now, though a being seek and love its like, its possession does not imply the possession of its good. Are we then not implying that something is suitable to a being on the strength of its being the good of that being? The determination of what is suitable to a being belongs to the superior being, of whom the lower being is a potentiality. When a being is the potentiality of some other, the being needs the other. Now, the being which it needs, because it is superior, is, by that very fact, its good. Of all things, matter is the most indigent, and the form suitable to it is the last of all. But above it, one may gradually ascend. Consequently, if a being be good for itself, so much the more will it consider good what is its perfection and form, namely, the being that is better than it because of a superior nature, and of supplying the good of the lower being. But why should that which a being receives from a superior being be its good? Is it not this because it is eminently suited to it? No, it is so merely because it is a portion of the good. That is why the purest and best beings are those that have most intimacy with themselves. Besides, it is absurd to seek the cause why what is good for itself, as if by the mere fact of its being good, it should betray its own nature, and not love itself. Nevertheless, speaking of simple beings, it might be asked whether a being which does not contain several things different from each other either possesses intimacy with itself, or can be good for itself. Pleasure may accompany the good, but the good is independent thereof. Now, if all that has been said be right, it is only a gradual upward analysis that reveals the good that is suitable to the nature of any being. Desire does not constitute the good, but is born from its presence. Those who acquire the good receive something from it. Pleasure accompanies the acquirement of good, but even should pleasure not accompany the good should nonetheless be chosen and sought for its own sake. Matter is improved by form, the dream of the good. 28. Let us consider the implications of the principles we have studied. If that which a being receives as good be everywhere a form, if the good of matter be a form, we might ask ourselves whether matter, granting it here the faculty of volition, would even wish to be a form. Such a wish would be tantamount to a wish to be destroyed. But matter could not wish this, for every being seeks its own good. But perhaps matter might not wish to be matter, but simply to be essence, possessing which matter would wish to free itself from all the evil within it. But how can that which is evil, for such is the nature of matter, desire the good? Besides, we are not attributing desire to matter itself. It was only to meet the exigencies of the discussion that we employed the hypothesis which accorded sensibility to matter, if indeed it can be granted to matter without destroying its nature. We have at least shown that when form has come, as a dream of the good, to unite itself to matter, the latter found itself in a better condition. Matter is not wickedness, but neutral evil. All we have said above goes on the assumption that matter is the evil. But if it were something else, as for instance malice, and if the essence of matter were to receive sensation, would intimacy with what is better still be the good of matter? But if it were not the malice itself of matter which chose the good, it was what had become evil in matter. If the essence of matter were identical with evil, how could matter wish to possess this good? Would evil love itself if it had self-consciousness? But how could that which is not lovable be loved? For we have demonstrated that a being's good does not consist in that which is suitable to it. Enough about this, however. The good is a nature which possesses no kind of form itself. But if the good be everywhere a form, if in the measure that one rises along the ladder of beings, there is a progression in the form, for the soul is more of a form than the form of the body. In the soul herself, there are graduated forms, and intelligence is more of a form than the soul. The good follows a progression evidently inverse to that of matter. The good exists in that which is purified and freed from matter, and exists there in proportion to its purity from matter. So it exists in the highest degree in that which lays aside all materiality. Finally, the good in itself, being entirely separated from all matter, or rather, never having had any contact with it, constitutes a nature which has no kind of form, and from which proceeds the first form, intelligence. But of this more later. The independence of the good from pleasure proved by the temperate man. 29. Supposing then that the pleasure does not accompany the good, but that anterior to pleasure there have existed something which would have naturally given rise to it because of its goodness, why then might not the good be considered lovable? But the mere assertion that good is lovable already implies that it is accompanied by pleasure. But supposing now that the good could exist without being lovable, and consequently not accompanied by pleasure, in that case, even in presence of the good, the being that possesses sensibility will not know that the good is present. What would, however, hinder a being from knowing the presence of the good without feeling any emotion at its possession, which would exactly represent the case of the temperate man who lacks nothing? The result would be that pleasure could not be suitable to the first being, not only because he is simple, but also because pleasure results from the acquisition of what is lacking, and the first lacks nothing, therefore could not feel pleasure. Even scorn of life implies the existence of the good. But in order that this truth may appear in its full light, we shall first have to clear away all the other opinions, and especially have to refute the teaching opposite to ours. This is the question asked of us: what will be the fruit gathered by him who has the intelligence necessary to acquire one of these goods, such as existence and life, if on hearing them named he be not impressed thereby, because he does not understand them, either because they seem to him no more than words, or because his conception of each of these things should differ from our view of them, or because in his search for the good he seeks some sense object, such as wealth or the like? The person who thus scorns these things, existence and life, thereby implicitly recognizes that there is within him a certain good, but that without knowing in what it consists, he nevertheless values these things according to his own notion of the good. For it is impossible to say, "That is not the good," without having some sort of knowledge of the good, or acquaintance therewith. The above speaker seems to betray a suspicion that the good in itself is above intelligence. Besides, if in considering the good in itself, or the good which most approaches it, he do not discern it, he will nevertheless succeed in getting a conception of it by its contraries. Otherwise, he would not even know that the lack of intelligence is an evil, though every man desire to be intelligent, and glory in being such, as is seen by the sensations which aspire to become notions. If intelligence, and especially primary intelligence, be beautiful and venerable, what admiration might not then be felt by him who could contemplate the generating principle, the father of intelligence? Consequently, he who affects to scorn existence and life receives a refutation from himself and from all the affections he feels. They who are disgusted of life are those who consider not the true life, but the life which is mingled with death. End of Ennead 6, Book 7, Part 3. Ennead 6, Book 7, Part 4, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. two interpretations of Plato's opinion about the good. 30. Now, rising in thought to the good, we must examine whether pleasure must be mingled with the good to keep life from remaining imperfect, even if we should, besides, contemplate the divine things, and even Him who is their principle. When Plato seems to believe that the good is composed of intelligence as subject, and also of affection, which wisdom makes the soul experience, he is not asserting that this blend of intelligence and pleasure is either the goal of the soul or the good in itself. He only means that intelligence is the good, and that we enjoy its possession. This is a first interpretation of Plato's opinion about the good. Another interpretation is that to mingle intelligence with pleasure is to make a single subject of both of them, so that in acquiring or in contemplating such an intelligence, we possess the good. For according to the partisans of this opinion, one of these things could not exist in isolation, nor, supposing that it could so exist, it would not be desirable as a good. But shall we ask them, how can intelligence be mingled with pleasure so as to form a perfect fusion therewith? Nobody could be made to believe that the pleasure of the body could be mingled with intelligence. Such pleasure is incompatible even with the joys of the soul. Pleasure is indeed an accessory to all goods of the soul. The element of truth in all this, however, is that every action, disposition, and life is joined by some accessory pleasure or pain that unites with it. Indeed, sometimes action meets an obstacle to its natural accomplishment, and life is affected by the mixture of a little of its contrary, which limits its independence. Sometimes, however, action is produced without anything troubling its purity and serenity, and then life flows along a tranquil course. Those who consider that this state of intelligence is desirable and preferable to everything else, in their inability to express their thoughts more definitely, say that it is mingled with pleasure. Such likewise is the meaning of expressions used by those who apply to divine things terms intended to express joy here below, and who say, "He is intoxicated with nectar. Let us to the banquet. Jupiter smiles." This happy state of intelligence is that which is the most agreeable, the most worthy of our wishes and of our love, nor is it transitory, and does not consist in a movement. Its principle is that which colors intelligence, illumines it, and makes it enjoy a sweet serenity. That is why Plato adds to the mixture truth, and puts above it that which gives measure. He also adds that the proportion and the beauty which are in the mixture pass from there into the beautiful. That is the good that belongs to us. That is the fate that awaits us. That is the supreme object of desire, an object that we will achieve on condition of drawing ourselves up to that which is best in us. Now, this thing full of proportion and beauty, this form composed of the elements of which we have spoken, is nothing else but a life full of radiance, intelligence, and beauty. The soul, scorning all things below, rises to the good. 31. since all things have been embellished by Him who is above them, and have received their light from Him. Since intelligence derives from Him the splendor of its intellectual actualization, by which splendor it illuminates nature; since from Him also the soul derives her vital power, because she finds in Him an abundant source of life; consequently, intelligence has risen to Him, and has remained attached to Him, satisfied in the bliss of His presence. Consequently, also, the soul, to the utmost of her ability, turned towards Him; for as soon as she has known Him and seen Him, she was, by her contemplation, filled with bliss, and, so far as she could see Him, she was overwhelmed with reverence. She could not see Him without being impressed with the feeling that she had within herself something of Him. It was this disposition of hers that led her to desire to see Him, as the image of some lovable object makes one wish to be able to contemplate it oneself. Here below, lovers try to resemble the beloved object, to render their body more gracious, to conform their soul to their model, by temperance and the other virtues to remain as little inferior as possible to Him whom they love, for fear of being scorned by Him, and thus they succeed in enjoying intimacy with Him. Likewise, the soul loves the good because from the very beginning she is provoked to love Him. When she is ready to love, she does not wait for the beauties here below to give her the reminiscence of the good. Full of love, even when she does not know what she possesses, she is ever seeking, and inflamed with the desire to rise to the good, she scorns the things here below. Considering the beauties presented by our universe, she suspects that they are deceptive, because she sees them clothed upon with flesh and united to our bodies, soiled by the matter where they reside, divided by extension, and she does not recognize them as real beauties, for she cannot believe that the latter could plunge into the mire of these bodies, soiling and obscuring themselves. Last, when the soul observes that the beauties here below are in a perpetual flux, she clearly recognizes that they derive this splendor with which they shine from elsewhere. Then she rises to the intelligible world, being capable of discovering what she loves. She does not stop before having found it, unless she be made to lose her love. Having arrived there, she contemplates all the true beauties, the true realities. She refreshes herself by filling herself up with the life proper to essence. She herself becomes genuine essence. She fuses with the intelligible, which she really possesses, and in its presence she has the feeling of having found what she was seeking so long. The author of this perfection must be above it. 32. Where then is He who has created this venerable beauty and this perfect life? Where is He who has begotten being? Do you see the beauty that shines in all these forms so various? It is well to dwell there, but when one has thus arrived at beauty, one is forced to seek the source of these essences and of their beauty. Their author himself cannot be any of them, for then he would be no more than some among them, and a part of the whole. He is therefore none of the particular forms, nor a particular power, nor all of the forms, nor all the powers that are, or are becoming in the universe. He must be superior to all the forms and all the powers. The Supreme Principle, therefore, has no form. Not indeed that he lacks any, but because he is the principle from which all intellectual shapes are derived. Whatever is born, that is, if there be anything such as birth, must at birth have been some particular being, and have had its particular shape. But who could have made that which was not made by anybody? He, therefore, is all beings, without being any of them. He is none of the other beings, because he is anterior to all of them. He is all other beings, because he is their author. What greatness shall be attributed to the Principle who can do all things? Will he be considered infinite? Even if he be infinite, he will have no greatness, for magnitude occurs only among beings of the lowest rank. The creator of magnitude could not himself have any magnitude, and even what is called magnitude in being is not a quantity. Magnitude can be found only in something posterior to being. The magnitude of the good is that there be nothing more powerful than he, nothing that even equals him. How indeed could any of the beings dependent on him ever equal him, not having a nature identical with his? Even the statement that God is always and everywhere does not attribute to him any measure, nor even a lack of measure, otherwise he might be considered as measuring the rest. Nor does it attribute to him any figure or outward appearance. The Supreme is limitless. Thus the divinity, being the object of desire, must be the most desired and the most loved, precisely because he has no figure nor shape. The love he inspires is immense. This love is limitless because of the limitlessness of its object. He is infinite because the beauty of its object surpasses all beauty. Not being any essence, how indeed could the divinity have any determinate beauty? As supreme object of love, he is the creator of beauty. Being the generating power of all that is beautiful, he is at the same time the flower in which beauty blooms, for he produces it and makes it more beautiful still by the superabundance of beauty which he sheds on her. He is therefore simultaneously the principle and goal of beauty. As principle of beauty, he beautifies all that of which he is the principle. It is not, however, by shape that he beautifies. What he produces has no shape, or, to speak more accurately, he has a shape in a sense different from the habitual meaning of this term. The shape, which is no more than a shape, is a simple attribute of some substance, while the shape that subsists in itself is superior to shape. Thus, that which participates in beauty was a shape, but beauty itself has none. Absolute beauty is a formless shape. 33. When we speak of absolute beauty, we must therefore withdraw from all determinate shape, setting none before the eyes of our mind. Otherwise, we would expose ourselves to descending from absolute beauty to something which does not deserve the name of beauty, but by virtue of an obscure and feeble participation, while absolute beauty is a shapeless form, if it be at all allowed to be an idea or form. Thus, you may approach the universal shape only by abstraction. Abstract even the form found in the reason, that is, the essence, by which we distinguish one action from another. Abstract, for instance, the difference that separates temperance from justice, though both be beautiful. For by the mere fact that intelligence conceives an object as something proper, the object that it conceives is diminished, even though this object were the totality of intelligible entities. And on the other hand, if each of them, taken apart, have a single form, nevertheless, all taken together will offer a certain variety. The supreme is essential beauty, the shapeless shaper, transcendent. We still have to study the proper conception of Him who is superior to the intelligence that is so universally beautiful and varied, but who himself is not varied. To Him the soul aspires without knowing why she wishes to possess Him, but reason tells us He is essential beauty, since the nature of Him who is excellent and sovereignly lovable cannot absolutely have any form. That is why the soul, whatever object you may show her in your process of reducing an object to a form, ever seeks beyond the shaping principle. Now, reason tells us in respect to anything that has a shape, that as a shape or form is something measured or limited, anything shaped cannot be genuinely universal, absolute, and beautiful in itself, and that its beauty is a mixture. Therefore, though the intelligible entities be beautiful, they are limited, while He who is essential beauty, or rather the super beautiful, must be unlimited, and consequently have no shape or form. He who then is beauty in the first degree, and primary beauty, is superior to form, and the splendor of the intelligible world is only a reflection of the nature of the good. Thus love begins physically, but becomes spiritual. This is proved by what happens to lovers. So far as their eyes remain fixed on a sense object, they do not yet love genuinely. Love is born only when they rise above the sense object, and arrive at representing in their indivisible soul an image which has nothing more of sensation. To calm the ardor that devours them, they do indeed still desire to contemplate the beloved object, but as soon as they come to understand that they have to rise to something beyond the form, they desire the latter. For, since the very beginning, they felt within themselves the love for a great light inspired by a feeble glow. The shape, indeed, is the trace of the shapeless. Without himself having any shape, he begets shape whenever matter approaches him. Now, matter must necessarily be very distant from him, because matter does not possess forms of even the last degree. Since form inherent in matter is derived from the soul, not even mere form-fashioned matter is lovable in itself as matter, and as the soul herself is a still higher form, but yet is inferior to and less lovable than intelligence, there is no escape from the conclusion that the primary nature of the beautiful is superior to form. The formlessness of the Supreme is proved by the fact that the soul, when approaching Him, spontaneously rids herself of forms. 34. We shall not be surprised that the soul's liveliest transports of love are aroused by him who has no form, not even an intelligible one, when we observe that the soul herself, as soon as she burns with love for him, lays aside all forms soever, even if intelligible. For it is impossible to approach him so long as one considers anything else. The soul must therefore put aside all evil, and even all good, in a word, everything, of whatever nature, to receive the divinity, alone with the alone. When the soul obtains this happiness, and when the divinity comes to her, or rather, when he manifests his presence, because the soul has detached herself from other present things, when she has embellished herself as far as possible, when she has become assimilated to him by means known only to the initiated, she suddenly sees him appear in her. No more interval between them, no more doubleness, the two fuse in one. It is impossible to distinguish the soul from the divinity, so much does she enjoy his presence, and it is the intimacy of this union that is here below imitated by those who love and are loved when they consummate union. In this condition, the soul no longer feels her body. She no more feels whether she be alive, human, essence, universality, or anything else. Consideration of objects would be a degradation, and the soul then has neither the leisure nor the desire to busy herself with them. When, after having sought the divinity, she finds herself in his presence, she rushes towards him and contemplates him instead of herself. What is her condition at the time? She has not the leisure to consider it, but she would not exchange it for anything whatever, not even for the whole heaven, for there is nothing superior or better. She could not rise any higher. As to other things, however elevated they be, she cannot at that time stoop to consider them. It is at this moment that the soul starts to move, and recognizes that she really possesses what she desired. She at last affirms that there is nothing better than him. No illusion could occur there, for where could she find anything truer than truth itself? The soul then is what she affirms, or rather, she asserts it only later, and then she asserts it by keeping silence. While tasting this beatitude, she could not err in the assertion that she tastes it. If she assert that she tastes it, it is not that her body experiences an agreeable titillation, for she has only become again what she formerly used to be when she became happy. All the things that formerly charmed her, such as commanding others, power, wealth, beauty, science, now seem to her despicable. She could not scorn them earlier, for she had not met anything better. Now she fears nothing, so long as she is with him and contemplates him. Even with pleasure would she witness the destruction of everything, for she would remain alone with him, so great is her felicity. The soul scorns even thought; she is intellectualized and ennobled. 35. Such then is the state of the soul, that she no longer values even thought, which formerly excited her admiration. For thought is a movement, and the soul would prefer none. She does not even assert that it is intelligence that she sees, though she contemplate only because she has become intelligence, and has, so to speak, become intellectualized by being established in the intelligible place. Having arrived to intelligence, and having become established therein, the soul possesses the intelligible, and thinks. But as soon as she achieves the vision of the supreme divinity, she abandons everything else. She behaves as does the visitor, who, on entering into a palace, would first admire the different beauties that adorn its interior, but who regards them no longer as soon as she perceives the master, for the master, by his living nature, which is superior to all the statues that adorn the palace, monopolizes the consideration, and alone deserves to be contemplated. Consequently, the spectator, with his glance fixed on him, henceforward observes him alone. By dint of continual contemplation of the spectacle in front of him, the spectator sees the master no longer. In the spectator, vision confuses with the visible object. What for the spectator first was a visible object, in him becomes vision, and makes him forget all that he saw around himself. To complete this illustration, the master, here presenting himself to the visitor, must be no man, but a divinity, and this divinity must not content himself with appearing to the eyes of him who contemplates him, but he must penetrate within the human soul and fill her entirely. Intelligence has the two powers of intelligence and love. Intelligence has two powers. By the first, which is her own power of thinking, she sees what is within her. By the other, she perceives what is above her by the aid of a kind of vision and perception. By the vision, she first saw simply. Then, by perceptive seeing, she received intellection, and fused with the One. The first kind of contemplation is suitable to the intelligence, which still possesses reason. The second is intelligence transported by love. Now, it is when the nectar intoxicates her and deprives her of reason that the soul is transported with love, and that she blossoms into a felicity that fulfills all her desires. It is better for her to abandon herself to this intoxication than to remain wise. In this state, does intelligence successively see one thing and then another? No. Methods of instruction or constructive speech give out everything successively, but it is eternally that intelligence possesses the power of thought as well as the power not to think, that is, to see the divinity otherwise than by thought. Indeed, while contemplating him, she received within herself germs. She felt them when they were produced and deposited within her breast. When she sees them, she is said to think. But when she sees the divinity, it is by that superior power by virtue of which she was to think later. The soul does not think God, for in that condition she does not think. As to the soul, she sees the divinity only by growing confused, as it were by exhausting the intelligence which resides in her, or rather, it is her first intelligence that sees. But the vision the latter has of the divinity reaches down to the soul, which then fuses with intelligence. It is the good extending over intelligence and the soul, and condescending to their level, which spreads over them and fuses them. Hovering above them, it bestows on them the happy vision and the ineffable feeling of itself. It raises them so high that they are no more in any place, nor within anything whatever, in any of the senses in which one thing is said to be within another. For the good is not within anything. The intelligible location is within it, but it is not in anything else. Then the soul moves no more, because the divinity is not in motion. To speak accurately, she is no longer soul, because the divinity does not live, but is above life. Neither is she intelligence, because the divinity is above intelligence, because there must be complete assimilation between the soul and the divinity. Finally, the soul does not think even the divinity, because in this condition she does not think at all. The touch with the good is the greatest of sciences. 36. The remainder is plain. As to the last point, it has already been discussed. Still, it may be well to add something thereto, starting from the point reached and proceeding by arguments. Knowledge, or if it may be so expressed, the touch of the good, is the greatest thing in the world. Plato calls it the greatest of sciences, and even so he here applies this designation not to the vision itself of the good, but to the science of the good that may be had before the vision. This science is attained by the use of analogies, by negations made about the good, by the knowledge of things that proceed from it, and last, by the degrees that must be taken, or upward steps that must be climbed to reach up to him. These then are the degrees that lead up to the divinity: purifications, virtues that adorn the soul, elevation to the intelligible, settling in the intelligible, and then the banquet at which nectar feeds him who becomes simultaneously spectator and spectacle, either for himself or for others. Having become being, intelligence, and universal living organism, the initiate no longer considers these things as being outside of him. Having arrived at that condition, she approaches him who is immediately above all the intelligible entities, and who already sheds his radiance over them. The initiate then leaves aside all the science that has led him, till there, settled in the beautiful, he thinks, so long as he does not go beyond that sphere of being. But there, as it were raised by the very flood of intelligence, and carried away by the wave that swells, without knowing how, he suddenly sees. The contemplation which fills his eye with light does not reveal to him anything exterior. It is the light itself that he sees. It is not an opposition between light on one side and the visible object on the other, nor is there on one side intelligence, and on the other the intelligible entity. There is only the radiation which later begets these entities, and permits them to exist within it. The divinity is no more than the radiation that begets intelligence, begetting without being consumed, and remaining within itself. This radiation exists, and this existence alone begets something else. If this radiation were not what it was, neither would the latter thing subsist. God, being above thought, ignores everything. 37. They who attributed thought to the first principle have at least not attributed to him the thought of things that are inferior to him, or which proceed from him. Nevertheless, some of them claimed that it was absurd to believe that the divinity ignored other things. As to the former, finding nothing greater than the good, they attributed to the divinity the thought of himself, as if this could add to his majesty, as if even for him thinking were more than being what he is, and it were not the good himself which communicates his sublimity to intelligence. But from whom then will the good derive his greatness? Would it come from thought, or from himself? If he derive it from thought, he is not great by himself, or at least he is no more sovereignly great. If it be from himself, that he derives his greatness, he is perfectly anterior to thought, and it is not thought that renders him perfect. Is he forced to think because he is actualization, and not merely potentiality? If he is a being that ever thinks, and if this be the meaning of actualization, we would be attributing to the good two things simultaneously: being and thought. Instead of conceiving of him as a simple principle, something foreign is added to him, as to eyes is added the actualization of sight, even admitting that they see continually. The divinity is in actualization, in the sense that he is both actualization and thought, is he not? No, for being thought itself, he must not be thinking, as movement itself does not move. But do not you yourselves say that the divinity is both being and actualization? We think that being and actualization are multiple and different things, whilst the first is simple. To the principle that proceeds from the first alone belongs thought, a certain seeking out of its being, of itself, and of its origin. It deserves the name of intelligence only by turning towards the first in contemplation and in knowing him. As to the unbegotten principle, who has nothing above him, who is eternally what he is, what reason might he have to think? The first principle has no function. That is why Plato rightly says that the good is above intelligence. To speak of an unthinking intelligence would be a self-contradiction, for the principle whose nature it is to think necessarily ceases to be intelligent if it does not think. But no function can be assigned to a principle that has none, and we cannot blame it for idleness because it does not fulfill some function. This would be as silly as to reproach it for not possessing the art of healing. To the first principle, then, should be assigned no function, because there is none that would suit him. He is self-sufficient, and there is nothing outside of him who is above all, for in being what he is, he suffices himself and everything else. Of the first principle, we may not even say that it is. 38. Of the first, we may not even say he is. He does not need this, since we do not either say of him, he is good. He is good is said of the same principle to which he is applies. Now, he is suits the divinity only on the condition that he be given no attribute, limiting oneself to the assertion of his existence. He is spoken of as the good, not as predicating an attribute or quality of him, but to indicate that he is the good itself. We do not even approve of this expression, he is the good, because we think that not even the article should be prefixed thereto. But inasmuch as our language would fail to express an entire negation or deprivation, then, to avoid introducing some diversity in it, we are forced to name it. But there is no need to say, it is. We simply call it the good. The self-sufficient good does not need self-consciousness thereof. But how could we admit the existence of a nature without feeling or consciousness of itself? We might answer this: what consciousness of self can the divinity have? Can he say, I am? But in the above-mentioned sense, he is not. Can he say, I am the good? Then he would still be saying of himself, I am, whereas we have just explained that this he cannot do. What then will he add to his simplicity by limiting himself to saying the good? For it is possible to think the good apart from he is, so long as the good is not as an attribute applied to some other being. But whoever thinks himself good will surely say, I am the good. If not, he will think the predicate good, but he will not be enabled to think that he is so himself. Thus, the thought of good will imply this thought, I am the good. If this thought itself be the good, it will not be the thought of him, but of the good, and he will not be the good, but the thought. If the thought of good is different from the good itself, the good will be prior to the thought of the good. If the good be self-sufficient before the thought, it suffices to itself to be the good, and in this respect has no need of the thought that it is the good. The good is a simple perception of itself, a touch. 39. Consequently, the good does not think itself either as good nor as anything else, for it possesses nothing different from itself. It only has a simple perception of itself in respect to itself. But as there is no distance or difference in this perception it has of itself, what could this perception be but itself? That is why it perceives a difference where being and intelligence appear. In order to think, intelligence must admit identity and difference simultaneously. On the one hand, without the relation between the intelligible and itself, the mind will not distinguish itself from the intelligible; and on the other, without the arising of an otherness which would enable it to be everything, it would not contemplate all earthly entities. Without this difference, intelligence would not even be a pair. Then, since intelligence thinks, if it think really, it will not think itself alone. For why should it not think all things? Would it not do so because it was impotent to do so? In short, the principle which thinks itself ceases to be simple, because in thinking itself, it must think itself as something different, which is the necessary condition of thinking itself. We have already said that intelligence cannot think itself without contemplating itself as something different. Now, in thinking, intelligence becomes manifold, that is, fourfold: intelligible object, thing thought, and intelligent subject, thinker, movement or moved, and everything else that belongs to intelligence. Besides, it must be noticed, as we have pointed out elsewhere, that to be thought, any thought must offer variety. But in the divinity, this movement is so simple and identical that it may be compared to some sort of touch, and partakes in nothing of intellectual actualization. Therefore, thought cannot be attributed to the divinity. What? Will the divinity know neither others nor himself? And will he remain immovable in his majesty? Surely. All things are posterior to him. He was what he is before them. The thought of these things is adventitious, changeable, and does not apply to permanent objects. Even if it did apply to permanent objects, it would still be multiple. For we could not grant that in inferior beings thought was joined to being, while the thoughts of intelligence would be empty notions. The existence of providence is sufficiently accounted for by its being that from which proceed all beings. How then, in regard to all the beings that refer to Him, could the divinity think them, since He does not even think Himself, but remains immovable in His majesty? That is why Plato, speaking of being, says that it doubtless thinks, but that it does not remain immovable in its majesty. By that he means that no doubt being thinks, but that that which does not think remains immovable in its majesty, using this expression for lack of a better one. Thus Plato considers the principle which is superior to thought as possessing more majesty, nay, sovereign majesty. The first principle has no thought as the first actualization of a hypostasis. 40. That thought is incompatible with the first principle is something well known by all those who have in ecstasy risen to Him. To what we have already said, we shall however add several arguments, if indeed we succeed in expressing thought comprehensibly. For conviction should be fortified by demonstration. In the first place, observe that all thought exists within a subject, and proceeds from some object. Thought that is connected with the object from which it is derived has the being to which it belongs as subject. It inheres in Him because it is His actualization, and completes His potentiality without itself producing anything. For it belongs exclusively to the subject whose complement it is. Thought that is hypostatically united with being, and which underlies its existence, could not inhere in the object from which it proceeds. For, had it remained in Him, it would not have produced anything. Now, having the potentiality of producing, it produced within itself. Its actualization was being, and it was united thereto. Thus thought is not something different from being. So far as this nature thinks itself, it does not think itself as being something different. For the only multiplicity therein is that which results from the logical distinction of intelligent subject, thinker, and intelligible object, the being thought, as we have often pointed out. That is the first actualization which produced a hypostasis or form of existence, while constituting being, and this actualization is the image of a principle so great that itself has become being. If thought belonged to the good, instead of proceeding therefrom, it would be no more than an attribute. It would not in itself be a hypostatic form of existence. Being the first actualization and the first thought, this thought has neither actualization nor thought above it. Therefore, by rising above this being and this thought, neither further being nor thought will be met with. We would arrive to the principle superior to being and thought, an admirable principle which contains neither thought nor being, which in solitary guise dwells within itself, and which has no need of the things which proceed from Him. He did not first act and then produce an actualization. He did not begin by thinking in order later to produce thought. Otherwise he would have thought before thought was born. In short, thought, being the thought of good, is beneath Him, and consequently does not belong to Him. I say, does not belong to him, not denying that the good can be thought, for this I admit, but because thought could not exist in the good. Otherwise the good, and that which is beneath it, namely the thought of good, would fuse. Now, if the good be something inferior, it will simultaneously be thought and being. If, on the contrary, good be superior to thought, it must likewise belong to the intelligible. Even if the good thought, there would be need of something superior. Since, therefore, thought does not exist in the good, and since, on the contrary, it is inferior to the good, and since it must thus worship its majesty, thought must constitute a different principle, and leaves the good pure and disengaged from it, as well as from other things. Independent of thought, the good is what it is without admixture. The presence of the good does not hinder it from being pure and single. If we were to suppose that good is both thinking subject and thought object, thinker and thought, or being, and thought connected with being, if thus we make it think itself, it will need something else, and thus things will be above it. As actualization and thought are the complement or the consubstantial hypostasis or form of existence of another subject, thought implies above it another nature to which it owes the power of thinking. For thought cannot think anything without something above it. When thought knows itself, it knows what it received by the contemplation of this other nature. As to him who has nothing above him, who derives nothing from any other principle, what could he think, and how could he think himself? What would he seek, and what would he desire? Would he desire to know the greatness of his power? But by the mere fact of his thinking it, it would have become external to him. I call it exterior if the cognizing power within him differed from that which would be known. If, on the contrary, they fuse, what would he seek? Thought is a help for subdivine natures. 41. It would seem that thought was only a help granted to natures which, though divine, nevertheless do not occupy the first rank. It is like an eye given to the blind. But what need would the eye have to see essence, if itself were light? To seek light is the characteristic of him who needs it, because he finds in himself nothing but darkness. Since thought seeks light, while the light does not seek the light, the primary nature, not seeking the light, since it is light itself, could not any more seek thought, since it is thought that seeks light. Thinking could not suit it therefore. What utility or advantage would thought bring him, inasmuch as thought itself needs aid to think? The good therefore has not self-consciousness, not having need thereof. It is not doubleness, or rather, it is not double, as is thought, which implies, besides intelligence, a third term, namely, the intelligible world. If thought, the thinking subject, the thinker, and the thought object, the thought, be absolutely identical, they form but one, and are absolutely indistinguishable. If they be distinct, they differ, and can no more be the good. Thus, we must put everything aside when we think of this best nature, which stands in need of no assistance. Whatever you may attribute to this nature, you diminish it by that amount, since it stands in need of nothing. For us, on the contrary, thought is a beautiful thing, because our soul has need of intelligence. It is similarly a beautiful thing for intelligence, because thought is identical with essence, and it is thought that gave existence to intelligence. The good is not good for itself, but only for the natures below it. Intelligence must therefore fuse with thought, and must always be conscious of itself, knowing that each of the two elements that constitute it is identical with the other, and that both form but a single one. If it were only unity, it would be self-sufficient, and would have no further need of receiving anything. The precept, "Know thyself," applies only to natures which, because of their multiplicity, need to give an account of themselves, to know the number and the quality of their component elements, because they either do not know them entirely, or even not at all. Not knowing what power in them occupies the first rank, and constitutes their being. But if there be a principle which is one by itself, it is too great to know itself, to think itself, to be self-conscious, because it is nothing determinate for itself. It receives nothing within itself, sufficing itself. It is therefore the good, not for itself, but for other natures. These indeed need the good, but the good has no need of itself. It would be ridiculous, and would fail to stand up to itself. Nor does it view itself, for from this look something would arise or exist for him. All such things he left to the inferior natures, and nothing that exists in them is found in him. Thus the good is not even being, nor does the good possess thought, since thought is united to being, and as primary and supreme, thought coexisted with essence. Therefore, one cannot, as says Plato, express the divinity by speech, nor have perception nor science of him, since no attribute can be predicated of him. The beautiful, the supreme, of three ranks of existence. 42. When you are in doubt about this matter, and when you wonder how you should classify these attributes to which reasoning has brought you, reject from among the things of the second order what seems venerable. Attribute to the first none of the things that belong to the second order. Neither attribute to those of the second order, that is, to intelligence, what belongs to those of the third, that is, to the soul. But subsume under the first principle the things of the second order, and under the second principle the things of the third. That is the true means of allowing each being to preserve its nature, and at the same time to point out the bond that connects the lower things with the higher, and showing thus that the inferior things depend on the superior ones, while the superior ones remain in themselves. That is why Plato was right in saying, "All things surround the King of all, and exist on his account." All things means all beings. All things exist on his account means that he is the cause of their existence and the object of their desire, because his nature is different from theirs, because in him is nothing that is in them, since they could not exist if the first possessed some attribute of what is inferior to him. Therefore, if intelligence be comprised within what is meant by all things, it could not belong to the first. When, in the same place, Plato calls the divinity the cause of all beauty, he seems to classify beauty among the ideas, and the good above the universal beauty. After thus having assigned the intelligible entities to the second rank, he classifies, as dependent on them, the things of the third order which follow them. Last to that which occupies the third rank, to the universal soul, he subsumes the world that is derived therefrom. As the soul depends on the intelligence, and as intelligence depends on the good, all things thus depend from the good in different degrees, mediately or immediately. In this respect, the things which are the most distant from the good are the objects of sense, which are subsumed under the soul. End of Ennead 6, Book 7.